Good morning and welcome to windy Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasquist, and this is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. Today it is qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. We also have the Great American Short Course powered by Optima Batteries. Watch kingofthehammers.com or go to greatamericanshortcourse.com. Qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Championship starts at 9 PST, and qualifying for gas is going on as we speak. For the qualifying for Can-Am goes up chocolate, down idle issues. Power hour will be later on this afternoon. Main event for the Great American Short Course will be from 11 to 5. It's going to be a great all-day event. Don't forget tonight, 6 p.m., the Pit Crew Challenge presented by Pro Eagle and Buggy Whip. Lots of stuff going on all day long, so be sure to tune in, and we'll send it up to the booth. Pam Hall, Ian Johnson, you're at Chocolate Thunder. Take it away.
Good morning and thank you, Miles. We are here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive. I'm Pam Hall. I am here with Ian Johnson. It's a beautiful day out here so far. The cars are getting lined up for qualifying. What is your thoughts on this morning, Ian?
You know, I'm super excited about qualifying this year because the cool thing is qualifying has completely changed. You know, we're so used to seeing the cars leaving Hammertown, heading out in the desert for that one iconic rock section that pretty much everyone who's qualified has memorized at this point. And now we've got a completely new qualifying course out here at Chocolate Thunder where they're going to be going up Chocolate Thunder through a small desert loop and then back down idle issues. It's going to be action-packed all day long.
Yeah, I'm super excited. We've been seeing the drivers walking the lines this morning, driving the lines. They've been practicing over and over and over. It's all going to be about qualifying times, of course, like it always is on the race day. So it's awesome. I'm excited to have this qualifying course in a new section. So it's really awesome out here.
Yeah, the cool thing about Chocolate Thunder is it's close enough to Hammertown that you can actually get out here and watch it live. So you can have people come out here, sit right at the edge of the race course and watch these guys qualify. Where forever, you know, you could see it from Hammertown, but you couldn't see the action in the rocks. And the cool thing about King of the Hammers is that's what it is. It's King of the Hammers. It's not King of the Desert Loop. It's not King of the Sand Wash. It's King of the Hammers. So to have them out here qualifying on an iconic Hammers trail is going to be absolutely amazing.
And it's King of the Hammers for a reason. These rocks are awesome out here.
You know, and it's even better and better to see so many people showing up here on the lake bed. The lake bed is good and full. We've already seen the cool thing about being up here in Chocolate Thunder is we can see Hammertown, and it's huge. So it's going to be a great day here in Johnson Valley. Today is qualifying for the Can-Am UTV race, and we got qualifying all week, today, tomorrow, and the next day. They've already been out here racing in the desert for almost a week now. The motos were up. So we've got cars. It looks like we've got the first car off the line. Car number 615 has left the line.
That would be Hubert Rowland just now took off the line in that number 615.
So it looks like car 615 left the line, and now we got another car. The cool thing is we're going to have multiple cars on this qualifying course at once. Car 1000 has now left the line. That is Tim Mona. And the cool thing is, as I said before, these cars are going to be leaving the line. I think it's like 20 or 30 seconds apart. We're going to have multiple cars on the qualifying course at one time. Qualifying out here, as everyone who's watched any of these races at King of Hammers knows, is it's really, really important because that first section of the race, Pam, they're going to be out and they're going to be out in the desert. They got that first loop. Like, when you're out there qualifying, you want to have a good spot in this race just because we've seen in the past couple of days the wind, the dust, it's going to hold them back in this race.
Yeah, they need a breeze that'll get steps out of their way, but we're hoping that we had on race day as well. I just want to have cars off the line so far this morning, and it's all about that qualifying time, like I said earlier.
This is probably one of the things I was most excited for. When Dave came out and they did his little live stream earlier, and they basically came out and they said, hey, here's what qualifying is going to look like this year at King of the Hammers. And they said, we're qualifying a back door. We're going around and we're getting up and around. It's just going to be absolutely amazing because this is true rock action right out of the gate. So 2 cars on course, obviously having a little bit of trouble in the rock section out here. That's what's delaying the next qualifier for leaving. There will be 2 cars on course at times, but we can't just stack up a bunch of cars in qualifying because that will affect their start time on the big race. So as Dave said before, we're going to leave, let cars go, separate them out, probably a couple cars out at once, and try to get them out there. But this is the first time they've done this qualifying course. They've been able to pre-run it. They've been able to play around on it, but as we know, everything out here changes as soon as the first car hits the dirt.
Exactly, and the rocks will change. I mean, it's not, they might have gone out there and pre-ran these rock sections and everything, but these tires are going to push rocks out of the way, and it could push it right into the line that you thought was going to be a smooth line.
Yeah, and then, of course, we also have the wreck wheelers out here. Now, they did keep them off Chocolate Thunder last night, and that's why we saw guys out here racing first thing this morning. Pam and I were both out here at 6:30 a.m. just getting to see what was happening, and we had guys pre-running this course over and over. You saw Paul Wolf out there walking the course just to get an idea of what's happening.
Exactly, and Paul Wolf isn't even taking off the line until later on today, and he was out there this morning early getting those lines in. He is one to reckon with, and right now we can see Hubert coming down, getting ready to go through the finish line here at the qualifying this morning. So we'll see what his time is, because right now he's number 1 through the line. He's setting the time.
Yeah, he'll be the one basically setting our base qualifying time for the day, and then we'll be able to see what's happening. So right now, you can see Hubert making his way through that section. They basically have to come up over the top of idle issues, drop back down into the rocks, and then come around through. And the timer is right at the bottom. You'll actually probably even be able to see it on your screen as these guys come around. Yep.
All right, I do have my computer with timing set up, but we are right now watching from the Jumbotron, so we shall see what his time will be. But he's setting that time right now. He's what everybody's chasing after now, because being first off the line, he is setting that first time.
Yeah, it's super important to sort of set that baseline time, and then we'll be able to see get faster and faster and faster all day. All right, we can see, as we talked about before, Pam, here we're right in the middle. This is the best part about this qualifying setup, is that they're in the rocks right here off the start. David said he's not going to let the second car go until that first car leaves the top of Chocolate Thunder. No, sir. I'm standing right now. So they got to get free of the rocks before the next car is allowed to leave the line. You can see he's just struggling in this rock section.
All right, and that is the number 1000 of 10, Monagay. If I pronounced that name wrong, I apologize now. But he is definitely having some issues there.
Yeah, looks like Hubert made a lot faster time through that rock section. We couldn't see it on our screens up here because, as I've said before, we're calling this race live right from Chocolate Thunder, which is the first time we've done this ever. We've always had a Jumbotron out here for people to watch the race, but if you want to see some action today, you need to get out of Hammertown, come up here. You can be right beside the course and watch qualifying for the next 3 days, and this is going to be, the second car already proves this is going to be action-packed.
Exactly. We have a long day of qualifying here today. We have, let's see, how many cars do we have? We have 102 UTVs that will be qualifying today.
I heard someone say the other day that if you counted every race team on the lake bed for all the races happening in the past, in this week and last week, there was 1,000 teams out here racing for the past 2 weeks.
There is a lot of racers out here. This is the largest entry ever out here at King of the Hammers. This is the race that everybody's wanting to go to. If you have a race on your bucket list and this isn't it, you should put it on it for sure. And as you can see right now, the breeze is picking up out here again, as it was the past few days. But the number 1,000 there of Tim, he has now stopped again on course. Struggling just a bit to get up Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, this is a huge learning curve for these guys. For the past few years, they've kind of had that, well, not kind of, they have had that exact same qualifying course over and over again. It was just leave the line in Hammertown, blast out to the desert, go out past the one hill, climb up one rock section, drop down another, and then head back into town. This is completely different. We are right out of the rocks in qualifying. I absolutely love this. I think this is a super good twist for this year. Super excited about it.
You know what I like about it? Like you're saying, they've been doing the same qualifying loop for the most part, year after year. This is, like you just said, a great twist, and this is going to show who the drivers are, who's practiced these rocks, who can get through these rocks. And that's a big thing out here with the qualifying, because it's going to make such a huge difference on race day.
Yeah, the reality right now with the UTVs is no matter which brand of UTV you're driving, we're all basically looking at very similar vehicles. Yeah, we're looking at different power plants. We've got some turbo cars. We have some naturally aspirated cars. We have some different classes racing today. Or qualifying today, I should say. We've got some stock cars. But at the end of the day, these cars are essentially the same makeup of vehicle. When this is really going to come into play is when we see the guys come out for the Everyman Challenge. Once again, many different vehicles, many different size tires and different driving styles and different setups. And then on when we see the qualifying for 4,400, that's when we're really going to see some action out here.
Exactly. That's going to be an awesome day as well. We do have the co-driver out of his car right now, trying to spot the driver up Chocolate Thunder.
This could be, unless I'm mistaken, I don't ever remember seeing someone having to get a co-driver out of a car on qualifying.
I don't believe I've ever seen that either.
This is awesome, because I know Pam, we've been doing this for years. You see guys come in here. Some guys leave the co-driver out of the car for qualifying.
Right.
They pull the spare tire off. They make all these changes to try to get that fast qualifying time. And here we're seeing the co-driver out of the car, spotting the driver up through Chocolate Thunder here in this qualifying course. And this is just a snippet of what we're gonna see come for the rest of the week. This is gonna be absolutely amazing. This is gonna be the game changer at this year's King of the Hammers.
So what do you think right now is going through all of these drivers that are lined up, waiting for their qualifying time right now, knowing that this guy is already stuck? Do you think that this is messing with their head and their strategy just a bit?
I think hopefully these guys took advantage. We saw a few of them out here this morning. I think the people who really want to get a good qualifying spot, you had to come out and pre-run. We saw guys out here this morning, like you said, as soon as the sun came out at 6 a.m. Oh my, pulling winch on a qualifier. This is going to be a first for sure.
This is going to make a long day for qualifying if we have a lot of these guys having to do that. Hopefully not, but look at this. Amazing on qualifying.
If I was back here and I knew this, and I was back sitting in line or even just back in the pits getting ready to qualify later today, and I was watching this and see someone having to pull winch cable, I might change my qualifying strategy at this point.
Exactly.
The question then is, maybe this is a situation where you come up here, if you're here later in the day and this course is chewed up, maybe it's hey, let's prepare to winch. Like we used to see in the old days where they would leave town when they would have to go to back door first.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys would unspool that winch line, sit in the co-driver's lap, leave the starting line ready to winch. We might see some people sort of come up with a different strategy for qualifying this year.
We definitely might, because getting, just that little extra couple seconds it takes to pull that winch line out, you never know, some of these guys might start doing that here.
Or not even that. These, obviously they did not plan to winch. How long did they sit there and beat on that car trying to get up that ledge before they made the decision to winch? And this is just the second car up.
I know, right?
We're gonna have what 100 UTVs come up this qualifying course, and then we're gonna have another 100 Everyman Challenge cars go up this course, and then we finally get into 4,400s. I think we're gonna see a lot of people reevaluate their qualifying strategy for this week. Look at this course, and I'll bet, Pam, if anyone out there is thinking of this, I'm going to bet that every morning when we come out here, the guys who are taking this seriously are going to be out here pre-running this race course. The morning of, just like we saw this morning. You saw Paul Wolf. We saw a bunch of guys out here doing that race, and that, I think, might be the game changer for this qualifying.
I mean, actually, I don't know if you noticed this when we pulled up here this morning, too. I mean, I saw some very well-known Broncos coming down that as well.
Yeah, we saw, I
believe it was Vaughn's Bronco coming down.
I think it was Vaughn out here, yeah. I think these guys are the reality is this. I don't know this year if we're going to, and I think we've seen this the past couple of years, especially in the 4400 class. When these guys are out there, when they get out there, that first run out to remote pit 1 where they're hauling out there, the IFS cars, they're going to eat them up in the desert. That's just the reality of it. The solid axle cars, I think these are the guys who are going to come out here. I think we're going to see a bunch of them pre-running this course, because for them, that qualifying position is going to be so essential for this race. But we can see out here on course, this is not racing, this is qualifying. This is the Can-Am UTV Championship qualifying presented by Progressive, and we are seeing winch lines being pulled, cars being stuck, co-drivers out of the car, and we're only two cars into a race.
Only on race car number 2. So this is also, they are in the Pro Stock NA UTV class is what class they are in. So they are stock. So like Hubert, I was up there chatting with him this morning. The only thing he's changed on his Can-Am was the arms that he had on it and the safety equipment. So bone stock otherwise, and he made it through this perfectly fine. And we do have Tim out there in the Pro Stock NA class. So, I mean, the stock class doesn't have all the extra goodies that, you know, the other classes that are out here racing do. So the Pro Mod classes and everything. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to actually bring us that fastest time, if it's a stock class or a pro class.
I think the biggest benefit for this particular qualifying course in both these cars, and we'll probably see it on when we come into the Everyman Challenge racing, is going to be tire size. I think that's going to be the one deciding factor for a lot of these qualifying cars. And a lot of these UTVs, that's the one thing where there's a lot of difference in some of these tires. You got some 31s, some 32s, 33s, 35s, and then also the manufacturers. Because some of the tires, even though you order a set of tires and they're a 34, they're not always a 34.
Right.
Sometimes they're a 33.
Exactly.
Sometimes a 35 is actually a 35 and a half. So I think that we're going to see a lot of I think that's where we're going to see a big difference out here in this qualifying course. We're seeing it right now at these UTVs. He's winching up, trying to get up.
And he looks like he's stuck.
It looks like he's making headway now. I do know that section, though. That is an incredibly difficult section to get through. You're basically pinned against the body of the car, and no matter how much power, how much work you do, you need to pivot that car around that rock, and if it gets hung up in either a tube in the cage or a part of the body panel, you can't do it. You're not going to move the rock, and you're not going to peel the car open like a can opener.
Exactly. You need those panels for race day for sure.
Well, the winch can only do so much. The winch will drag a car for so far. And also, the other issue you have with the winches in these UTVs, they're very different than the winches that we see in some of the bigger cars. They're smaller, they're more compact. They have a pulling power, but not the same amount of pulling power. So we see now he's finally free from that section. Now,
I bet inside he's probably going, man, I finally got up there.
I think he's inside the car thinking, why did I even qualify?
Right? You know, that has to go through some of their heads too. I mean, because it's a long race day when it comes down to race day. So, I mean, no matter, the person that starts in last could always finish in first or, you know, top 10, whatever. Just depends on how your day goes once it comes down to race day.
Well, and that's what the most important thing. Later today, we're going to see it when Power Hour kicks off. You know, we're normally seeing Power Hour, but Power Hour this year, I think, is going to be completely different. We're going to see cars that are powerful in the rocks showing up versus like we used to see leaving Hammertown, those Power Hour cars, high horsepower leaving Hammertown at triple-digit speeds. That's not what Power Hour is going to be all about this year.
Exactly. I mean, and we have Mr. Paul Wolf that I believe is in Power Hour later on, or yeah, he is going to be the number 100 car off the line. He is a rock guy, so we'll see if this qualifying loop is going to be beneficial to him or not.
I think this to me is basically getting us back to the roots of King of the Hammers,
right,
which is super good. I love the fact that we're putting these guys and girls, I should say, in the rocks right out of the gate here in Johnson Valley for qualifying. Yes, we're going to have situations like this where guys are pulling cable and there's going to be some recoveries, but this, I think, is the ultimate level playing field for a starting order at King of the Hammers.
Yes, and I believe right now the co-driver must be back in the car. You have to make sure your safety equipment is all buckled back in before you start moving your car, because it is all about safety first. So they are still stopped right there. We have not let the next car go off the line yet until he gets moving. Yeah,
I believe Race Ops has made the decision that the next car will not leave the line until the driver has cleared Chocolate Thunder. They want them out of the rocks. They don't want passing going on in the rocks, because that's just going to cause even more problems.
More problems, and it's beneficial for, you know, everybody to not get stuck in the rocks. And then what if, we do end up with a bottleneck? That kills everybody's qualifying time.
Yeah, so we see now he's out of Chocolate Thunder, moving across the top of that desert loop. We'll see here shortly. We'll be able to see the next car leave the line, which I believe is car number 96.
Yeah, and number 96 is Kyle Anderson, and he is also in the Can-Am Pro Stock NA class.
So we have 5 seconds until he's leaving the line, I believe. Yep.
So I want to see the leaderboard because I might be leading and I want a picture of it just to have it.
All right, so the number 96, Kyle Anderson, just took off the line, but we do have Hubert right here with us. I'm going to put him on my headset, Ian, so if you want to talk with him for a minute, I'll go see if I can find his time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got our number 1 qualifier right here with us, with his, which is one of my fellow Tennessee friends. How are you doing there, Mr. Hubert? You doing all right?
Oh, we're doing good. Number 1 qualifier because I went first, and you know what?
Just live with that for a
Well,
while.
I'm being honest, but you know what? If they get stuck in rocks, I'll take it.
That was our question. Pam and I have been talking about that so far today. We saw you get up there. We saw the second car just get hung up in the rocks hard. Is this a rock trail qualifying course at this point, do you think?
This whole first section, I'd say probably the first third of it is truly rocks. The second half, it's more sand. There's a little rock section, but I mean, it's fairly mellow. And then this last section, someone's going to tip over on this last section because there's some little drop-offs that they're kind of hard to get square on.
Now, were you out here pre-running this morning? So we saw a few people out here pre-running. Do you think that people should be out here pre-running early in the morning if they could?
I mean, it's all in how comfortable you are. Like, I ran this course one time 2 days ago, and I came yesterday and I watched a little bit and I kind of just took some notes. In this area right here where it's just solid rocks, it's not really going to change a lot unless like a boulder moves. The rest of the area, it might change.
All right, so right now we have your official time, which is 4 minutes 30 seconds, .714. Current number 1 qualifier.
4:30.
We're just letting him live with that. He really wants to be number 1 qualifier.
I'll take it all day long.
If you could hurry up, you might be able to get a T-shirt printed quickly. Number 1 qualifier.
I mean,
we
have a pass on qualifying.
Here's a pass on qualifying. We said we were going to see this, but we just saw car number 96. We saw him make quick work of the rocks, and now he's out here. Kyle Anderson working his way through. I don't think you're going to be number 1 qualifier for long.
Don't talk like that.
But you can live with it for now. All right, hey, thanks for coming up and talking with us for a little bit.
Hey, it was a pleasure. Always good seeing y'all. What a great race.
All right, so we are watching Kyle Anderson, car number 96. We just saw a pass in qualifying, which I think once again may be a first ever here at King of the Hammers. We saw winching on qualifying, co-driver out of the car on qualifying, and I believe that is the first time we've ever seen an actual vehicle pass another vehicle during qualifying.
Yeah, that was pretty cool to see that. They are getting our monitors set up in our booth. So once we're back in there, I'll have the computer up so we'll be able to give everybody the time. If you are at home watching this or in Hammertown, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com and you can see all of the live scoring going on as well. It's exactly what we are looking at ourselves when we are giving you guys the times at home.
Yeah, and I think we're going to watch.
Ooh, that's super speed right there. Did you see that on screen?
Yeah, and so we now have another car off the line.
So that is the number 69 of Anthony out there. He's normally in a single seat, but I believe he has a 2-seater out there this year.
Yeah, we're watching him drop right into that rock section here in Chocolate Thunder. We've seen this so far be an absolute game changer for everybody because this section is what's holding people up. So we saw Kyle get through there super fast. We saw Hubert get through there super fast. And it's interesting talking to Hubert. He said he did not pre-run. He came and ran this a couple days ago just to get a feel for the rocks, and he knew that was if they weren't. He didn't feel like they were going to change at all, and so he felt like he was going to be okay.
You know what? That's kind of like a sight lap. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but Kyle Cheney, what I've noticed when he's racing short course, that they do a sight lap right before they're getting ready to start the race. He doesn't do it. He sits there on the start line and he does not do that sight lap. So I don't know if that's a part of his strategy, but maybe that's what Hubert was doing. But we do see the 96 right now of Kyle Anderson coming down almost to the timing loop to finish his qualifying run.
Yeah, this is where they come across the top of the hill. They drop down into idle issues. And as Hubert said, there's a couple drop-offs here that are hard to get squared up with. The most important thing for these guys when they're coming in here, they want to get squared up on those drops. They don't have the benefit of those 40-inch tall tires that some of our bigger cars do. So you got to really know how to drop off some of these ledges in these UTVs. All of them take it a little bit differently, and these stock cars, the wheelbase is just a little bit short.
Look at that ledge that they're on right now on qualifying. That's such a cool view from up there. Having the split screen so we can see both of them. Oh, we see the 1000 is on his
1000
side.
on his side. That is completely unfortunate. That is just not, he is having a terrible day here qualifying.
All right,
but there we go.
90.
Car number 96 has just come through the finish.
And that is such a bummer for Tim in that car. In the number 1000 being on his side, struggling to get up Chocolate Thunder, and now there he is. I'm not sure exactly. That looks like where it's dropping down into the sand wash right there is what it looks like on the screen.
Okay, I think we actually have a little bit of replay of that action right now. You can see him. That's not him. Look at, he was backing down, trying to get down something, and just got a wrong line. You can see how sometimes backing up is just unfortunate.
Such a bummer. I feel so bad for that guy right there.
All right, so now we're watching. This is the small desert loop that we've talked about before. We see a lot of speed through here, and after this section, they come up and drop around. That's Anthony Yount. I believe that's how you pronounce that.
He's such a good guy.
He'll be coming up that little hill that you see him driving up right now when he comes around. We'll be able to see him shortly from Chocolate Thunder. If you are in Hammertown, you really need to get out to Chocolate Thunder because you are going to see some of the most, and there we can see he's just passed, and the next car has left the line.
That would be the 354 of Chris Johnson just took the line.
Yeah, and so Chris Johnson's left the line. We just saw our second pass on qualifying. We should see that car come up shortly through this little section where they're going to come back through idle issues and back down into the base. And we're seeing Chris Johnson now working through that rock section where we saw everyone have a little bit of trouble earlier, but you can see he's just powering. Oh, looks like he just got hung up on that rock slider on the driver's side. That's what I was talking about before, Pam, that section. You kind of want to get up there and pivot. But you can get in trouble there as we're watching right now.
Now he's bicycling right there, sitting still on a bicycle.
He's got to back up with some commitment right there, get it back down on four wheels. That's some skill right there to be able to stop. All right, so now we have another car coming. This is nonstop action, Pam.
That is Anthony Yount right there coming down.
Yeah, that's Anthony coming down through idle issues like we talked before. This is another section that we're expecting to see some action today. Some of these drop-offs are big.
Oh,
big.
He's going.
Oh, and it looks like Anthony may have taken a wrong turn. You know, I saw when they were pre-running earlier.
Oh, and now he's backing up.
Now he's back. We saw them when they were pre-running earlier. Some of these guys were dropping down here, but that is not where the finish is. The finish is over here.
Correct. So I'm wondering, I'm going to have to see how that affects because he did not go through the timing
We'll let the race
loop.
ops guys make that decision. That's not our decision. We're just going to tell you what happens. As we're watching this rock section, car 354 of Chris Johnson, we're seeing the same problem. Co-driver out once again, pulling some winch cable. You can see he got a little bit offline and ended up on his side against that rock. And now we're going to have to pull some cable. Once again, we're seeing another person winch during qualifying. Another basically first here in Johnson Valley.
In Johnson Valley.
Yeah.
In Chocolate Thunder in qualifying. It's so crazy. But you know what? You keep saying, telling everybody if they're in Hammertown to come on over here. Look at the crowd we already had this morning. And this is just the first round, the 8 o'clock hour or the 9 o'clock hour of qualifying.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you're in Hammertown, it's actually quite nice up here. The sun's out,
It is.
so it's warming up. It's not too windy up here. This is the first time you're going to get to see this kind of action.
You just said the wrong word.
Oh, I always do that. It's all right.
Don't say the W word.
No, it's okay.
We're wanting it to go away.
No, it'll be all right. It's going to happen. As long as it doesn't snow, we're all good.
Oh, goodness. That was 2 years ago.
But
All right.
Here's the thing. You know, for years we've come out, watch qualifying. Everyone would just sit in Hammertown, maybe a couple people go out in the desert and see some of the guys blast by high speed. This is the first time where you're going to get to see actual rock action on qualifying with these guys. And this changes everything. I love the fact that, look, the spectators sitting up there just right in the action. They're going to get to see it. You're going to get to see your favorite drivers out here struggling up this qualifying course all day long. So get out to Chocolate Thunder. We got Jumbotrons out here. The only thing we're missing out here is pizza.
I was getting ready to say the same thing.
I do like pizza.
I wonder if we could get a personal delivery pizza here in a little while.
You know,
We're out here all day.
If anyone's looking to make a little extra cash here, they should start a little Uber Eats action right out here, just running back to town picking up pizza. They'd probably make a little bit of money on the side.
You know, I think they were trying to do something with like that this year, and I'm not sure if they did it or not, but that would be pretty awesome if they do.
On the line right now, we have AJ Hoover, and he is just basically waiting for these guys to clear the rock section. Looks like they got the car winched back over. That's good.
And if you
now
look
they're
at
just trying to decide how to get through.
A very large rock that he's putting his right side over right now, and it popped him again on the side.
Yeah, that's a tricky spot right there. You want to get up and you basically pivot around that rock. But what you don't see is right where the co-driver is standing, there's a hole that you can fall into over there, and then you end up completely upside down.
Yeah.
So it's a tricky spot. This is no joke on this qualifying course. I think we're going to see a lot of action today. I think we're going to see guys on their side. We still see car 1000 out there. Looks like he's just basically flopped over. Probably going to get recovery out there to try to get him over. I'm pretty sure his qualifying day is done.
I would have to say so. Now, I have to ask you a question. I have never gone up Chocolate Thunder on any kind of off-road vehicle. Have you gone up Chocolate Thunder in any off-road vehicle at all?
Many times. This is like the first trail that we normally hit whenever we come out here, whether we're out here during King of the Hammers week or we're just out here having fun other times of the year. This trail is probably the best way to start your time.
It's iconic.
And it's most importantly, it's close to Hammertown. You get here. We actually came out here a year ago, a large group of us, right before the SEMA show. We took a bunch of Optima batteries and stretched this trail with our own lights and did our own little night run on a trip that we were doing heading to SEMA called Trail to SEMA, where we basically, a bunch of people went out and went four-wheeling for the week before SEMA. We used those Optima batteries, set up actual television production lights to film us basically driving up here. It was so much fun because the whole place, we had the whole place ourselves, nobody was here.
That's
but
really cool.
yes, Chocolate Thunder is a great trail, and then this trail normally turns into a party every night, but not this year because now it's an official qualifying course.
Exactly.
So I saw a couple people out playing on backdoor last night. I saw some lights and some of the other canyons out there having fun, but this trail is no joke. It really is.
I tend to stay close to home whenever at night, you know, after a long work day, but I do watch from afar all the lights up here. It's really cool to see from Hammertown over this direction. This trail is just lined normally with people. But no, I haven't been up this trail ever.
Oh, it's definitely.
I've been up others.
I would definitely. So what happens is right where he is, there's kind of two lines, and I don't know if any of the UTVs would take that left line. The left line actually used to be fairly easy, but I think it's gotten dug out over the years. And so what we're watching right now is this, after they come out Chocolate Thunder, they end up doing this small little desert loop that Dave's calling it. And he said during his live show, when they announced this course, he said this desert loop, they will be passing on it, and we've already seen that today.
Exactly. And we do see that is Chris Johnson that is moving in that desert loop area.
Yeah, so they have to do a small little desert loop, and then they come across, basically across the floor on the other side of this this basically ridge that we look at when we're standing here in Chocolate Thunder, and then they're going to come down idle issues when they get through that back section. But we're just waiting on a car to clear the rock section here in Chocolate Thunder, and then the next car will be leaving the line after that.
All right, the 3947 just patiently waiting for that green flag of AJ Hoover. It's always butterflies in the tummy when you're sitting there waiting for that green flag on qualifying. Especially going up Chocolate Thunder. I mean, it has to be more nerve-wracking this year.
And one thing we should mention to everyone who is out here watching the race is you really got to pay attention. The race course changes every year, but now that we have a whole new qualifying section, we've got a lot of stuff happening. We can see a co-driver walking back down the course. That was probably a strategic decision, probably picked up a few minutes keeping the co-driver from getting back in the car.
Right, exactly. I would have to agree with you on that, because taking that extra time to make sure they're all buckled in and ready to go, it is time consuming. That's something that drivers and co-drivers usually practice too, because it does take time to buckle back in 100%.
So as I was saying before, with changes to the race course and the changes qualifying course, you really need to pay attention to yourself when you're out here. Watch for these orange fences that you see. Stay off the live race course. Stay off the live qualifying course. Make sure that you keep yourself safe and everyone else around you safe.
All right, there goes the 3947 of AJ Hoover. Took the green flag.
Yeah, we're going to see AJ head in. So Pam, since you've never run this course before, what you'll see at the basically this is sort of the start of the first rock section, and there really is only that one really hard obstacle, which is what we're watching him line up to right now. And you'll actually notice another thing about this section, this particular trail is, see how all the side-by-sides are lined up way high here close to the fence? That sand down in there is almost like quicksand. It's very hard to get through. So the sand is also difficult that leads up to this trail.
It's a mini sand dune section right before all the rocks.
And we'll see that in race day when they come down idle issues and they take that right to sometimes go up Chocolate Thunder. I haven't looked at the course map this year to see which way they're going, but you'll see some guys getting that sand, and if they stay low, it's messy. It's messy. You shed a lot of time right there. All right, and we've got another car coming down idle issues right now.
That is the 354 of Chris Johnson getting ready to take the checkered flag of his qualifying loop.
All right, and this is where we saw a mistake earlier, but it looks like he's got the right line. You got to come down and turn left there, and right, you'll see him drive by on your screen. See that little tripod right there? That is the timing shutoff for his qualifying loop right there.
Did you see the little handstand he just did?
I did, yes. Well, you know, Hubert said it. He said some of these drop-offs, you have to commit to them because some of these drop-offs are a lot bigger than you think. All right, we're seeing him leaving the qualifying course. And what's actions up in the rocks? Here we go. This is the section that we've seen everyone is having trouble with. This is not a fun spot to be in a UTV. This is a legit rock trail. You know, we're not messing around out here this year.
Right. Qualifying is going to be a make it or break it kind of day, it looks like.
The question will be, it'll be difficult for us. You know, we've always sort of had that, hey, what's the fast qualifier going to be this year? What number are we going to see broken in power hour? And it's going to be hard to really nail that down this year because we have no baseline to set anything by. All right, so we're going to take a quick break from the action here at Johnson Valley OHV. Just a quick reminder to all of you, if you don't want to lose the action, head over to kingofthehammers.com and become a member, and you will be able to see all the action live from the lake bed all week long.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Hands up!
Welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship Qualifying presented by Progressive. While we were on break, we did have the number 80 of Matthew Jeffrey take the line, the green flag. It looks like he's having a little bit of issues up there. Ian, you can see what's going on up there. He's throwing some dust up. What do you think he's going through his head right now?
Well, I think that's what we were talking about before. As I said before, there are two lines up there in that section. You either can go up to the right around that rock where you kind of got to pivot around, or you can go to the left. And it looks like he just got offline a little bit and he's back down to reset. That left-hand line is doable. It's just, I think it's gotten so dug out. So we've seen everyone go to the right and basically try to use what all of us kind of referred to as the pivot rock to get around. But this is just legit King of the Hammers action that we're watching right now. This is, if you're getting upset during qualifying, then you're going to have a bad day on race day.
That would be true. I think right now it's just basically just figure out how in the world you're going to get up, because right there is where everybody's having issues.
Yeah, we're watching them basically get around that rock, and then some guys unfortunately are just getting a little bit offline. We've seen we've seen someone on their side have the winch out. We've seen someone just literally stuck winch out. We've seen a couple passes in qualifying, which is absolutely unheard of in the past here at King of the Hammers. So it's super good to see this kind of action here from the lake bed in qualifying. And this is, as we said before, a whole new qualifying course.
So iconic video last year for qualifying, Mr. Lauren Healy jumping off the rock of their normal qualifying. Do you think we're going to see anything fancy like that this year? Qualifying from anybody like that?
I don't think we're going to see something fancy coming down the qualifying, but I think what we're going to see is, I think you're going to see the Gomez brothers line up at the bottom here in Chocolate Thunder, and you're going to see, we always call them basically the West Coast Rock Bouncers, and we're going to see those guys come in here and just absolutely tear up Chocolate Thunder on our 4400 qualifying, and that I think is going to be the show to see. The action's going to be right here in right at the base of Chocolate Thunder. As we're watching, here we go. We have another car coming back down through idle issues, which is great. So now we'll have another finisher with a time for you. And shortly we'll be able to get you basically some fast qualifying times and some other times that we can look at. This is exactly what we were talking about before. We're watching him basically back up, line up to get those drop-offs right. That's what we said earlier. We're pretty sure that we might see some action here in idle issues at some point in time. Some of these drop-offs are big. They're just a little bit, you can get a little bit offline, and it can end really, really fast. And
that is the 39.47 of AJ Hoover coming down, getting ready to finish his qualifying lap.
Yeah, so we're watching AJ come down right now. So here he is. We're seeing AJ come down this section, and he's basically going to drop through. And that little tripod that you're going to see on your screen right there, that is the timing counter that's going to get him as he crosses the line. And now we'll have a qualifying time for him shortly.
All right, I am actually going to get the qualifying up here on the computer. We'll see where we're at. It looks like we have Hubert still in the number 1 spot on qualifying. Anthony Youngton is number 2 position at a 4:38.154. Kyle Anderson in the number 96 has a 4:43.485. So we do have 3 times going right now. Has car take the green flag this morning for qualifying.
All right, as I said before, we are here in Johnson Valley OHV for the King of the Hammers race week. Today is all about qualifying for the Can-Am UTV presented by Progressive. Brand new qualifying course this year, up through a small desert loop and then up over the ridge and dropping down through idle issues. Non-stop action so far today. We've seen things that we've never seen in qualifying before. We've seen guys winching on qualifying. We've seen people out basically we've seen a couple passes in qualifying. We've seen a rollover in qualifying. This has been, and we're only in the first hour of actual qualifying, so we've seen a lot of action in a short period of time today. We're seeing somebody call it, looks like they may have just be calling it quits right away on qualifying.
That would be the number 80 of Matthew Jeffrey. I'm not sure what's going on there, but obviously they are saying forget this, or they had an issue up there and just couldn't get up. Now this right here, taken off the line, is the 417 of Mr. Justin Barth. He's usually doing multiple duties in racing in different classes, so I'm not sure if he is this weekend. I haven't looked at that entry list, but Justin Barth just took that green flag. He's a very well-seasoned racer out here.
All right, it looks like we have 3 more cars in this hour of qualifying.
Oh, I thought he was stopped for a second, but it was just a little lull in the camera.
Yeah, we're working our way through here, this rock section. This is where we've seen everyone have trouble today. They have to come up, they have to turn left by that rock, and it is a big rock.
Let's see how Justin works his way through there.
Yeah, the issue that you have right here is basically the body of the car gets into that rock and just grabs it. And then your left rear tire is trying to climb the rock at the same time. And you're basically trying to push your car down that rock, and it gets very, very hard to do. This is where we've seen people basically get out, pull winch cable, winch past the rock. The problem is if you're not set up right, you just can't winch past it.
So let me ask you, because you've been up this, the big rock that's on his driver's side right now, is there a line that goes on the right side?
Well, the problem
is
that happens right there quite often. So what happens is you need to get the car up against that rock, because if you're not up against the rock, you're basically going to do exactly what he did. You get up that hill too high, and then when you start to go left, you actually end up rolling down the hill. There's nothing you can do about it. Gravity takes over and you fall down the hill. And here we have our first rollover of qualifying. Now we've had a rollover in the desert section before. We just left the driver there. Unfortunately, this is a full-on rollover. You can see the recovery crew scrambling into action here to get him turned back over. Every person out there that you see with a vest on is volunteering here in Johnson Valley for King of the Hammers. If you ever want to come out and get front row seats to a race that's like no other race on the planet, sign up to be a volunteer out here at King of the Hammers. You will get unprecedented. All right, the good news is we've got a bunch of cameras filming that, so we have a bunch of angles. Here you can see, look at that. That was just an unfortunate bounce. He came up, the left rear tire hooked, turned him uphill, and it was just, there's nothing you can do about that.
You know what he's doing? He's dancing with the rocks out there, and it did not go so well.
No, you can see that left tire hooks,
yes,
spins him completely around, and then he's coming right down. You can't get the perspective from it, obviously, from these cameras, but you can a little bit when you see the people standing in there. Look at the person that is on what would be the driver's side of the vehicle. The rock that he's trying to climb is 6-7 feet tall. He's in almost an 8-foot deep hole right now.
And that is very, very unfortunate for Mr. Justin Barth, and we're going to wait for recovery on that, and then we'll get our next car off the line.
This is where we'll see, I think we're going to see a couple of the other, when we get our other classes, we get the EMC class, where we have multiple classes again, there's going to be alternate lines around here. I think the UTVs take that right line just because they have to get up around that and get around those rocks. They just don't have the tire size to get up that left-hand side, so they're trying to use that right-hand side. There's a lot of pinch points on that left-hand side, especially for IFS cars. I think the solid axle cars that we see race here later are going to make quick work of this section just by using that pivot rock, because that's kind of what we've always done when we come up here. All right, as we watch the recovery crew make quick work of this recovery here. You can see he is absolutely upside down in that car, in that hole, and that's just unfortunate for him. Just a bad bounce in the rocks, and you can see how it all ends quickly.
And we have an amazing recovery crew out there. You can see we have lots of them on race course. As always, we always have them everywhere, so we try to get everybody back over as quick as possible. And they already have Justin put back on his tires for the most part.
All right, so we're watching the recovery crew make quick work of this. The unfortunate thing right now is he's actually faced the wrong way. So they're going to grab another strap, get on the front of that car, and then they're going to either turn him around and face him downhill to drive out, because I'm pretty sure his qualifying day is done in that car. They want to get him off course before they send the next car up.
We've kind of changed positions here, and I can't see what the next car off the line, but I believe we're going into the next hour of qualifying. So in the first hour today, we had 8 cars take the green flag. Unfortunate, been difficult this morning.
It's been it's been difficult for the drivers. It's been great for those of us watching.
Exactly,
it's been an
I
absolutely
agree.
amazing qualifying session. This is I think just a short prologue to what is going to come for the rest of the week. This is going to be amazing qualifying for everybody who wants to watch this in action, because I think we're going to see non-stop action from Chocolate Thunder every class all week long here as we're watching our second recovery. I guess this is the first big recovery we've had to shut down the course to get the car turned around and face downhill. But we've seen lots of drivers having trouble with that one section, and you can kind of get perspective now as to how big some of those holes are that these guys are trying to drive up when you see people in there with the cars. Like I said before, that's an 8-foot deep hole that he was rolled over in, and now the recovery crew has completely got all right, we're watching them. They have basically a winch on the back side of the car after they got him rolled over, and that winch off the front is they're trying to get him turned back downhill so you can drive out from the rock section.
All right, they have 2 winches. I'm sorry, I was talking to our production there just now, but more than likely coming back down the hill like we saw the last car finishing up the day.
Yeah, hopefully nothing broke in the car after he got bound up in those rocks and flipped around. He just, unfortunately for him, as we saw, that was just a bad bounce. You know, he just got on the throttle to climb that hill, to kick around on that rock, and he just ended up pointing at the sky and ended up upside down. Unfortunately, that can happen in that one section.
Well, you know, the old saying is, you know, when in doubt, throttle out, and this time looked like he was trying to throttle out of what he was in, and it just did not work out for him.
Well, he throttled out right out of qualifying. That's what he did.
That is true.
And it happens. I mean, that's, like I said before, this is not an easy trail to run. This is a legit Hammers trail. Chocolate Thunder is an iconic trail out here on the race course. It's always a great place to see action on race day. It's always a great way. We used to come and see lots of action here every night. Lots of wreck wheelers coming up and tearing up Chocolate Thunder every night. And now I think it's awesome that it's part of qualifying, because this is just going to be action-packed all day long. I'm looking forward to Power Hour. I'm looking forward to seeing the other cars that are going to come in and qualify on this course, because it's going to be a game changer in this race.
Definitely. And you know what? Today we're talking about our Can-Am qualifying over here at Chocolate Thunder, but we also have the gas series, the Great American Short Course.
Why just have one thing happening during the day?
They're over there qualifying.
Yeah,
they're qualifying right now. We actually have Mr. Ronnie Anderson. He is over there qualifying for the Great American Short Course Series right now. He'll be coming back over here to qualify for our Can-Am race, and then he'll be going back over to race later on. It's just a day full of everything here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, and if you want to, get excited watching from home on your live stream, if you see a lull in the action here from UTV qualifying, you go over to GreatAmericanShortCourse.com. You can watch the qualifying there as well.
Yeah, so we have 2 live streams going at the same time today. We have an amazing production crew out here. They are probably one of the hardest working crews out there. I mean, I say that we have the course workers, we have all of our safety crew. There are so many amazing people that put this whole entire production on, that people at home just watching it, they have no idea what it takes, and it's pretty amazing to do what we do out here in the middle of the desert too. Like 20 miles away, I think, is the closest point for internet, and this production crew, they bring in all of this internet for us to be able to do this out here.
Yeah, and you can see our bottom right-hand screen is the Great American Short Course qualifying that Pam was talking about a second ago. Those look like little single-seat side-by-sides as well.
The short course series is awesome. Lee Perfect runs that series, and it's pretty cool to see them out here having their first race of the season of 2023 out here at King of the Hammers. What a place and what a way to start off your series and your whole entire season than out here in Johnson Valley. I mean, it looks
All right,
like
recovery crew hard at work here, getting this this UTV turned around safely, pointed downhill. All right, well, while we wait for this recovery crew to get this car turned around, you can see the drivers back in getting buckled up. We're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. You're watching qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive.
Introducing Nitto's all-new Nomad Grappler crossover terrain. Built for the adventurous types, on-road or off. Nomad Grappler brings with it legendary Nitto toughness, while providing a smooth, forgiving ride for the path less traveled. Stand strong when the pavement ends.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No.
Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
welcome back here at Chocolate Thunder here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying presented by Progressive. I'm Pam Hall here with Ian Johnson. We have had 5 cars go through the qualifying loop out of all of the ones that have qualified this morning.
Well,
so
5 cars finished.
Finish the qualifying loop. Let's thank you for clarifying that.
In an hour.
So let's go through that right now. We have Hubert Rowland in that number 1 spot with a 4:30.714. Anthony Yont in the number 69. He has a 4:38.154. Kyle Anderson in 96 with a 4:43.485. AJ Hoover has an 8-minute 7-second .216. He is in that 4th position. And then Chris Johnson in that 5th position right now at a 9:17.938. Now there are multiple classes that qualified, but that is the overall, and that's how they will be starting the race on race day.
Yeah, it's a big change from what we've seen in the past on qualifying, where we'd see, those 2-minute mark, 2 minute, sub 2 minutes during power hour. But this year it's completely different as we're watching.
Trying to see who that is that just took that green flag.
You can see when they leave the line, it's immediately into the rocks here. So that's the 1420 of William Martin, I believe.
I believe that is.
And
who
that,
it
look
is.
at him.
Yes,
He's made there's no trouble there in that rock section whatsoever. And that is where everyone has been having trouble. But you know what?
He doesn't have a spare.
He was pre-running out here at 6:30 in the morning. I watched him run this course 5 times.
I was gonna say he did it multiple times.
Yeah, he went pre-ran it. And so we've seen him come in, but now he's out of that and he's headed off into that rock section, or rather into that desert loop.
And I believe that just took the green flag was Casey Peoples in that 11:28. So we have Casey Peoples on the green flag right now. We are in our second hour of our qualifying for today.
And I think a lot of these are the turbo cars. So this could be a good question is it power? Does the power of that turbo make a huge difference for these cars?
Definitely.
In that rock section, because but I honestly think that was, watching him leave the line, that was all preparation.
I'm trying to get the numbers for us here, Ian, so I know exactly who's taken off the line. That was the 225 that just took the green flag of Brandon Anderson.
All right, now we'll watch Brandon head into this rock section here in Chocolate Thunder. As we've talked about before, this is the section where everyone was having difficulties, and here we're watching the 1420 making fast pace on that desert loop. I think Hubert's about to be unseated, and no, it looks like it's the same problem getting up into this rock section. It seems that the guys who've come out here, done their homework and pre-run, have picked their line and they know where they're going to go.
Pre-running is key. For the most part.
Well, we said it already. We've said it multiple times today, and it obviously has shown up right now with that 1420 of William Martin.
Yep.
We sat here this morning, and I watched him run this loop 5 times. I was just trying to warm up my feet, and so I was out there walking around the sand, and he was just hot lapping this qualifying course, which is an incredibly smart way to do it. He knew that he was going to be running it today, and it obviously paid off for him.
Well, you know, Hubert has that #1 spot right now, but it'll be interesting to see if William Martin does take that #1 spot from him. But William Martin is in a stock turbo where Hubert is in a sportsman stock.
Sportsman stock, yeah.
So you're right on that, though. We'll see if the turbo makes a huge difference or not.
And Brandon Anderson is up in that rock section right now. This is where we've seen everyone have difficulties right off the line here. Oh, it looks like look at this. We're going to have a new fast qualifier.
Hubert.
There is no question right now. We're watching him come down, but how fast will he make it through this section? We've been watching this part, these cars coming through idle issues. There are a lot of big drop-offs. You have to be lined up perfectly for these drop-offs. We're watching him come down. He is quickly making work of this rock section. He has one left-hand turn, and then he is out the bottom. Excellent qualifying time for him. This will be fast.
I think he's going to be in the 3-minute mark. I really think he'll be in that 3-minute mark. Let's do some refreshing. You guys at home, again, if you want to see this, it is a live where you can watch it at live.ultra4racing.com. All right, William Martin has just taken the lead on this qualifying from Hubert with a 3:21.485. So he is at that #1 position.
All right, as we're watching that car come down through, we are seeing action on top. This is the most action that we've ever seen in qualifying here in Johnsonville. All right, Pam was right. That was a 3:21. That is our new fast qualifier. So we are seeing some blistering times now here in qualifying, even though we've seen guys have incredible hard times with the rock section. All right, so we are out here watching that car number 225 of Brandon Anderson having difficulty in that rock section. And this is where we've seen lots of people get hung up out here on this qualifying course, as we're watching another finisher coming through down idle issues right now. I cannot see the number on that car. I'm working on getting it for you guys. That is Casey Peoples, I believe, 11:28. That'll be another fast finisher. We saw Hubert holding that number 1 spot for a while, but unfortunately he was quickly unseated as soon as William Martin hit the trail. And we are now seeing some fast qualifiers come through here, but I believe we still have a little bit of a trail plug action going up in the rock section right now.
I think the turbos are making a big difference here, Ian. I mean, obviously we got William Martin in that number 1 spot and a 3:21.45. That's pretty darn cool with that number right there. Now he's the one to beat, and everyone's going to be chasing his time.
Yeah, that kind of gives us a good ballpark. You know, we've always sort of said, you know, when we've watched qualifying before, we'd watch the fast UTVs and then see how they compared to some of the bigger cars. I think we may even see some of those 4400 cars later this week come through and knock out some, there might even be a sub 2 minute time if we see someone turn it on in this rock section. But right now we are watching Brandon Anderson in that rock section, and this will be another time we've seen someone pull winch cable out here during qualifying. These are the first time that we've ever seen this happen in Johnson Valley at any type of qualifying. We've seen people pull winch cable. This is absolutely amazing, and it's a great sort of introduction to what we're going to be seeing on race day for a lot of these guys. All right, so we see Brandon pull that winch line out. There is a winch anchor out there. That pivot rock is a very difficult section to get through, but basically hook up that winch anchor, got to get back, engage the disengage the free spool so that they can actually pull the winch through. But this is a very difficult winch section because what you're basically trying to do is that left rear tire is behind a rock, and you're trying to climb up the rock and pull the vehicle around. Now, some of the bigger cars, the more powerful winch, it's not a huge deal. But these UTVs, the winches, they're a lot smaller. That's like a 2,000, maybe 2,500 pound winch. And you can see you basically have to drag the body of that car around that rock. It's very difficult to do. That left rear tire trying to climb, that's what it has to do. And it looks like he's gonna get up through there. Brandon is gonna come up through that section. And then the next question will be, we've seen one person do this. Does the co-driver get back in, or does he just run the rest of the race with no co-dog?
I mean, after they get past this, they really don't need the co-driver in there with them.
You would hope.
You would hope. That is true. Oh, but then we did see the car number 1000 earlier need his co-driver.
I think at this point, I think the smart move would be leave the co-driver out of the car, get back in there, and try to click off a fast qualifying time. I think we're going to see a lot of cars basically packed up at the back of the pack that we didn't expect to see there just because they'd have bad luck in that one rock section.
So we have William Martin in that number 1 spot overall, but he's also in the number 1 spot for the Can-Am Pro Stock UTV class. Hubert Rowland is in number 1 in his class as well with the Sportsman Stock class. So they're first place in their own classes, but 1 and 2 overall.
Yeah, we have many different classes racing here in the UTV class here at King of the Hammers, but they will leave the line based on how they qualify here today.
All right, great shot right there of the 225 getting through that rock section of Brandon Anderson.
Yeah, he's made it through Chocolate Thunder. He's out into this one little sort of like desert loop that they have to run, and then they come around. And we've seen one blistering fast time today from William Martin of that 321. I think that this qualifying course 100% boils down to who gets through the rocks fast.
Exactly. I would 100% agree with you on that. I can't believe all the action that we've had out here today. All right, so just now taking the green flag is Byron Starrett in the 9004. heading up to that rock section.
One important thing to notice is you saw we were watching Brandon come up through that section of trail that you see the dust come off the tires, and that is because that is a long, slow, silty climb, and it is hard, and it slows the cars down. And you can see, whereas when you see him here working through this section, there's not as much dust coming off the tires. You need a lot of horsepower to get up to that section, which is where I also think we're seeing a lot of the turbo cars showing off. As we're watching our in-screen, quick work of the rock section, got a little bit offline there, having it back up though.
You know, there's a little bit of horsepower is definitely getting them up the rocks just a little bit easier.
Yeah, this is the one section where we see it, but he's in and out very quick, and the next car leaves the line, which is great.
The next one, that would be Tristan Leon Gonzalez in the number 577 that just took the green flag.
All right, so we'll see Tristan head into the rock section. We can see Race Hops out here is trying to hustle these cars through. They know once they get through that rock section, there really shouldn't be any problems for them for the rest of this qualifying course. And we may even see a few more passes out here, which would be absolutely amazing. All right, so you can see in the big screen here, we can see him coming down. You basically come back down into the valley floor on our picture-in-picture. That's that long, silty climb that we just watched a few seconds ago with Brandon come up. And this is Brandon on the top. You can see if you don't know this qualifying course, you get to the top of that mountain, there's a bunch of different roads you can go down. You better know where to go and when to get there. And then you get into some of these drop-offs. This section really shouldn't be that difficult for him. He should be able to get through it pretty good. Then he'll drop back down, come across that sandy wash at the bottom, come back up the hill, and we'll see him drop into idle issues, and then come across the finish line.
Great day so far. I'm loving it out here. I'm loving the sunshine and the light breeze that we have going on.
Yeah, it's so far it's working out to be a great day here in Hammertown. Even though we're not in Hammertown, we are actually out here at Chocolate Thunder calling this qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive live from out here way in the middle of nowhere. We went to the middle of nowhere and then added a couple other miles to it just for fun.
I mean, the production crew to get these Jumbotrons out here, get all this internet over here at Chocolate Thunder has been awesome. So just now taking the green flag is the 2377 of Luis Leon Gonzalez. I'm not sure if it's a brother or a son to Tristan Leon Gonzalez that's on race course right now, but they are both out on race course on the qualifying loop.
All right, we're watching Brandon here. He's working his way through this qualifying course.
Trying to keep us honest on the numbers and the cars going through here.
You can see the section that they have to be in there as he comes through that. He basically has to come through that sandy section right there, and then we should see him shortly pop up over the top. That should be, and there he is right there. I can now see him from the booth. He's coming back down through. He's got to make that right turn into idle issues. He'll come back into the rocks, and this is where we expect to see a little bit of action today as it gets more and more dark. And look at this. We now have a qualifier right behind Brandon. This is going to be exciting. We may see a rock pass here in qualifying, which will be absolutely amazing to see.
That would be insane. I don't even know where you would do the rock pass that, but look at him trying right now super hard to get around him.
Look at this. This is awesome. We've got two different vehicles. We have, looks like we have a Razor in the front. Looks like a Can-Am UTV right behind him. And it looks like he's pushing him. And that's what you don't want when you got someone behind you, because he knows he's back there. But I don't think we're going to see a pass, but we're definitely going to see number 225 coming across.
That is Brandon Anderson, and then we have the 9004 right behind him of Byron Starrett.
And Byron is, they crossed the line, but he still doesn't have a problem pushing him down that hill.
Oh, and there's that big rock right there, but they have gone through that timing loop.
They have gone through the timing loop, but I think he's just giving him a little taste of what he's going to see on race day.
It's a little love tap. He just helped him down the hill just a little bit faster.
He's just letting him know that on race day, you better get out of my way because I'm going to hit you a little harder.
That was pretty cool seeing a pass going almost, well, not a pass, but they were trying to pass going down the hill.
We've said this many times today, and I think we're going to be saying it for the next 3 days. This qualifying for this year's Nitto King of the Hammers race week for all the classes is definitely going to be action-packed.
I think so, too. I mean, this is just a taste of it. Wait till the cars with the bigger tires get out there. All the other classes, it's going to be awesome.
It'll be interesting to see when we get the Everyman Challenge cars in here, because I think that's another class where we may see some passing going on, because some of those cars, they're all fast in the rocks, but some of them are definitely faster in those desert sections when they come out through that desert loop. And we're seeing another qualifying finisher coming through here. Just came out the top, going to drop into idle issues as we're seeing that from the booth. There you go. Now you can see it at home.
That is Tristan Leon Gonzalez, the number 577, coming down. And their teammate, I don't know if it's a brother or what, like I said, but the 2377, they were stuck for a moment, and you can still see on the bottom right-hand screen, still stuck trying to get up Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, that rock section, as we've said before, is sort of the equalizer in all of this. We've seen a couple guys come out and do their homework, pre-ran this morning. We saw Hubert come out. He said he didn't pre-run it, but he pre-ran it a couple days ago and knew that the big rocks weren't going to move, and that was all he was worried about. And he put down a fast time. But our William Martin, our fast qualifier right now, I watched him hot lap this qualifying course this morning at least 5 times, getting ready for his qualifying run today, and it obviously paid off for him.
All right, we do have a little bit of a change up in the qualifying overall. We do have Byron Starlett has taken that second position from Hubert Rowland. So we have William Martin in that number 1 spot, Byron Starrett in number 2, Hubert Rowland 3rd, Anthony Yant 4th, and Kyle Anderson 5th position right now.
I just can't call him Hubert unless I call him Nitro Redneck. That's just how that works. All right, so we have another car as we watch a car clear the rocks of 2377. We got David Zerda, or Z. I'm just going to say Zeta for now.
Or we could call him Didi.
I'm just going to call him David. Good job,
David, the 4979.
He set it up into that rock section right there, and this is where we see everyone kind of get hung up. We'll see how quickly he makes good work of it. Looks like he's got to back up and get reset. We're watching David in that rock section. Looks like he's doing very, very well. Coming up around and hucked that left. Oh, looks like he took a little bad bounce, got hung up, but he's going to back up, reset. Might be able to punch through right here, which it looks like he has. Good job. That was quick work of that rock section for David as well.
All right, now taking the line. That is the 310 of Ben Cahill.
Ben Cahill leaving the line.
Look at the little dust trail going on behind.
Yeah, that's that silty, sandy wash that we're talking about. When you see that white sort of sand kick up, that's not sand, that's silt. That's hard to get through.
It's hard to get out of the car too. Yep. It's everywhere. It's like beach sand.
It's talcum powder through the entire car. Okay, looks like we have more action. Lots of cars leaving the line quickly here as we're seeing this group of drivers make quick work of the rock section right now.
Yeah, the pace has picked up out here. So far, so good. We'll see here in just a minute. Mr. Jason Weller will be taking the green flag. We're moving on into the next hour here of qualifying out here for the Can-Am UTV Championship qualifying presented by Progressive Insurance.
As you can see right here, we're watching the 2377.
All right, that's the 4979 of David that was on the screen there for just quite a moment on the right-hand side.
We see some some action in the rocks
Oh,
as
we're
well.
gonna-
Looks like we're going to see some car-to-car action coming back through this one little sand wash. I don't know if we're going to be able to see a pass go on before. We're going to get to see this right from our booth here.
Yes, we
They're
will.
about to pop up over the top.
And
the
that-
question is, the problem is this is a really tight single track section through the rocks here. I don't know if we'll see a pass right here.
And that is Luis Leon Gonzalez, who earlier Tristan Gonzalez had somebody right on his tail when they were coming down the same mountain. They must be teammates, brothers. I'm not sure. I'll have to go talk to them at some point. But yeah, look at that. He's trying to take a right-hand lane.
Oh, look at this. We got an alternative line through there, and the problem is it doesn't set him up well for the next drop. But this is some aggressive driving we got going on right here. This is amazing. We just had a pass in qualify. I love this. So that is the 49.79
of David
Zita. But that was amazing. We saw him make quick work, choose a completely alternative line, and come through that section and pass, doing excellent work, because those are not easy drop-offs to come through. That was some amazing driving to see that pass happen in qualifying. This is amazing to see here in Johnson Valley. We've not seen this before, passing during qualifying.
That was an amazing job by Lewis as well. That was true sportsmanship showing. He got stuck in the rocks earlier going up Chocolate Thunder. I believe that was a great strategy by him to let him by as well. All right, taking that green flag, that is Mr. Jason Weller himself in the number 48.
Yeah, I think that was a smart move just to let him go by, because he was pushing so hard. You don't want him tangled up with you if something bad happens and blocking the whole course.
And he knew he was already out of contingency anyways. He already had issues, so that was an awesome job by him.
All right, and we're watching another car come down through idle issues right now.
That is Ben Cahill.
Yeah,
and a Can-Am as well.
Yeah, Ben coming through. Looks like he's trying that same line that we just saw go on where we saw the pass happen.
You can see the co-drivers in there doing the hand signals.
Yeah, that's a pretty sketchy line right there, because it is a little bit of a drop-off right there. And you can get lined up incorrectly for the next section. It almost looks like, I think I just saw something fall off his car.
Hopefully not. They're kind of at a weird angle right now.
The problem is you kind of want to come forward and then hang a left. But look at that right rear tire. There's something on the ground right there. I don't know what it is, but I don't know if that was just some trail marker that maybe they carried in there. It looked like something is definitely not going well for him with this lineup.
Taking it a little bit easy right there for sure.
Well, you're off camber to the left, and then you're turning to the left, and it's never fun to be turning downhill the way you're going. Looks like they're going to back up, maybe try. Co-driver's getting out just to get an idea of what's happening. You can see him. He's basically going to spot him down through. This is not what we've seen. Oh, so because he took that left line, I think the smart move is to basically stay where that co-driver is and stay on that left-hand side and do the drop-off. That is a little bit more aggressive, but it's definitely doable if you have it lined up right.
All right, I have to interrupt you for a second. I was watching the action on the race course, but David Zita took the number 2 spot with the 4:15.312.
Good for him. Excellent job. And then we're seeing, yes, I was right. Something did come off their car. Probably just a little piece of plastic came off there. But
it does
left
look
the co-driver behind, left him out there, which is fine. Yes, you can see it looks like they've lost the entire panel on that side of the car.
All right, taking the green flag just now is the 725 of Mr. Chris May, going up Chocolate Thunder right now.
Stuff that these are things that we've never seen before here in qualifying at the Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries Race Week. We've seen passes in qualifying, winching in qualifying, spotting in qualifying with drivers getting out. And here we're seeing more action. Right now, we're going to see the exact same thing play out. Again, we're seeing 2 cars about to pop up over the top of that ridge. That is the 49.97 of Michael Adams, and he is right on the tail, but I can't see whose car he's following up that sand wash. But we're going to see them pop over the ridge pretty soon. They basically have to drop down and do one more section of what we'd call high-speed desert, and then they're going to come up into there. They go. There's the first car. We should see a car right behind him.
All right, that is the 48 of Jason Weller.
So that's Jason Weller, and right behind him is Michael Adams. Or it looks like Jason may have put some space between him And
there
we
he is
go.
right
Now
there.
he's coming up over the top. We're seeing that car right behind him, but it's not close enough to put pressure on in this rock section.
What a great peak to come over. You have to know you have to make a little tiny bit of a left right there, but it's pretty awesome. All right, the 4465 just now took the green flag of Garrett Martin.
All right, so that's car number 48. You can see that when they come off that last little ledge right there, that's where the timing stops. If you're watching from home, you'll get a glimpse of a little tripod that sometimes the camera picks up. That is the timing loop that they're tripping when they're coming through. So they break the timing marks when they leave the line, and then when they come back through this back section, we'll see them break that timing loop again, basically click off their time and pans, but keeping everybody honest here with our unofficial, we have to say that.
Yes, unofficial.
Miles gets mad at us. Unofficial timing. But there we go. Now we have 49.97 has come down through the timing loop as well.
All right, we have 2 people that are in that 3-minute mark, and my screen is updating right now, but we have William Martin in that number 1 position still with the 3:21.45. Jason Weller has now just stolen that number 2 position from David Zita with a 3:45.133. So I think that the more we get these turbo cars through, the faster times we're going to see.
You know, and don't forget this afternoon we have Power Hour coming up. So during Power Hour are what we like to call the heroes of the sport. You know, everyone that you want to see the action, and we're going to see some fast times. The question will be, do we see a sub 2 minute, or rather I should say a 2-minute time? I don't know if there's a minute to be made up on that course. We may see some 2:30s, 2:40s. Some of these guys are making quick work of this rock section, but that seems to be where everyone needs to make up time if it's going to happen.
All right, the number 529 of Cody Willenborg, he is going up Chocolate Thunder right now. He took the green flag.
Are watching Cody right now on that screen. You can see him working his way through the rocks up to that section where we're seeing everybody have trouble, while at the same time here comes 725 down idle issues.
All right, the 9247 of Billy Slade just now took the green flag. We are just ticking them off now, super fast.
725 Chris May coming off qualifying course right now with a fast time. Very, very good time for him, I'm sure. We'll get those timing marks up and we'll know where he is, where he stands on the leaderboard.
We were talking that they were not using their co-drivers in qualifying, or they were earlier. You know, what was the benefit to it? And Chris May, I know he has a co-driver that will be with him on race day, but he just did his qualifying loop without a co-driver.
Yeah, I think it all boils down to personal preference. I really want to know. We used to see guys, there was no need for a co-driver when we used to do qualifying, but obviously we've seen so far today that co-driver can become essential in that first section of rocks. As we're watching another car come over the hill, drop down into idle issues.
Looks like that is Parker Gill. I missed him going off the line, so the 333 of Parker Hill.
And he's got a little bit of pressure coming in right behind him, coming in fast in that Can-Am. We may see a pass right here, or at least, it looks like Parker, he's taking some high rocks there.
He's trying to get around him. Now Chris May has taken over the number 2 position from Jason Weller. He's at a 3:41.337. And look he had to stop there just for a minute.
Well, I think he felt the pressure, but at the end of the day, there's nowhere for him to go. So I think the best thing here would be just to bird dog him a little bit and let him get out of there. So that is the 441.
Yeah, Robert Libel coming through with his Can-Am. All right, let's see. These times are going quick.
Oh, and then we have another looks like another Can-Am possibly is dropped into idle issues. One thing I have noticed, looks like these Can-Ams are definitely faster on this downhill section. I think they have a little bit of wheelbase advantage coming through this section. They also sit a little bit lower than some of the other UTVs out there, so I think they have a center of gravity benefit as well as we watch them come down. They're definitely making fast work of it. That is Russian Yankovic about to leave the line.
Ruslan Yankovic. I don't know how to pronounce his last name.
I'm going with Yankovic.
He is a 14-year-old kid.
Really? Good for him.
Yes, he is.
All right, so this is car 4465.
That is Garrett Martin.
Garrett Martin coming down through idle issues, and he's leaving our qualifying course. Right behind him is, just trying to get a number on that car, hard to see from the booth here.
I like it when it's on the top because when they're coming down those steep hills, we can see it. That is the 529. 529 of Cody Willenborg.
All right, Cody coming out of there. We're going to see some updates on our tracker as well, or not our tracker, I should say, of our leaderboard. We'll get an idea of who's holding on to what. We have so far we have a fast qualifying time, unofficial, William Martin, 3:21.
3:21.485. Chris May in that number 2 position at a 3:41.337. We have Cody Willenborg just actually took over the number 2 spot from Chris May with a 3:26.315. So that puts Chris May in that 3rd position. Jason Weller in 4th. David Zeta 5th. Byron Starrett at 6th. Hubert Rowland in the 7th position. Parker Gate 8th. Anthony Gimple 9th. Kyle Anderson 10th. Presley Gonzalez 11th. Case 12th. Ben Cahill is in 13th. 14th position is Michael Adams, and then AJ Hoover. We've got lots of cars coming through here. We have 102 cars that'll be taking the green flag in qualifying today.
Yeah, we just watched Adam Fitza making quick work of her problem, and it looks like, I don't know if this is Adam dropping into idle issues right now, but I don't believe it is. All right, as we see all the action coming to you live from Johnson Valley OHV for the qualifying of the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive. We're going to take a quick break from the action. Don't forget, if you don't want to miss any of the action, head on over to kingofthehammers.com and become a member, and you won't miss any of the action live from the lake.
There's only one place to go to do your rig right, and that's at 4 Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your Jeep at 4WP.
All right, welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying presented by Progressive. First and foremost, I got to give a huge shout out to our celebrity flagger this morning waving that green flag. It is his birthday. His name is Steven. He is in charge of all of the fencing that has been put up around all of the whole entire Johnson Valley. So it's his birthday today and we wanted to give him a shout out. But I have to tell you too, Ian, while we were at break, we have a new person that took the number 1 spot at a 2:49.481, the 4:41 of Robert Leibel.
That is an incredibly fast qualifying time considering the vehicle that's sitting right behind him is William Martin with a 3:21. So as we've said before in the past, we've always kind of used UTV qualifiers as a baseline to see what we would see later in the week with the 4,400 cars. I think there is a chance that we're going to see some 4,400 cars come in here right at that 2-minute mark.
Yes, it's going to be an amazing. I always like to put a bet. So Miles and I usually bet on well, he's always usually right on, so I always lose. But
I don't bet with Miles on that kind of stuff. He always wins.
he's really, really good at it. But taking the green flag just now is the 10:03 of Aaron Clark out there on his qualifying loop, and you can see he's kind of hung up a little bit, but we'll see if he can power through it. And then we have the 9:32 on screen.
Yeah, that's out in her problem. That's not a very difficult rock trail. We've seen people make super fast work of that so far, but it looks like he got a little bit out of line there. Looks like he took a little bad bounce there, and so he's coming through. Now that's the bottom of her problem, and you'll see he took it right there. That's the basically little sandy wash that comes through. They've got to basically do two little up and down sections where you come through here. These little rock trails we're watching right now, and where you see those cars parked, that's one ridge over from us.
All right, so I have to tell everybody at home, when you are watching the live timing, because you can go on the live timing at live.ultra4racing.com and see all these live scores. If you see a number with a red square on there, they are in our rookie program. So there's a whole rookie class out here if you guys have been following that on social media. So we actually have a rookie right now in the #1 position in qualifying with that 2:49.481.
That is excellent. Excellent for them. Good job. Come out here, show up for the rookie class, and come out and lay down our
fastest
not
time
just
of the day.
not just kind of fast, like legit fast, coming through there at a 2:49 with the closest vehicle to them being a 3:21. That is amazing.
And then he is in that Can-Am Open UTV class, so that's pretty darn cool right there.
Yeah, and as we're watching in the big screen, we see our car coming over that ridge. That's what we're talking about before. They're basically going to come up over that ridge. They're going to huck a right into idle issues. We've seen two different lines of people come through here.
All right, we're going to have a guest come in here in the booth for just a moment right now, and it is our #1 qualifier unofficially right now, Robert Liebel. You are in the rookie class,
yes,
and you
ma'am,
just laid down the fastest time of 2:49.481 over all of everybody right now. That is a heck of a time out there.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with it. It was very difficult. It's a good qualifying course for sure. It's our first time out here. We're used to playing in the rocks, but not racing in them for sure.
So did you come out here and were you pre-running this multiple times, or did you just?
I've hit this loop probably 30, 40 times.
That's awesome. So you knew the line that you wanted to take. Now you're in the open class, so what are you running?
So I'm running a Can-Am X3. The reason we're in open is because our chassis is stretched 6 inches. S3 built the chassis for us. They did a phenomenal job. The car's also on bump stops. We've got some nice shock tuning from George at Double E Racing. Car's awesome. I'm happy with it. It's performed well. Haven't had a whole lot of seat time in it. I feel like we could have. We've been wearing out the pre-runner for sure, but I feel like we could have shaved probably 5 seconds off that time if we got caught behind the Polaris coming down the hill, and we could have rolled down that thing so fast. But we were shooting for top 15, top 10.
Well,
we'll see how that
that's
pans
a good
out.
way to shoot for it. I mean, there's a lot of cars that still have to go off the green flag today. We have 102 total that should be taking the green flag for qualifying, but to be on that #1 spot right now, you're gonna have a lot of people gunning for the back of your car.
I know.
Yeah, that's awesome though. And the rookie program, how do you feel about that? It's an amazing program that we have.
It's awesome to be a part of that. It's awesome that they're doing that. I feel like it's going to do nothing but grow the sport and bring more attention here, and more national.
Yeah.
And that's where it needs to go.
What I've heard from a lot of the seasoned racers that have been out here for many, many years, they all wish they would have had done that payment.
Absolutely.
Well, congratulations on that #1 spot right now. Of course, it's all going to change. Hopefully you keep it, but to see that red square on that #1 spot is pretty amazing. So congratulations.
Awesome. Alrighty, thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
thank
guys.
you.
Oh, is that it?
All right, so we are here right now. We have some cars on course. There was a pass just now going on. What an amazing program that is going on with the rookie class, and then we have one on the top qualifier. Pretty awesome to see that. Robert Liebel, and it's going to be a long day of qualifying with a lot of big names still to go, but to be a rookie and on top of the box right now is pretty amazing. Looks like we are waiting for some more cars to line up over here. All right, on screen right there is the 375. Of Josh Owen. You can see the Sandy Watch. She should be peeking over the mountain right now, coming into the finish of the qualifying loop.
Well, actually, he's got to drop down one more section. You see, it tricks you because you see the tow truck there, but they got to come up over. There's one up, one down, then they'll come across this last little sandy section here. Then they come back up. Then we get to see them come across the crest, and they're going to drop into idle issues. And I believe that'll be our last car for this session of qualifying.
See, and that's why you're in here with me, because you've ran this. I haven't run it.
I've been up and down this many, many times. many times in many, many cars.
So I was talking to Robert. He said he ran this about 30, 40 times, and it really paid off.
I think that we've seen that today. We've seen the people who've come in to qualify. It's been a huge difference maker in this section of the race course. And it looks like we actually have 2 cars coming into this section.
And that's Bernd Schaefer right there in the 2812.
And dropping down at the bottom is the 375.
So we have the 375 of Josh Owen dropping down the timing loop right now. And the next car that should be coming down here, let's see, that number is 1003, so that would be Aaron Clark. Look at this, we have 3 cars coming down super close together. That's pretty awesome to see. And he's just bouncing and
he is making
down.
Quick work of that qualifying section. You can see that car sitting very low. If I had to guess, I would say it almost looks like that also might be another one of our open UTVs with a little bit stretched wheelbase.
Look at that.
Because you can make quick work. He's just going to push him through that timing loop.
So Aaron Clark had a little bit of issues earlier, and then we have the 2812 right there of Bernd Schaefer that was wanting to get through a little bit faster but wasn't able to.
Well, I think he maybe pushed him through that finishing timing clock to get himself through pretty quick. So it'll be interesting to see what time we come up with for him right there. And that might be our last car on course.
And you're right, he is in the open class because you said his car looked like it was a little bit stretched, and it definitely was. So let's just do a little bit of rundown. Let's go through our top 10 right now of our qualifying.
Top 10 completely unofficial qualifiers right now as we have them. Take it away, Pam.
All right, we have in that number 1 spot in the open class, Robert Libble. Then we have the number 2, William Martin. Number 3, Cody Willenborg. In 4th position, Bernd Schaefer, who we just saw go through the line. 5th position, Mr. Chris May. 6th, Jason Weller. 7th, John Carnival. And then we have 8th position, Josh Owen. In 9th, David Zita. And 10th position, Byron Starrett. That is our top 10 unofficial qualifiers as of today for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
I think the big story is the time that we have in the qualifier, because look at that. So our fast qualifier number 1 is sitting at 2:49. What's 10 sitting at right now? So 10 is at a
4:29.16.
4:29. So we're talking like 1 minute 40-second difference between 1 and 10. And it's just amazing that much time was spread over those 10 cars. So the question would be, where was the time lost? My gut tells me all that time was lost in those rock sections.
All right, we have had 29 cars take a green flag this morning for qualifying so far. And it looks like right now we have a little bit of time between our next class because we do have so many cars that come up for our certain hours. So we have an 11 o'clock hour that we are waiting to get over here and line up.
All right, so while we take a quick break from the action, we're not leaving the lake bed. We have a complete highlight section from all of our qualifiers that have qualified so far. So make sure you come back here at 11. We're going to see our next batch of qualifying cars. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some of the action that we've seen so far today from the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive, all part of the Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima's King of the Hammers Race Week. All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley OHV. We are here in Hammertown for the 2023 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive. We have seen lots of action today. I'm here in the booth with Mrs. Pam Hall. I still call you that. I just can't stop.
That's okay.
So with Pam Hall, we're watching so right now we have a car that had just left the line right before you guys joined us. Unfortunately, we can see they are stuck in the rocks like we've seen so many people today.
I think what happened is he actually flopped. So that is the number 428 of Greg Torney. Took that green flag first off for this hour of qualifying. So we are right now stalled for just a moment while they recover him, and then we will get back to action. Our next car off the line is patiently waiting, the number 809 of Dean Leal. So our safety recovery crew out there doing an amazing job doing what they're here to do. And it's awesome to look around outside, and it's up to all you guys fans to give us a huge shout out that are out there watching this. Are you guys excited for this? Let's hear it. Yeah.
Oh, I can hear them screaming. So for those of you who are just joining us here from home while we broadcast live from Johnson Valley, qualifying this year a little bit different. We're basically qualifying up Chocolate Thunder. They're going around through a little bit of a desert loop, and then I think they're going down Her Problem as well. And then they come across two little sand washes, and then finally up over the ridge, drop down through idle issues where they trip the timing beams. We've seen a fast time.
We have.
2 minutes, I believe it's 2:40 something.
Actually, I need to bring my computer back up.
2 minutes and 40 some odd seconds, I believe, is our fast time. Before that, we saw average times in the mid 3s to 4s. Everyone seems to be struggling in this UTV class in this first section, the rocks, and that is because this is a legit Hammers rock trail. This is Chocolate Thunder. This is a trail that anyone, even people who haven't come out here and gone four-wheeling, they've heard of Chocolate Thunder, partly because of the name, partly because it's just an awesome rock trail to come out here and have fun on.
Well, you know, and if you look at it this way, and I've heard other people saying this, if you can't make it up this in qualifying, you're not going to make it up in the race. So,
well, I think it's truly a good sort of like glimpse as to what you're going to see in the race. You're going to be going up serious rock trails. You're going to be going down serious rock trails. The cool thing is because of the way that qualifying is structured this year, we've seen some things that we've never seen before in qualifying. We saw co-drivers out pulling winch cable. We saw vehicles being recovered from a rollover. We've seen passes in both the desert section and in the rocks. These are things we've never seen before from here at any qualifying ever in the history of any race for King of the Hammers Race Week.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see that going on during qualifying. And we were talking earlier, you know, as you were saying, you know, they're seeing something different. We've never done it over here. They're used to running the normal qualifying loop down over by the short course in the middle of Hammertown. And so we were, you know, discussing, do you think we're going to see any fancy moves by anybody like we saw from Lauren Healy last year that broke the internet when he jumped off of that rock, which was awesome. But it's going to be amazing to see who is going to have the show this year qualifying over here at Chocolate Thunder.
I think the best part about who's going to show out here during qualifying is the fact that because we're at Chocolate Thunder, because you can basically leave Hammertown, you can, if you flew in for this race and you're in Hammertown, your rental car can make it to the base of Chocolate Thunder. Trust me. And if not, there's a few vehicles that could probably pull you out if you got stuck. But you can get up here right up against the fence and see the action. And there you go. There's a perfect example. All these people, that's exactly what they did. They've made the trek up here to Chocolate Thunder. It's not that far. It's maybe like a half mile from Hammertown. And this is where the action is going to be for the next 3 days, because this rock trail section is the hard part of this qualifying course.
It is, and it's super cool to see all the fans up there. I mean, it's not easy getting up to trek to be in the spectator areas to watch this qualifying out here on Chocolate Thunder. And I have to bring up something. So a couple of years ago, my favorite thing to ever watch here at Chocolate Thunder was when they did the King of Motos night start right here, the Land Rush. I'm sure you were here for that. But how awesome was it then to see like 100 plus bikes going up in the dark up Chocolate Thunder. And now here we are in our, our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship class, qualifying up Chocolate Thunder. Dave Cole does not want this to be, it's not a cakewalk racing out here. He wants it to be, tough. He wants it to be, your work cut out for you racing. And this year definitely is proving it by changing qualifying over here. He puts on such an amazing event. This race course is awesome. It's so much fun. The desert loop that they've been racing, actually got out on race course and helped with that marking, and it was so much fun. It made me want to have my race car here, or my son's race car, I should say.
Well, this is legitimately turned into now 2 weeks of racing. You know, last weekend we had the motos out here racing. Then we had a couple days off, let the desert rest, let everyone relax, go get a shower, and then it was right into the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy, where we saw legit desert racing trucks. And this, a lot of the people I've talked to, they've said this is the best race they've done stateside in a long time. They loved the desert loop. They loved the course they put together. Watching those cars come over what I think is now affectionately known as Baldwin Hill was absolutely amazing, and it's super cool to see those guys come out, embrace the King of the Hammers lifestyle. For those of us who've been coming out here for, gosh, I don't even want to say how many years it is now. I was out here racing in 2009. Out here before that, I think it was 2005, 2006, just hanging out, watching the action. This is cool to see so many people now make this part of their annual event to come out here, participate in this race. We said it earlier, 1,000 teams.
I know. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing. The largest entry ever out here. It's so cool to see this event growing, getting bigger and bigger every year. This year being the largest. Another thing, too, they brought out the Terra crew who raced out here on Saturday, and then also the Class 11s did that prologue loop that we've been on.
I'm a Volkswagen guy at heart. Still got my first car, 74 Volkswagen Beetle. It's still at home in the garage. Still have it. Love Volkswagens. Got a thing on the table right now, long travel sand car that we're working on. So I'm a Volkswagen guy at heart. I love seeing those Class 11s come up and tear out. And even though we're out here watching this race, the qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive in Hammertown, there's a whole other set of qualifying going on.
There's a whole other set of qualifying. It is, we call it the Gas Series. It's the Great American Short Course. This is their first race of the season of 2023. So they're over there qualifying. They will be racing all day long over there as well. So we actually have 2 live streams going on at the same time. And if you are at home and you're wanting to watch the qualifying that we're doing here, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com and you can see all of the live results as we see them here. But so much action going on. We have so much. And today, Monday, right? Today we're on Monday? I'm losing track of days. I've been here too long.
This is Monday. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Qualifying. We also have a Pit Crew Challenge this week.
Yes,
we also have
tonight.
the Holly EFI Shootout presented by Action Sports Canopy and King Shocks. 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, qualifying for it as well, and then the race. And then the final, the big race, the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. Well, while we watch our recovery crew get this UTV off course, we're going to take a quick break from the action here, coming to you live from Johnson Valley OHV.
Introducing Nitto's all-new Nomad Grappler crossover terrain. Built for the adventurous types, on-road or off. Nomad Grappler brings with it legendary Nitto toughness, while providing a smooth, forgiving ride for the path less traveled. Stand strong when the pavement ends.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
All right, and welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship Qualifying presented by Progressive. If you would have go on to the kingofthehammers.com and you become a member, you would not have missed out on any action. But as we were at commercial, we do have a few cars that have taken the line. We have Dean Leal in the 809 that has taken the green flag, and Michael Lee in the number 42 that has taken the green flag. We have some rookies out there getting ready to take the green flag as well. Great day. I'm having so much fun out here with you, Ian.
Yeah, that was Dean on the big picture that we just saw working his way through her problem. You basically see, and for some reason we got someone turning around up at the top of course. I saw a course worker flagging them off. I'm not sure why, but they basically pulled a full U-turn in the middle of the course. We'll get some maybe information on that shortly. Right now,
let's see what we've got going on here. I know we have some dust going on here on our monitor, so we can clean it all up and see what we've got going, but there's lots of cars lined up. We are in our third hour of qualifying so far here today at Chocolate Thunder for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And
yeah, basically 3 legit trails in this qualifying section. They're going up Chocolate Thunder, through her problem, through the couple desert washes, and then they'll be coming down Idle Issues. And as I say that, we have a car cresting the top, coming down Idle Issues right now, trying to get the number off that.
That will be the 211 of Michael Lee.
So 211 Michael Lee coming down through. This is where we expect to see some action as this course gets more torn up as the day goes on. We've seen a couple cars. We saw one pass actually in this rock section, which is absolutely amazing to say that when we're talking about qualifying here at King of the Hammers, to see actual passes going on the rock course. But as we're seeing, as he drops down that last little section, that's where the qualifying lap ends. That's where the timers tick off, and we'll see what kind of time we have for him.
Well, that makes me wonder where the number 809 of Dean Leal is, because we know Michael Torney or Greg Torney actually turned it on the lid.
When I was watching on the screen, it actually looks like that's Dean right there. For some reason, we saw him up at the top of one of the sand washes pull a full 180 and turn around on course. I think they got turned around in the qualifying course section and weren't sure where to go. And it looks like they made their way back on course here as they're coming back down, or not back down, they're coming down Idle Issues right now. But that's definitely going to affect their time in this qualifying. As we're saying this, remember, all of these qualifying times, they are unofficial.
Yes, that was Dean Leal in the 809, just took that checkered flag. We have Jake Godfrey out on race course right now, or not race course, qualifying course.
Yes, we saw Jake take off from the line and head up into that rock section.
And Jake is also one of our rookies out here for the rookie program. Oh, look, we have Mr. RJ Anderson showing up here, or Ronnie Anderson, excuse me. He actually is in line. He's been over at the Great American Short Course this morning doing qualifying over there. There's Jake Godfrey, just came through and got that green flag. Adam Fitza just took the green flag himself as well. And we have going off the line here just in a moment, the 1777 of Mr. Ronald Joey Beck going to be taking the green flag. I love it. It's like boom, 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 one after another.
Yeah, that we talked about that this morning when we were talking about how qualifying was going to work, and basically it all depends on how fast they get through that bottom rock section as part of Chocolate Thunder, and you can see what we're talking about right here on your picture-in-picture. If you get hung up in that rock section, they hold the next car back until you are clear from the rocks, because that is where we're seeing a lot of traffic get piled up. If it happens, we've seen lots of action here with co-drivers out pulling winch cable. We've seen a rollover happen here. We've seen broken cars. This first section of rock trail as part of this qualifying course is proving to be incredibly difficult for some of these UTV drivers, and anyone who clears it is ticking off a fast time.
All right, the number 211 of Michael Lee that came through, he is sitting in that number 3 spot right now. He took it over from Cody Willenborg, so we have a new third place person right now that just came through qualifying.
Yeah, the big question right now is, will anybody be able to off Robert LaBelle from our 241? That's the closest driver to him is William Martin at 321. And that's 30 seconds behind. That's amazing time difference between 1 and 2.
And he told me when he was in here interviewing, he told the world that he thinks he could have shaved another 5 seconds at least off of that time, but he was stuck behind a car coming down.
Yeah, he was making fast pace coming down through idle issues. And this is the next rock trail that we've been talking about. That's her problem. They come down her problem, they make that turn, they get down into the wash. That's the 490, I believe it is.
The 490, let's find out exactly who that is on here. That is Peyton Isabel out there on race course, another rookie. Super close to coming in.
Yeah, they'll come across that 2 little wash sections, then they'll pop up through the top here. You'll see they come down through that little sandy section. They got to come up over the hill. This hill kind of misleading. There they go. They're coming up over the top.
It is misleading. That's where you need to know that you make sure you have to make that slight hand right.
Then they got to make a right.
Liebel. I'm sorry. I asked Robert Liebel earlier how to pronounce his name, and I've been saying it wrong the whole time. I love it. Thank you for coming up.
What he should say is you can pronounce it any way you want as long as I stay number 1 qualifier.
That's true.
Look at this. This is a completely different line coming down through her problems. We haven't seen anybody take this line yet. This is an aggressive line coming down through here. We've seen everybody else stay to that, what I would call the far left-hand side. He's got on the far, and that's completely off course. So they'll have to come up with a, it looks like he is.
Just broke your car too. All right, looks like
they got completely turned around, unfortunately. So we'll let race ops deal with them, because they're going to have to come up with an alternative time finish for them because they came at a different spot. But it looks like maybe he was just looking to get off course based on the front of that car.
All right, we have the 4927 right here of Adam Fitza, another rookie program competitor, getting winched up Chocolate Thunder area.
Yeah, this is where we've seen people have problems, if they do have any problems. It seems to be like a one-shot make it or get stuck and have to get winched out. And this is where we've seen a rollover. We just saw a broken car recovered out of this section of the course as well. So unfortunately, this seems to be a very, very tough section in the course for our UTV drivers. And the question will be, is he getting winched to be, it looks like he may be getting winched off course. I'm wondering if something is broken based on the number of course workers working on that car and not just the co-driver.
All right, Jake Godfrey in the 440 in that 5th position. So let's go ahead. We have Robert Liebel in that number 1, William Martin 2, Michael Lee 3rd, Cody Willenborg in that 4th position, Jake Godfrey in 5th. So that's our top 5 qualifiers right now. Sitting, let's see, Robert is in 1st position for the Open UTV class. William is in the 1st position for the Can-Am Pro Stock Turbo. And then we have Jake Godfrey, who is sitting in that number 1 position for the Pro Mod UTV class. So multiple classes running qualifying today, but they will all be starting on race day in the order they qualify, no matter what class that they're sitting in.
Yeah, one thing for those of you watching at home, it's important to remember with this UTV class is, as Pam said, we have lots of different classes racing, and they will all leave the line based on how they qualify here today. We've seen race ops say that there's a lot of these UTVs that are choosing to not qualify, just not even coming out here to Chocolate Thunder. Probably took one look at the race course and was like, you know what, I'll just take my luck of the draw, go to the back of the pack and risk the car on race day. But I think for those who came out here, pre-ran, did their homework on this course, I think these qualifying times are definitely paying off for them.
Well, it is a long race, so, if you do start in the pack because you're not qualifying, you never know, you can make it up. Marcos Gomez a couple years ago, classic example. I believe it was 90th position he started, something like that, and he ended up third or fourth that year. So you never know. You never know what can happen. It's a long race.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge with the UTVs too, because you've got, I think the big benefit that a lot of these open UTVs have is, as Robert Liebel was saying when he was in here, is his stretch chassis. The addition of that wheelbase in the desert makes a huge difference for these cars. Those K&M UTVs work so great out of the box, but by adding just 3-4, as he said, on his 6 inches of chassis stretch, you end up with so much extra wheelbase on those cars, and in that desert section, that's where I think they can make up a lot of time.
For sure, especially when they get into those whoop sections, with the shorter wheelbase, they kind of ping pong ball off of, each whoop. The longer wheelbase definitely helps them through them for sure.
And we're watching our volunteers. Once again, as we said before, you see all these orange vests out there. Those are all volunteers out here manning these courses. You'll see them all week out here helping out both on course, off course, around Hammertown. So if you're out here, you see some of the orange vests, give them a thanks. If you want to see the race, the world's greatest off-road race, in my opinion, I can say that, in the world, this is, you will get no better seat than you will get wearing that orange vest, helping out here in Johnson Valley for King of the Hammers. A lot of people have come out, volunteered, and then turned into racers themselves years later. It's kind of like a gateway drug, gets you into onto the lake bed and into this sport.
Exactly. And if you see our celebrity flag person down here at the UTV qualifying in the checkered flag suit, it is his birthday. Make sure you tell him happy birthday, Steven.
It's my birthday this week too.
Is
but
it
I'm not
really?
here this week. Yeah, February. I always celebrate my birthday here out in Johnson Valley at King of the Hammers. First time we didn't have my birthday was last year.
Oh wow!
Because it was a week early. But normally I'm out here for my birthday.
Well,
this year's
early.
a big one. I'm 50 this year.
Are you really? You don't look like you're
man.
50.
I'm
not far behind you, so I can't say much.
We age slower when you're raised in Canada because you spend half the year inside because of the snow. So you age at a much lesser pace.
Well, happy early birthday. When's your birthday then? What day is it?
February 9th. That's Thursday.
Thursday.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're watching some recovery go on. We'll see that that's obviously not a UTV yanking that UTV out of there. It's one of our volunteer vehicles. Get that UTV. As soon as they are clear from the rock section, we will see our next UTV leave the line. You can see that's the bypass out at the top of the rock section of Chocolate Thunder, is that left-hand turn right there. And we're just waiting for race ops to let our next car go.
To make sure race course is all clear, and then we'll be back at it.
There they go.
And there they go. That is the 1777 of Ronald Beck. I know him as Joey. So Mr. Joey Beck out on race course going up Chocolate Thunder. He's no stranger to the rocks himself. He has been a part of the rock racing program for a long time. And there he is going up Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, they go through this small little section of rocks right here. And then everyone that we've had... You can see some excellent work through that rock section, making quick work of it. Good work for him. You can see that course worker cheering him on. Pulling a perfect line up through there. Good job. I think right there he was shifting the vehicle out of low range into high range to get some speed up through this sand wash. It's hard to see, but when you see those tires kicking up that sand, you'll actually see it when they come out to the top of Chocolate Thunder here. They have to do a little bit of a climb, and you'll start to see a bunch of white dust come off the back of the tires. That white dust, that's not sand. As Pam said before, that's silt. And that silt is impossible to get out of the car. It's very difficult. You need a lot of horsepower to dig your way up that hill. That's the section we're talking about right here. If you stop coming up through these sections, it can basically be the end of your day. May not seem like a lot, but that is a very, very steep climb with some big ruts and a lot of silt.
And look at the big rocks that are sitting in the line. Hopefully, you know, so far so good. We haven't seen anybody with any tire issues.
No, we haven't. We've seen them basically make through this course clean, which is good. But then again, it's a pretty short course. You know, it's basically up Chocolate Thunder, down Her Problem, through a little bit of desert. Obviously, you know, that'll be very different on race day when we're actually in the big race.
All right, taking off the line is the 4996 of Cody Olson.
All right, so Cody Olson leaving the line is going to head up into that rock section here on Chocolate Thunder.
And you can see
a
those
little bad
big
bounce
rocks
there, and the problem with that bad bounce is you lose all that forward momentum. It doesn't look it, but that is actually a fairly steep climb that he's lined up for there. And when you get off line like that, sometimes you want to back all the way down to the bottom, but it's a little bit tricky sometimes.
You know, this morning when we were out here early and we saw people out there, you know, walking the line, running the line, and I was like, I'm going to go get some stuff for some social media. And I came back to you, I'm like, it's a little too steep. I'm not walking up it. And for these cars to make it up these hills with those big rocks and getting stuck, like you just said, momentum, definitely is something that is a struggle sometimes.
Yeah, it is hard to basically visualize, first of all, how big the rocks are until you actually see a person standing beside them. And then the steepness of some of the hills is also the other thing. Like right there, that it looks on camera like he's sitting on flat ground. He is not. He's probably sitting at a 15 to 20 degree angle trying to climb up. That's why it's difficult for that car to make it up to that section. That's kind of a little pinch point there. He's got to come up and he's got to go around that rock. And there, he finally made it. That's all it takes is if you have the right line, you're up and you're through.
Exactly. And you know, I always say too, like I always talk about the cameras don't do it justice for what it actually is out here until you see somebody standing next to it or the angle of the cars. All right, we're roughly 2.5 hours into qualifying time so far today. We have had many cars take the green flag.
Yeah, the UTV class, always a big class here during the Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries Race Week. Probably one of the fastest growing classes. We see a lot of people basically come into this class because you can, you know, like you said, there's a stock class. These are, you can run down to your local Can-Am dealer, buy a Can-Am race car essentially, come out here and race. Just add a few safety items and then you're ready to go.
We've had 37 cars take the green flag this morning, and we have had 29 of them actually cross the finish line. And getting ready to go off the line next will be Mr. Ronnie Anderson, who's pulling double duty today out here qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship class. And he's been over at the Great American Short Course doing his qualifying. So props to him for a very, very busy day today.
Yeah, as we've said before, multiple races going on during the day here. We have qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive, and then at the same time, the Gas Great American Short Course qualifying going on in Hammertown on the short course portion of the race course that will go live on, I guess it's Wednesday for the UTVs, then Thursday for the UTVs, and then Friday and Saturday for the big cars. As we're watching 1777 make his way, that's Ronald Beck, make his way through Her Problem. There is a couple little ledges they have to drop down through that portion of the course. He's already passed them. He's now on the sandy wash. You're kind of side hilling here through a couple spots. It is loose sand. You got to stay on the throttle, lots of power, and then you come over this crest. That's the first crest. That's not right by us. He's going to go down again and then through another desert section before he's back over here in Chocolate Thunder. This is kind of the cool spot about watching this qualifying. If you're out here at Chocolate Thunder, you get to see the start, the rocks, and the finish, which is super cool.
And you're saying that, you know, it's a sandy wash, and they're kind of off camber there, but there are some very big, sharp rocks that are in that sand as well. And he just, Joey Beck just crested over that top line there.
Yeah, and then basically come over the top. That's kind of a blind crest. Kind of got to sort of commit, but know what you're doing, and then you're going to come in, hang a right. This is this is idle issues. Came out of her problem. Couple big drops here. We were talking earlier with some of our fast qualifiers who were saying that there's a good chance that we might see a rollover here today if someone doesn't pay attention to what's going on while they're coming down here.
So far it's been so good. We've only had a handstand, once coming down. But Ronnie Anderson just took the green flag going up Chocolate Thunder right now as we speak. And coming down the hill is
Ronald
Beck,
coming through.
a.k.a. Joey.
That is basically the end of the qualifying section, right where he comes through that little there's a little tripod right there, but look at the size of the rock at the bottom of that hill that now they get hung up on. I think that rock has moved around a little bit. Yep,
I think so too.
And he just moved it around some more. Okay, and they are out as we're watching.
Let's see where he just qualified in the number 24th position at a 6:29.062. And on screen on your bottom right, that is Mr. Ronnie Anderson.
Yeah, Ronnie made quick work of the rock section there in Chocolate Thunder. As we said before, that kind of seems like a sort of a one-shot deal. You get it lined up right and hit it, and you're doing well. I honestly think that there's a good chance that some of the shorter wheelbase UTVs are actually doing a little bit better in that section if they can get it lined up right.
And on screen too is Cody Olson in the 4996. You got Ronnie Anderson up there on that ridge line. You have the 4996 of Cody Olson going through that sandy wash that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, basically there's two little sections that they have to come through, and that's close to Hammertown. That's on the Hammertown side of the mountain. They're just kind of behind a little sand dune. They basically come up this section. They've got to drop in. You can see him stopping here, probably because there is a good, sometimes we've seen someone come up through here and basically get stopped and have to go back down through another section. It's easy to get lost out there in the desert because a lot of this stuff looks the same. Sometimes pre-running definitely pays off.
Pre-running definitely does pay off.
All right, we're
you
watching.
Get your line.
Can't see the number on that car, Pam. Did you catch it?
It's 610, but I'm trying to search for the name correct or on here.
All right, we can see, but he's working his way through that rock section at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder. Excellent work. Made a good choice there. Kyle Cahill coming through. I think that's who that is on 610.
Okay.
Oh, and look, we have a pass happening right there. That was coming up at the top. Looks like maybe that car was stopped on course. I'm wondering if maybe they had a problem. Maybe they broke something. But we now have a pass right here.
And that is Ronnie Anderson.
Yeah, now Ronnie Anderson making quick work of qualifying so far. We're going to see him pop. There he is coming right over the top. We can see him from our booth now. So he comes into idle issues.
I'm suspecting he's going to be in the top 3 with his time right now. That's my guess with him.
Well, he made it quickly through Chocolate Thunder.
He did.
No hang-ups in the rocks. Obviously made very fast moves in the desert, which was very good. And now he's coming down this rock section here where we've said before there's just a couple spots where you kind of want to pick your line and line up, but I don't think he has any problems, and just committed right through that timing loop right at the end, which is perfect.
All
so
right,
yeah,
let's
we're going to see where he came through pretty quick here.
We'll find out in just one moment. Do a little updating, and it looks like he is in that number 2 position with a 3:21.231.
Wow, and even how fast he made it through that section, he's still 30 seconds off our leader at this point, because we still have Robert Liebel sitting in that 2:49. That's amazing, because Ronnie, there was nowhere in there where it looked like he was checking up. He made it right through Chocolate Thunder, no problem through the rocks, obviously fast through the desert, and then through this last little rock section here, very easily, no traffic at all. So as you said before when you were talking to Robert, he said he got hung up behind somebody coming down through idle issues. Ronnie didn't have that problem. He had clear air, free traffic all the way.
Exactly. I mean, he had to do that pass that the guy stopped on course up there with an issue, but you know what? It was flawless. So Robert Liebel was on it.
Yeah,
Being a rookie, that's awesome to see a rookie out here right now in number one position.
It looks like we have that car that's up on course that we just saw Ronnie pass. The co-driver's getting out. Looks like we have course workers lined up trying to get them off course, assist them. They may have broken something coming down her problem, which is unfortunate.
I believe that is Cody Olson. I could be wrong, but it looks like the number was Cody Olson.
Yeah, we're about to see a car. We're about to see the. I think that's 310.
That is 610.
610. Sorry. Kyle Cahill, we just saw him pass that car that was stopped. So now they got one more little sand wash to come through. He's making a very fast time as well. Here he is on that sand hill that I was talking about. They basically have two little chicanes to get through, and as they pop up over the top here, that's where we are. Look, we're on TV, Pam. There we are. So
you're no stranger to TV, let me tell you.
That's how we should have waved. We should have waved. All right, so now we can see him come down through idle issues. This is the section, as we've said before. It looks deceiving. You know, everything goes downhill, but sometimes it can get out of hand in a hurry.
And he's a rookie. He's in a part of the rookie program as well. So our rookies, you know, they did have a chance to come out here and spend some time with Dave Cole himself and the rookie program. Lauren Healy was out here. So, you know, they must have did their homework when they were here, because they're definitely showing that they are having not very many issues going through this qualifying course. So
excellent.
610.
So we'll see what kind of time he can tick off. They're definitely moving quickly.
Let's do some updating here. Again, at home, if you're watching the live stream, you're able to do this as well at live.ultra4racing.com. And Kyle Cahill just came through in the number 12 spot with a 3:54.709.
That's good. Good for him. As we're watching a car basically looks like being recovered off the top. We've seen two cars pass the 49.96 of Cody Olson. It looks like they're actually winching him out.
It does look like that.
They're going to set that fence back up to reset the race course.
And sitting at the line patiently waiting is a very well-seasoned driver, as Miles calls him. He calls him the Blonde Ambition. But Mr. Jake Versey in the number 43 will be taking the green flag here in just a moment. Getting a lineup. You can tell we're getting a little bit closer to our power hour. We got some of our well-seasoned drivers coming through. Power hour will be taking place later on, and Miles Hasselquist and Jim Martison will be coming and taking over the booth from Ian and I. But I'm excited to watch Power Hour.
I think it's going to be exciting. You know, I think we might see someone come in at a fast time, but man, that 2:30 is proving difficult to even come. It would be one thing if we saw someone at 2:49. If we saw somebody at 3:01, but we're still Ronnie Anderson sitting at 30 seconds behind him and he had a blistering fast run.
Exactly.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
And there on screen right there, that is Mr. Jake Versey right there. Very noticeable Polaris that he drives. Races. Great social media following with him. He's always fun to watch. All of these racers are fun to watch. I love watching their journeys. Their journeys to the hammers.
Yeah, Jake's lined up. We'll see him leave the line. And all right, as we wait for our next car to leave the line, we're going to take a quick break from the action. We are coming to you live from Johnson Valley, OHV area for the Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries Race Week. Today is all about the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB air lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
Dana's involvement with King of the Hammers includes our sponsorship of the EV Spec class with our Spicer electrified E powertrains. Dana is here not only to invest in the next generation, but also to provide the next step of technology that's needed to race in the desert using electric technology.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying presented by Progressive. We are out here. We have had Jake Versey take the green flag, Corey Willis take the green flag, and just now Mike Park took that green flag. If you don't want to miss out on any of the action while we do take a commercial break, make sure you go on to kingofthehammers.com, become a member, and you won't miss any of the action at all week long.
Yeah, we're tracking Jake right now. He is on a very, very fast pace. We watched him tear through her problem with no problem, ironically, and he's made that first crest out there on that one little sand wash. He is very close to basically coming over this next little crest and then getting back into idle issues and back into Hammertown. So I think this might be a qualifying time to watch here, Pam, because we saw him leave just a few minutes ago.
Yes, and he is now coming down. He's always one to reckon with. He's here to win. We're all here to win. They're all here to win, but he's definitely one that is trying to push the limits and win, get up there in that top spot. So we'll see here in just a moment when he gets down to that. And on screen there on the bottom right, we do have Corey Willis going through her problems. And you can see all the big rocks that they're having to go. And did you see that silt bed just now that he just threw up?
Yeah, it's that is very, very loose sand right there in that section right now. But right now we're going to have another finisher coming down, making fast work of that bottom end of idle issues, which is great. And then we'll get a time off of number 43, Jake Versey, and then we'll see where they stack up. But right now, our fast qualifier is still Robert Label at 2:49. Nobody else even able to come under that 3-minute mark yet, which is very impressive for him. But right now we're watching. Oh, here we go. We got some big action coming down
look at those rocks.
through idle issues.
All right, Jake Versey came through with a 3:56.
Oh, as a matter of fact, Pam, you called it earlier, Pam. You said we have no tire problems, but look, we have an entire left-hand side of the car flat coming down through idle issues right now.
Man, I shouldn't have said anything.
But not slowing him down at all.
Corey Willis is not going to let up. He also races short course, so he's a very well-seasoned driver. And let's just see, with coming through with a flat tire, what in the world is he going to have time-wise? Jake Versey did come through, though, in the 13th position.
Wow, 13th. And then we have another car coming. Here's another fast qualifier coming through right now.
We got, that is Mike Park coming down. We just had Jay Shaw, the number 17, take the green flag.
So we see Mike coming down through idle issues. Big rocks in there. He still has 4 good tires. Amazing that we saw someone come through with an entire right-hand or left-hand side of the car flat, which blew my mind.
All right, let's see. I got to do some updating here. We'll get some times for you guys here in just a moment.
as we're watching Jay Shaw work his way up through that silty climb right there. That's just a little bit of a 2-track going up that section coming out of Chocolate Thunder. Then they'll drop around, head over into Her Problem.
All right, Corey Willis coming through with 2 left-hand flats. Still is in that number 8 position with a 339. 206. How awesome is that?
That's impressive. The question would be, when did he get those flats? We didn't see it on camera, so it must have happened right before. I can't imagine him being able to make up a lot of time in the open desert sections with 2 flat tires on the left-hand side of the car.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing to see. I mean, he did not let up. He was coming down. He knows that, you know, it's just flat tire issues. Just get them done, get through that checkered flag, and go back, fix what he might need to fix to, you know, besides change the tires, hopefully nothing else. But yeah, Robert Liebel, man, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to touch his time today.
This is a pretty fast pace with Jay Shaw coming through here. We can see him. Oh, look at that. Unfortunate bounce in the desert there, but able to save it. He was making an incredible fast pace there. So fast that he took a rough hit, ended up over the caution tape.
That was gnarly. That was a great save right there.
Yeah, he was moving when it happened. We'll see how fast he ends up coming down idle issues, because based on how fast Jay was working his way through that open desert section, I think he's got that car set on kill. There he is. He's coming through right now. They basically have to side hill across this section, hang a left, and come on down.
So he's coming down idle issues. We just had Cody Martin take the green flag in the number 296. Action after action going on out here today at Chocolate Thunder.
And Jay comes out the bottom, and as soon as we see an update on him, we'll let you know where he is. But right now, our current unofficial leader is still Robert Liebel with that 249.
Oh, look at Cody Martin on his side, backing out, trying to get it back right.
Good save there, got offline, but look at that, front end's not pulling it. Well, it looks like he may just knocked out of gear, because now it looks to be pulling, but when he first hit reverse, the front end was not pulling. Looks like he's trying that left hand, or at least trying to line up for that left-hand line. There really is 2 ways to come up that section. There's a left side. It just gets a little gnarly as we're watching right now. I think that right side may have put him off. Everyone else we've seen go up on the right side of that boulder. It looks like he's going to try that left-hand line. I think that left-hand line is where we're going to see a lot of the 4400s and the EMC cars go. I think they have the ability to hit that line a little harder. And there, look at that. Jay Shaw has just come in at a 218.
Oh, my goodness.
We said he was moving fast, and that is amazing.
That was even with almost doing a flip-flop.
Yeah, he probably lost about 10 seconds on that back section of desert.
Wow.
Coming through Her Problem. But there you go. A 218 by Jay Shaw.
And here I didn't think that Robert Liebel's time would be touched today, and here it is now broken. Oh my goodness, Jay Shaw, good job to you. Congrats.
He is in a Pro Mod UTV, which is a different class than Robert in the Can-Am Open UTV.
Wow.
But very subtle differences in these classes for these UTVs, but very impressive. So our new unofficial fast qualifier being Jay Shaw with that 219, as we're watching action across the top of the ridge that goes across into Her Problem after they come out of Chocolate Thunder.
That ridge is pretty amazing up there. How fast they're going. Look at the speed.
Yeah, they can get a lot of speed in that desert section. Then they got to basically huck the right here, come down and look at the desert getting chewed out there. We're just going to see that getting chewed out more and more all week long as we have tons of qualifying action. Every race car that takes the track, takes our race course later this week is going to be running this qualifying course, whether it's a UTV, one of the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge cars, or any of the Nitto Race of Kings vehicles will be leaving the line and taking this qualifying course. We're watching another fast pace here. So that is a 296 in your main screen. That's the bottom of Her Problem. And our pitcher in picture is the I believe that's a 5.69.
.569.
Oh, it looks like we're going to have another very fast qualifying time right here coming through. All right, as we watch this car make its way.
All right, the 569 is Christopher Pierce. Made it through that rock section quite easy for the most part.
As we're watching 296.
In the 296, that is Cody Martin.
So Cody Martin just finishing up their qualifying lap and coming out. Oh, and look, we have Mike Park.
Oh, wow. In that number 2 position at a 246.659.
So now we're seeing the guys come in, knock out 2-minute times consistently. Jay Shaw did it with a 2:34. Mike Park did it with a 2:46. Robert Liebel was sitting in that spot all morning with a 2:49 with nobody else near him. But now we've just seen 2 drivers jump in there and knock out 2-minute mid. I can't even finish my sentence. 2.5 minutes-ish.
It's been a day. We've been up here since super early this morning. It was
I
freezing
saw
cold.
the sun come up in Hammertown this morning, and it was nice and cold. And now the cancerous orb is in the sky, and it's quite warm now, which is good.
Yeah, but you had a nice, comfy seat ride all the way over here. You had your heated seat on.
I did. Heated seats. Life was good. As we're watching 569 come through, and then don't forget this afternoon we have Power Hour with the heavy hitters of the UTV sport coming in. So those that's Robbie Gordon in his he's in this super special UTV, and we got Kyle Cheney, Brian Deegan, Hunter Miller, Cody Miller, Brian Hambley, Bryce Menzies, Casey Curry, CJ Greaves, RJ Anderson, Shannon Campbell, Mark Welch, Joe Gould, Phil Blurton, Johnny Greaves, Cole Clark, Cameron Steele, Dustin Jones, Paul Wolf, James Cantrell, and Josh Smith. So that's all part of our Power Hour, which I believe we're on track to still have happen at 2 o'clock.
All right, let's go through our top 5 right now. We have Jay Shaw sitting in that number 1 position with a 2:34.008. Mike Park in second. Robert Liebel third. Corey Willis fourth. Ronnie Anderson in that 5th position. So that rounds out our top 5 so far for the day. Out here at Chocolate Thunder for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying presented by Progressive.
Once again, all those times are, of course, unofficial.
I can see a line of cars over here getting lined up for the next hour of qualifying out here at Chocolate Thunder. We have an amazing group out here watching. Love the aerial view. Our drone flyers, our drone pilots are amazing at getting great footage for us. And you know, I'm noticing how you were talking about off the start right here, it's sandy and it's kind of like quicksand you were calling it. Everyone's starting up towards the left side, but as soon as they push, the gas pedal, they're already sliding down to the right.
Yeah, it's very loose sand at the start here, and the more and more cars that leave the line, the looser it's going to get. And as we said before, everyone is qualifying on this course, not just our UTVs today. Look at that very quick work of that one rock section in there. That's Trey Price just left the line, and he made quick work of that rock section. Now, if you can keep up this pace for the rest of his qualifying lap, it'll be pretty impressive as we're watching 569 come down through. And unless I'm mistaken, I would guess that's probably a stock UTV class. Yeah, we just saw Christopher Pierce come across the line there as we're watching Trey Price make his way across the top of that ridge, heading over to Her Problem. This is where we've seen he doesn't seem to be on the same pace as the other cars that we've seen come in and knock out those mid 2 minute times. That seems to be a section where they can make up a lot of time, is on that big ridge that they're running right there. Then they drop down this sandy section, and they're going to turn right, head down into Her Problem. Yeah, I was excited for Trey. I saw him work his way up that Chocolate Thunder rock section at the bottom and just one-shot it. And definitely I was expecting a fast qualifying time. But as we watch him make his way through that upper section, down through Her Problem, and then over into this sand wash, I don't think he's going to put our leaders any pressure. But looks like he's going to be having a good qualifying run no matter what.
Looks like we have our 12 o'clock hour racers lining up for their qualifying time. It goes by really fast whenever you have a time schedule right in front of you and you start seeing the cars coming and you don't realize that we've been up here for, what, how many hours now?
Many hours. That's okay. You know, there's worse places to be today. You could be in a cubicle.
Oh, I would rather be right here where I'm at. And Trey Price right there doing amazing, getting through the qualifying course. We'll see him coming in for the finish in just a minute.
Yeah, we've seen about just over half of our field leave the line today. As I said before, we have our heavy hitters coming in. Some of the UTVs choosing not to qualify, which is their option. They can choose not to qualify, save it all for race day. They just get scattered up behind these qualifiers that come out and run. I think it's very essential to qualify, especially with basically a field being this evenly matched.
Right.
I think qualifying plays a big game in these cars when they get out on the race course, and I think it makes a big deal for these guys. Plus, it's a great introduction to the rock trails that you're going to see out there at this year's King of the Hammers.
It looks like he's taking home a little bit of a souvenir up there on that driver right side. Mr. Trey Price coming through the finish line, getting that checkered flag.
All right, and as we jump up to the sky shot here, you can see all those cars out here parked. That's everyone who's made the trip up to Chocolate Thunder to watch us race. As I've said before, the moving qualifying over here to Chocolate Thunder, I think, was a great idea because you get to be right up, front row seat. Look at all those people out there watching. This is front row seats for probably the coolest section of qualifying that we've seen. Yeah, it was cool watching Lauren drop off that big ledge last year, but at the same time, that was, a mile away from as close as you could stand to him. You're going to be able to see all of our racers head up this section of trail all week long, and it's going to be amazing. This is the spot to be if you're in Hammertown because the action you're going to see here is nonstop, and I think it's going to get even crazier when they come down through, when we see the big cars come down through idle issues later this week. Even the EMC cars coming down through here. It's going to be a show like no other, and you're going to get to watch it all right here, front and center, in Johnson Valley OHV, which is great to see.
I have to tell you, I'm super excited right now. The lineup, I'm excited for all of these racers, but the racers that race with us all year long, I'm seeing them come through right now, so it's super cool to be up here announcing them while they're up here and qualifying at Chocolate Thunder. We do have on the line right now, getting ready to take the green flag, the number 143 of Tyler Rimreed. He's a young gentleman that started racing just a couple years ago with at Crandon is where he started out racing, so he is getting ready to take that green flag to qualify, and last year was his first time ever racing King of the Hammers, and here he will be qualifying up Chocolate Thunder, hoping to have a great race, as all of us are, but we have quite the lineup going up right now. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for some Dang Brothers pizza.
Who could say no to pizza? Yeah, I believe what we have right now is our 12 o'clock cars, and they were just holding them to basically get ready for them to leave the line. The course is clear, so the only reason I can think is just basically hold them off until that 12 o'clock spot. But we've had tons of action here in Hammertown today. of action. Stuff that we've never seen before in qualifying in the history of King of the Hammers. We've seen winching, we saw co-drivers out spotting, we saw rollovers, we saw cars getting recovered and then put back out to finish the qualifying course. It has been qualifying like we've never seen before here in Johnson Valley. It's great to see this change to King of the Hammers race week, to move qualifying over here to Chocolate Thunder, get them right into the rocks, right out of the gate. This is definitely worth watching. If you're watching at home, this action's going to go on all week long, right up until Saturday. We have our big Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries, but tons of stuff happening in between then and now. Today is obviously all about our Can-Am UTVs. This is qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive. Later tonight, we've got our Pit Crew Challenge. And then tomorrow night is Holly EFI Shootout, 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge later in the week. And then finishing it all out with the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. Right now, we're going to take a quick break from the action and show you some highlights from the qualifying that we've seen today. As I've said before, it's been qualifying like we've never seen before here in Johnson Valley. Qualifying for our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive. We have our 12 o'clock qualifiers, so many quads, lined up, ready to take the line here. We've heard from race ops that they'll be leaving the line shortly. Pam, it's been an amazing day of qualifying so far.
It's been an amazing day. It's been a great day in here with you. Right there on screen, we have Tyler Rimreed getting ready to take that green flag, but it's been an amazing day. I love the weather we have right now out here. That's the only W word I'm going to say today. But it's been awesome since the day We started racing with King of the Motos last weekend. Then yesterday we had the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. It's been fun. I've had a blast. You just got here yesterday, I believe.
Yes.
Well, it's the first time I saw you.
This is the beginning of my Hammers week is when I usually show up, which is good. So yeah, this is now turned into a legit, basically 2 weeks worth of racing. Like you said, with motos last weekend, and then a couple days off, and then the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, 2 days of racing for that. And now we're back again qualifying UTVs, and this is, it certainly hasn't disappointed the idea of moving qualifying over here to Chocolate Thunder. As I've said before, we've seen things we've never seen before in qualifying at King of the Hammers. Co-drivers out spotting, co-drivers winching, couple of rollovers, broken cars already, and we're just day one of qualifying with these guys, and it's just the start.
It's just a start. It's not over. I mean, we have another live feed going. We have the Great American Short Course going on as well. We'll have the Pit Crew Challenge tonight, which is always a good time. So if you're out there listening and you haven't entered your team into the Pit Crew Challenge, I would definitely do so. It's a good time. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, tomorrow night is the Holly EFI Shootout, presented by Action Sports Canopies and King Shots, and I think our car just left the line.
That would be the 143 of Tyler Rimreed, just took that green flag.
Yeah, the way this qualifying course works, if you're just joining us, is basically the car comes up off the line, right into the rocks of Chocolate Thunder, iconic rock trail out here at King of the Hammers in this Johnson Valley OHV area. And we've seen guys starting to come up and pick a couple different lines. There's basically a line to the far right where you'll go up and kind of got to move your way around, basically like a pivot rock. And then we actually saw someone take the far left line. I think the left line is where we're going to see a lot of our big 4400 cars go when it comes to big race day. But the UTVs, they're just sort of picking their lines and making their way up through these rocks. The next car does not leave the line until the first car has cleared the rock section.
And Tyler is out there in a single seat RS1. So nobody to get out and winch for him if he needed it, but look at him. He just made his way through, and now he is on his way. Oh, it's a little bit of a stop.
Probably just
put it back into high.
There.
Yep,
yeah,
exactly.
What you'll see is these guys will stop somewhere once they get past those rocks, get those UTVs into high, because they can make up a lot of time in this desert section right here. It is basically two-track or single-track racing right here because it's basically a worn-in path. But we've seen guys make some blistering fast moves through this desert section and make up a lot of time.
Yes, they have. And right now you can see him trying to get his way through there as fast as he can. We'll see what kind of time he's going to lay down. Next off the line will be the number 20 of Mr. Travis Zollinger. He's up next here shortly. And Travis
All right,
Zollinger,
we're watching him make his way across the top of that. This is that top section across that ridge as we watch them make their way across there. This is another section where we've seen people make up a lot of time. They can come across this top section because this is where they come through the ridge and then they're going to drop down into her problem. All right, so we watch this, watching our Tyler come.
All right, and Travis Zollinger should be taking it here in just a minute.
All right, we have been watching Tyler make his way through her problems and through the desert section. Then he'll pop up over. Because of the number of cars here, they are actually going to hold off and just let each car finish the race each time before they send the next car. So we'll actually see Tyler make his way all the way back to the base of Chocolate Thunder.
Another great view right there. Drone footage.
Yeah, so he's got to come through that sandy little section right there. Pop up over the top, and that's exactly where we are and where he started. Going to drop down, take a right into idle issues, and we've seen a couple different lines come down through here.
I know he's been out here doing his pre-running, so we'll see how that pays off on his time. He's another racer that races quite often. He hangs out with the Greaves crew. They all race together. Mr. Tyler Rimreed, and look at him trying to make up a little bit of time right there at the end. And off the line right there goes Mr. Travis Zollinger in that number 20. And let's see what time we have for Mr. Tyler Rimreed. He had a little bit of issues when he was going up Chocolate Thunder, but he is sitting right now in the 18th position with a 4-minute .954 time.
Travis making quick work of the rock section in Chocolate Thunder. Very fast pace coming to the bottom. Quick shift into high as he comes at the top. We could be looking at a very, very fast qualifying time if he can keep up that pace through the desert section. We'll really be able to tell how fast he's moving when he comes out of the top of this climb and then comes across the ridge heading over to Her Problem. That's where we sort of be able to see exactly how fast everyone is going.
So what's really awesome about Travis Zollinger is he builds a lot of the products that our racers out here run. And so he's out here, what a way to test the products that you're building is to test them yourself out on race course.
Yeah, this is that ridge that we were talking about, and we've seen people make up a lot of time here, picking up a good amount of speed, and it looks like he's doing the same.
And he's actually in a Can-Am. He just built it to be a single seat. So it's a single seat Can-Am that he built for himself.
Yep, looks to be making very fast pace across the top, because there's a big right-hand turn right here. They'll drop into Her Problem, into this rock trail. Just got to make quick work of it. You're kind of coming in and out of it on this section because you're going down Her Problem, just the bottom of Her Problem. There's no real big areas here. Of course, we did see someone come out here with 2 flat tires, but we didn't see where, and he made quick work of that.
Yeah,
through that desert wash right there.
Corey Willis definitely threw down a very quick time for being having those 2 flats, and he is sitting in that 4th position right now. But you can definitely see Travis Zollinger is on a mission right now. He's running great. Let's see if he pulls through and keeps at this pace. I believe he'll probably be in the top 5 if he keeps going as he is right now. It's amazing to see the suspension, how they work on these cars. A lot of people have been out here shock tuning and everything all week long.
Yep, and he's come over the top. We can see him now from our booth. He's dropping down into idle issues. Very fast pace, not pushing as fast as I feel our leaders did through this section of rock trail. Well, he is making good time. All right, so we'll see what kind of time we have for Travis now that they have come out the bottom of idle issues. Pam will keep an eye on that tracker to see what happens.
And as Travis was coming down almost at that finish line, we had the 120 of Christopher Ambergy take off. So he's out on race course right now, or qualifying course, I should say. Made it through that rock section quite quickly. I'll let you know in just a moment whenever I get the updated time for Mr. Travis Zollinger.
There he is right there. He's sitting at 18, I believe it was.
Oops, let me go back. I'm scrolling too fast. That's Tyler Rimreed.
No, then he's further.
I mean, we're out here working in the middle of nowhere. Have an amazing service out here at Chocolate Thunder.
All right, we're watching.
Yes. All right, as soon as we get the update, it looks like I'm taking just a minute to update my computer here, and then we'll give you the time for Travis Zollinger. But on screen right now is the number 120 of Christopher Ambergy, making his way through Her Problem. will be coming into us shortly. And then we have next up, sitting here waiting, is the one and only Mr. Terry Madden, a very well-known name out here.
Yeah, Terry's usually involved in multiple races this week, either in the driver's seat or sought after co-driver for a lot of people. All right, Christopher's making his way through that section of Her Problem along the bottom. He's got two little sandy washes to rip through, and then he'll pop up over the top of the ridge, and he'll be headed right back to us shortly. Looks like he's having a good, clean qualifying run. He's over the top now.
Did you see he took a little bit of a stall for just a second, but coming down idle issues quite quickly right there. Trying to make up some time. And off the line is the 188 of Terry Madden. And I believe Terry Madden has Darian Gomez in that co-pilot seat. What a way to pre-run, right?
Yeah, that's risky to put a Gomez in your car. Oh, a little bit of a kick at the bottom there, but it looks like Christopher made it out clean.
All right, timing has updated. Mr. Travis Zollinger is sitting in that number 4 position with a 2:57.481.
Yeah, we said he was moving fast, and he certainly looked fast, so it's good to see him come in there. He's in that unofficial top 10, sitting in 4th position. Looks like Terry's already cleared the rock section on Chocolate Thunder and headed out up those 2 climbs. Oh, lots of action right there with Terry as he comes across the top of that ridge, headed over to Her Problem. Was able to gather that car back up though.
A little bit of a bicycle. We've seen quite a few bicycles today.
We've seen a lot. This has definitely been a qualifying race that is, or a qualifying course like none other. And we've seen tons of action out here. But Terry making quick work of the top of that ridge, looping back down, coming down into Her Problem.
I'm not sure if he's having issues with the driver front or not. It kind of looked a little wonky, but we'll see here in just a moment.
It did look like he was throwing up a little bit extra sand. Yeah, he definitely has a left front flat, it certainly looks like. Yeah, that's going to slow him down. Not going to stop him, though.
I think, definitely a front flat, maybe something else
No,
going
it's
on?
flat. They self-inflate at a certain amount of speed, but how much abuse the car can take until it inflates is the next question.
Yeah.
Those rocks are just damaging that front wheel, and it will feel like you're riding on a jackhammer inside that car. But like I said, at speed, it can self-inflate. It doesn't look like it DB'd it. It looked like he may have cut that left front tire.
That is a bummer. So we've had 2 cars with flats. Maybe I shouldn't have even mentioned it earlier on today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to affect his qualifying time. He was on pace to get good time, but it probably happened, Pam, where we saw him get out of shape up at the top on that ridge. We saw him basically get that car up on 2 wheels, and that means that the other side hit something hard enough to cause it to basically get up on those 2 wheels, and I'm going to guess that's when it cut the tire. As we're watching him drop down through idle issues, unfortunately, this is not where you want to have a flat tire because some of these drop-offs are a little nasty.
As we just saw when he hit that rock. But you know what? It slowed him down as in going, but it definitely isn't slowing him down as in trying to get to that bottom. He's already gone through that timing loop, so we'll see what time Terry Madden has here in just a moment.
Yeah, that left front tire, though, that left front side of that car is hating life right now, though, without that tire on there. And with him off, we have another car off the line.
Off the line just now is Mr. Zach Pollard in the 645.
All right, you can watch Zach head up into this rock section in Chocolate Thunder. The drone just chasing him up in there, which is great. Look at that.
Wow.
Excellent bouncing right up through. Very quick work of that rock section. Good job.
Well,
and up and out in a hurry.
And that momentum, you keep that momentum. If you bounce, sometimes it might bounce you the right way.
Well, that's kind of what it boils down to, right? A lucky bounce. We've seen a couple of those bounces go wrong, unfortunately, for some other people. As we're watching Zach make his way up to the top of the ridge, this is exactly where we saw Terry. Oh,
I got to tell you something. We got him stopped on course right now, but Terry Madden, even having an injured car, is sitting in that number 8th position right now with a 3:23.714.
Excellent job. Imagine if he didn't have the flat, how fast he would be. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened at the top of that ridge. That may have been where they chose to shift the car. Seems kind of unusual to shift it, but maybe they just made such good speed through the rock section they didn't have time to shift it into high, because they did whip through Chocolate Thunder incredibly fast, stop at the top of the ridge to get it into well, we're assuming get into high range, because they're making very good pace across the top of this ridge. Then they're going to come up here and take a right. I'm going to guess we're going to see some action on that right-hand turn later on in this week. Those ruts are getting dug out at this point. Making quick work of her problem. Zach Pollard is in 6:45, coming across that bottom section.
Definitely making fast time, making up some time for maybe the stop that they did, but we should see a great time out of Zach Pollard right here. Having the camera footage like that is really awesome, because it does give you guys at home the ability to see that suspension working on the cars.
Yeah, Zach makes it up over that first ridge. Got to come back down through these two little rut sections right here, and then he'll pop up over the top and be headed taking a right-hand turn. Get a little bit out of line right there.
Squirrely right there.
Yeah, well, the problem is you get out of those ruts and into that deep sand that'll suck the car in.
All right, so really quick, in the top 5 positions, we have Jay Shaw, number 1, Mike Clark, 2nd. 3rd position, Robert Liebel. 4th position, Travis Zollinger. And that 5th position, Christopher Ambergy, who we saw earlier coming through, and what a great time he has.
All right, as we're watching Zach Pollard of the 645 car coming down through idle issues, and looks like he's going to have a clean run out the bottom.
And the way he came down at the end, he was the fastest one I've seen come out of the bottom of that qualifying loop.
He was looking to get out, and right now we have the 49.88 of Tyler Thomas. Unfortunately, it looks like he may only have one wheel pulling when he was, oh no, they're both going. Probably just a camera angle there. The biggest difference here is I believe he's in Yamaha, which I believe has an actual clutch in it,
yes,
versus the CVT transmissions that the other side-by-sides use. That means he's got a it's like riding a dirt bike, but with 4 tires.
Exactly.
Makes his rock sections a completely different game. They also don't have low range, unless I'm mistaken.
I'm waiting for an update.
But he made quick work of that rock section. Good for him. And while we watch him come out of the top of Chocolate Thunder, we're going to take a quick break from the action. Just a reminder for those of you watching at home, if you do not want to miss any of the action coming to you live from Johnson Valley OHV, head on over to kingofthehammers.com. Become a member of King of the Hammers, and you'll be able to see all the action all week long with no breaks.
Scared
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
All right, Chase, number 23, it's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat.
Whatever you say, big dog.
Seriously? These fools think I'm fried?
They know the deal.
Introducing Nitto's all-new Nomad Grappler crossover terrain. Built for the adventurous types, on-road or off. Nomad Grappler brings with it legendary Nitto toughness, while providing a smooth, forgiving ride from path less traveled. Stand strong when the pavement ends.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that.
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
All right, welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying presented by Progressive. It's been a great day out there. We have a couple cars left in this 12 o'clock hour qualifying, and we will be moving on to the 1 o'clock hour here in just a few minutes. Ian, I've had a blast out here with you today. We've seen some great action out here, and it looks like we did have a car out on course that had taken off right before we went to a commercial break that was having some issues. So we haven't seen him come through yet, and that's what we're just waiting on right now from race ops to let the next one off the line.
Yeah, we can actually see him right there. He popped up in the picture during the break, and as I said before, if you were a member of King of the Hammers, you would have seen this as well instead of watching commercials. But we saw this car. He was doing well, made an incredible, had a little bit of a stumble in the rocks, but we talked about that. This car not having a CVT, being an actual car with a transmission with a clutch in it, and also I believe this type of UTV doesn't have a low range either. And even with that, made very good work of coming through that rock section, but for some reason just halfway up this trail they just stopped dead in their tracks, and now you can see the co-driver's out and it looks as though he's backing him down that section. So I don't think they're going to continue. I think they're looking to back out of this race course and find another place to get off the racetrack instead of continuing up.
And holding everybody up. And that is Christopher Ray, who was up here earlier chit-chatting and saying hi to us. So unfortunately, that's a bummer.
Yeah, and I mean, they're obviously going backwards. I don't know what happened to the vehicle. Like I said before, we saw them just come to a complete dead stop, and it looked like they were just going to stop for a minute and then get out. And I wasn't sure if they were possibly winching, but obviously something's broken if they're backing them down this section, of course. I think they're going to hold the next race.
No forward or rear gears.
So he's using gravity to back himself down. So right now he's got a box full of neutrals in that car. And so you can see there is a course worker out there right now with him. It looks like they're probably going to hook him up, get him off course.
Well, I guess it's good that it's steep enough that he can gravity feed his way down.
Yeah, it's nice to have that gravity, but it's also sometimes nice to at least have a gear
when you're in your
race car. Yeah, I mean, there's not a race or anything later this week, unfortunately for him. But hopefully he'll get that sorted out before green flag drops here later this week for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. presented by Progressive. I'm sure the pit crew is not happy to see that because they know they got work they got to do now. But hopefully they'll get that car sorted out and back out. But once we get him off course, we'll have another car out. Who's leaving out next, Pam?
We have up next the number 245, and I know I'm going to mess up this last name. So Rodney, I am so sorry. Rodney Vanaperen?
I'm going to go with Van
Peren.
Let's do this.
Van Peren.
Rodney V.
Rodney V.
I don't know if my last name looked like that. I'd go by Rodney V.
Yep, he's up next, just patiently waiting for that green flag. But again, we have to have the course completely cleared. Safety crew out there clearing off. And right now, we're going to show you guys some results right now on screen so you can see where we're at with everybody that has started qualifying for today. And we'll start reading them off here.
All right, once again, these are multiple classes qualifying today, but they will all leave the line based on how they qualify today on our qualifying course. We saw a slow start to our day. We saw a bunch of people come in and just sort of stick in that 3-minute mark. And then we finally saw cars break that 3-minute. We saw one of our rookies, Robert Liebel, very early in the day come into that 2-minute 49 mark, which was very good for him. And he held that spot for a while. But then it was quickly unseated by Jay Shaw with a 2:34. And then Mike Park backed that up with a 2:46.
Yeah, it's been a great day out here. I love all the action we've been seeing, though. It's been a fun day. Lots of cars starting to line up for that next hour of racing. It's 12:20 right now, and I can't believe this day has gone by as fast as it has. I love seeing the aerial view as well from all of the drone footage. There's a lot of spectators out here, fans out here watching this amazing qualifying here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying presented by Progressive. So thank all of you out there for coming over here and watching us from Hammertown. All of you at home, thank you for watching live. Make sure you watch all week long. If you want to watch the live scoring, it's live.ultra4racing.com. You can see the live scoring as we read it off. So all right, we have some recovery going on right now on screen. The amazing recovery crew that we have. But let's go ahead and go one more time through the top 5. We have Jay Shaw in that number 1 position, Mike Park in 2nd, Robert Liebel in that 3rd position, part of our rookie program. Number 4 position, Travis Zollinger, in 5th position, Christopher Ambergy. We have a couple celebrities that are going to be coming in here and taking over here in just a little bit. We have Jim and Miles going to be coming into the booth. They're going to be finishing out the day and doing Power Hour. Later on this evening, we will have the Pit Crew Challenge, which is going to be fun to watch. Don't forget that over in Hammertown, there's a whole nother live stream going on for you at home. You guys can watch the Great American Short Course Series racing going on this evening, and all day long they have been going as well.
All right, well, as we watch this recovery right now, we're going to have Pam you're done for the day. You're out. You're gone. You can go home. And
I'm out?
Yes, and we're going to replace you with the world-famous voice of Ultra 4, Miles Hasselquist, is going to come in here and basically take your spot in the booth.
Awesome. I'm going to go eat. I'm starving.
Pam, it's been great calling this qualifying with you so far today. We'll see you again tomorrow for more action here in Johnson Valley. And, yeah, Miles, welcome to the booth, brother.
It has been fun. It's been a fun day, Ian. Again, we'll do this all over again tomorrow. Thank you.
And many more days this week.
Yes. All right, Miles, have some fun.
All right, well, Miles gets his headset figured out here. We are, as I said before, we're lined up with qualifiers for the Can-Am UTV presented by Progressive today. It's been all about qualifying these guys. We've got a car on course right now that we're just looking to get cleared. We don't know, well, we do know what happened now. He's got a box full of neutrals in that car and has nowhere to go. So it's just taking the recovery team a little bit longer than expected to get him off course, because he basically broke the car right in a section where it's a little bit tricky. They want to make sure he's completely off course before we let the next car leave, and I just heard that next car leave. Oh, that's Rodney V that we decided to call him that because neither Pam nor I knew how to pronounce his last name. So Rodney V has now left the line. Looks like the course is clear, and he is headed up into Chocolate Thunder. This is the rock section that we've watched people have so much trouble with all day today. And now in the booth with me finally is Miles Hasselquist. Miles, good to have you here up in Chocolate Thunder.
It is good to be here, buddy. There's been a lot of, I've been tuned in off and on all day. Pam, Ian, you guys have done an amazing job all day long. It's been a lot of fun. But yeah, it's great to be up here. There's nothing like qualifying in Chocolate Thunder. Last year, or the last few years, we've kind of done a little bit of rocks and a lot of short course. So it's really cool to see an actual hard trail out here. And this morning when I first tuned in, it was really hard, but they're starting to kind of pick their lines through it looks like.
This is what I really like about it, Miles, and you and I could talk about this because we've been around this for a long time. We've been around since before there was even qualifying for any race out here in Johnson Valley. But this is, we've seen things in qualifying that we have never seen before. Winch lines being pulled, passes being made in both the desert section and in the rocks. This is a completely different type of qualifying than we've ever seen before for any race out here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, like I said, having 2 or 3 cars on the course all at the same time with passing, like you said. Obviously, they let them get up through the hard spot first, and then it's game on. And there's been a couple really good passes out there and a lot of attrition as well.
Yeah, it's really definitely showing where the weaknesses are. And, when Pam and I were out here this morning waiting for this event to kick off, we watched some of these guys hot lapping this course. We watched them go out and they'd run it, they'd come back and they'd run it again, just pre-running. And I think that makes a huge difference for these guys when they're out here, because this is not an easy rock trail to take off on.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on out there for sure. And like I said, I'm trying to still get settled in. Sorry, just getting all my stuff in line. But yeah, it's so much going on out there. It's really fun to see, and it's proven to be pretty tricky. And I was talking to a few guys. I walked this a couple days ago, and it's tough, right? So some of these cars only have 33-inch tires. Do you think doing no qualifying and taking a rear start has some advantage to save the car, or what's going on with that?
I don't know if it's worth it, to be honest with you, Miles, because I think in a race like this, especially with a UTV class, yes, I know there's different classes and different types of UTVs out there, being the opens versus the turbos versus the stocks, but I honestly think that if this is a taste of what we're going to see on race day, I want to be in the front of this course, of this group of cars, because unlike a lot of the other cars, when you get into the 4400s or even some of the EMC cars, there's a chance that you can come up with an alternative line out there. But like you just said, a 33-inch tall tire in a small car, you're kind of in the groove. You're not going to go, oh, I'm now stuck behind somebody, I guess I'll take a different line, because a lot of these rock trails, there are no different lines for these guys. So I think qualifying is incredibly important, even if it means rolling those dice, risking it all, and coming out here possibly hurting the car.
Yeah, and that's a good opinion there for sure. And like I said, it's just going to be really interesting to see how it all shakes out. But it's been a lot of fun to watch so far. And today we're just getting started with the UTV races. Tomorrow's the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge, and then the 4400 Unlimited class. This is going to be pretty wild to watch, I believe.
Yeah, this qualifying is going to be impressive. And then, as Miles said, we have lots more races going on. But right now it is all about Rodney V out there making his way across. Came down through her problem. He's got to go through this sand wash twice, drop down this back section. What you're looking at right now, all those cars parked in that section right there, that's the parking lot for everyone who's coming here to watch this live, which is great, because I think it's cool having qualifying right here. Basically is how these guys, so you can be so close to the action, and really where the action's at is in that first rock section.
And then it's fun to have these little sand washes as well. See a little high speed section.
Yeah, so
Van
come
Eppern
up
in that 245, and I believe he's part of Johnny Greaves' team, if I'm not mistaken.
Could be, but we're watching him come down through. He's basically made the turn into idle issues, picking his way down. You know, we've talked to a couple drivers so far up here. They've all said the same thing. They've all said as it gets more rutted out, this down section through idle issues is going to become a game changer. And we're seeing some of these ledges getting bigger and bigger as they drop off.
And I believe I just saw the number 218 of Dan Wyrick out of Santa Rosa, California with DW Racing take off. He's in the pro modified class, and he's racing in memory of his son.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of – look at that right through that section. That was a
lucky, and then gets hung up just a little bit.
Lucky bounce and gets hung up. That's unfortunate, but that was one of those perfect bounces that we were talking about before. If you can hit that rock section and bounce it just right, you get up and you get out of it. Unfortunately, he had a bad bounce.
And speaking about bouncing, I was talking to Cody Webb from the SRT King of the Motos last week, and he says instead of just riding through the rocks, you ride over the rocks. And it's an interesting way to see, to like stay on top and kind of skip across instead of getting stuck in those deep holes.
It's tricky in Chocolate Thunder, but as we watch the action here, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back live from Johnson Valley OHV with qualifying for the Can-Am Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. Remember, if you're a member of King of the Hammers, you won't miss any of the action.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's your boy James over here at Full Wheel Parts, live out here at KOH. We're doing a bunch of cool sales out here. We have winches, straps, anything you need for camping, and while you're out here, and a bunch of chairs, which is really awesome. Behind, like I said, we have a bunch of new tires out, wheels, everything we have here in stock, ready to go. So if you guys need anything, and if we don't have it, we can always get it here next business day. Give me a call, guys. Come on down. Let's do it.
Welcome back, world, to the 2023 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. It looks like the 311 of Dustin Robbins just took off out of Decatur, Alabama with all things UTV running the Pro Mod class. Ian, it's been a great day of qualifying so far. You guys got up here early. We had some course issues. We fought through that. We had just the whole team put everything together, and it's going. You've had a fun day. It's been great listening to you, but it looks like you're getting hungry, buddy.
Yeah, I'm probably going to step out right now, Miles. Thank you so much. It's been great calling this qualifying, as Miles said, for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. But stepping in for me is my good friend Jim Marsden's going to come in and take over, and I'm going to get him and Miles basically carry you guys out for the rest of the day. I know they're super excited, like all of you at home, for Power Hour, because I know Jim always gets excited about that. So I'm going to hand it off to Jim. Miles, thank you so much. We'll see all of you tomorrow for more qualifying action live from Johnson Valley OHV.
Always a pleasure, Ian. Thanks for coming in. So it's been a great day of qualifying thus far, and we are just getting started. We still have a lot of cars yet to come this afternoon, and we've had a lot of fast guys and gals out there. It looks like Jay Shaw is still the fastest time to beat with a 2:34, and then about 10 seconds back is Mike Park in the Pro Mod class as well. Don't forget, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing we have here in the booth.
Hi, Miles. How are we doing? It's great to be joining you back in the booth one more time.
Always a pleasure, my friend. It's always good to have you, all the way from across the pond.
Got to say a massive thank you to Ian and to Pam.
They did great this morning. I tuned in off and on, and they had a great flow. We hope we can keep it going. Obviously, we'll change things up just a little bit, but so far, so good.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely fantastic. But the racing today, it was been incredible to watch. Qualifying just gets better and better each year. Got to say a massive thank you to Dave Cole for bringing the qualifying loop over to Chocolate Thunder. It's going to be a firm fan favourite, that's for sure. Okay, so what have we got coming up later today then, Miles?
We still have qualifying all day today, and then we'll kick off the power hour, hopefully right around that 2 o'clock part. And then we still have the Pit Crew Challenge this evening, presented by Pro Eagle and Buggy Whip. As Dustin Robbins still making his way up that loose sandy section, drop down, then head down idle issues. And remember, the camera never does this justice. It's right here in front of us, and it is a steep with lots of big rocks to come down.
It is. The first thing that struck us when we arrived here this afternoon was just, wow, look at this course. As we see Dustin Robbins now coming up over the top. And this part of the course is incredibly steep and dangerous. Just got to pick his lines through the rocks, take his time, make sure not to nick those tires.
Dustin Robbins, with all things UTV, has been racing with us for quite a while. He does all sorts of different disciplines. He does short course, he does Ultra 4 racing, and he's really hungry for doing well here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, he's got a nice rhythm as he makes his way through. And as he gets to the bottom, he'll be braking our laser beam to take his time. There he goes, crossing the line. We're just waiting to get a time there for Dustin Robbins.
Dustin Robbins with a time of a 3:13, so that puts him roughly in the top 10. So great run by Dustin Robbins.
That's a great run there.
Looks like that was Nelson Sparks out of Phoenix, Arizona, with Sparks Racing and his Can-Am taking off. He's been racing with us for a few years now. He got third in 2021 in the Ultra 4 Western Series class. So he'll be looking to up that just a little bit. He's got Darren Nelson riding shotgun with him.
Yeah, looks like he's got a really good rhythm working here. Make his way out through these rocks and onto this trail. Keeping the traction down on that track. And just look at this, Miles. It's really starting to cut up now. It's very, very difficult.
It's really burned in right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But it's getting loose as well. And if you're just tuning in, again, I am Miles Hasquist alongside with Jim Marsden, and this is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries. But we are qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We'll be racing on Thursday morning at 8 a.m. PST. So this is getting everything qualified, getting everything set up for their big day of racing. Again, it's Jay Shaw with that 2:34 fastest time to beat. There has been so much going on this week, and it's just getting started, Jim. It's last night, obviously, we had a huge windstorm. It was it tore up some stuff last night, but we are here racing. It is absolutely beautiful. Just a tick of wind. I'm going to say it's sneaking up on 60 degrees now, and I can't think of a better place to be.
No, it's absolutely fantastic. It's hard to believe the week has only just started. We had the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge yesterday. And we see a new winner there. As Adam Householder crossed the line to take the trophy.
And that was such a great race to watch. Those unlimited trucks can do something very special out in the desert.
They can indeed, but right now it's all about this car. It's the 519
of Nelson Sparks and Darren Nelson riding shotgun as they're making their way a little closer to us. We are up in Chocolate Thunder, just about a half mile away from Hammertown proper. It's been been a few days since I've escaped the wire. It's kind of nice to get out and enjoy Johnson Valley at its finest. So let's go over the top 5 right now. It's Jay Shaw up front with a 2:34.
Then it's Mike Park in second.
Robert Lee Bull.
Then it's Travis Zollinger.
Christopher Ambury.
And Zach Pollard.
Dustin Robbins.
Corey Willis.
Ronnie Anderson.
And William Martin.
That is our top 10 in the UTV classes. Remember, there are 5 different classes. We have a Pro Mod, we have an Open, we have a Stock NA, a Stock Turbo, and a Stock Sportsman.
Yeah, just outside of the top 10 there is our good friend Terry Madden.
Oh, I missed him running earlier. Good job for him. He's got a brand new CA technology car, and they've put a lot of time and effort into it. So it's great to see him just outside of the top 10. He'll be very happy with that come race day.
So we've got 519 making his way over the top and into idle issues. These trails are so famous. Been carved into the legends of time over the years here at King of the Hammers. And it's great to see these vehicles qualifying out here.
So there's 2 different lines coming down idle issues. He kind of took the little longer approach, but he's still making some pretty good time. And there's so much to do during Hammers this year. We've got so much going on. Don't forget to check out the outpost out by the welcome gate. There's a lot of stuff going on out there. We've got 4 breweries. We've got some restaurants and a lot of cool things happening all over Hammers.
So that's 519 just crossing the line. We're just going for confirmation of his time.
And I missed who just took off. Did you catch that one? It looks like it's the 888.
It is the 888.
I believe that is Jeff Batter in the Pro Mod class.
Just come to a stop there on the rocks. Now, Chocolate Thunder used to be one of those trails a few years back that it was a bread and butter trail. Used to turn up here, wheel it, no problem at all. But it changes every year, and every year it seems to get a little bit tougher.
And when we announced that we were running this earlier a few weeks ago, there's been a lot of people out here pre-running it and at night, just like out at Backdoor. It's a fan favorite. I mean, you can come run the race trails after hours, and I saw a picture last night on the old Facebook, and there was, I'm going to say 1,000 people here, multiple cars in there just enjoying Johnson Valley.
Yeah, it looks like these guys have got some problems though, but look at the size of those rocks, Miles. They're absolutely enormous, swallowing up this little UTV. There is like the Co-Dogs there reaching for the winch line. That's never a good sign.
There is a Warren Factor 55 winch point up in here, so they'll be able to use that here in just a little bit. But yeah, these UTVs got their work cut out for them. Remember, this is just part of the Hammer trails out here. We'll have just over 100 UTVs qualifying today.
And let's not forget, they don't have to qualify. If they want to, they can just say, no thank you, I'll take my position at the back of the pack. But most of these guys are going to be out there qualifying. And what does qualifying do? That qualifying allows them to try and set a position further up the field so they can start closest to the front as they possibly can.
They want that clean air, and most importantly, let's just say you start mid-pack, you come up on a vehicle like this stuck. Now you have a bottleneck, so if you can get in front of those bottlenecks, that's really what helps you on main race day.
Absolutely.
But you're correct. You do not have to qualify. You can take a rear start, but you're gambling a little bit with that.
So we are just hooking up the winch now. He'll just be starting to make his recovery. Now when they're winching, the holy grail of winching is he wants to be turning his wheels at the same speed the winch is pulling. Now my guess is here maybe he's got something broken. We'll soon see as the T888 car picks his way through.
We saw Justin Barth out running earlier today, and my buddy Dave Johnson was riding shotgun, and he just tuned in. He's having fun, enjoying. He's done qualifying, so now he gets to enjoy the rest of the day, but he's saying the live coverage is absolutely amazing. All these drones, all these extra cameras, Hammer King Productions is doing really something special. So, Jim, let's kind of explain some of these classes. Right now we're watching the Pro Modified class. So it's based on an OEM chassis. Aftermarket chassis are allowed. Reinforcing is good to go. You must run full front plastic, 1,000cc, and up to a 35-inch tower. We also have...
Yeah, we also have the stock Sportsman's UTV, which means that they have to use the OEM chassis, must use the stock suspension pickup points, reinforcing is allowed. They must run front body and side plastics, a rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tyre, maximum 1000cc engine, and a 33-inch tyre.
And the stock Sportsman does have a couple bypasses on main race day, but rules-wise, it's still the same as the stock production NA and turbo. And then we have an open class, and what's open mean? It's open. You build it, dream it, race it, come on out here. The Pro Rs are legal in that class this year, so up to a 2000cc. So it's really cool to see all 5 classes out here racing with us for the 2023 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see how those Pro Rs get on out here. Released, I think it was, in fact, the year before last, I think they were released. Had some teething problems, but they're seemingly doing very well right now. As the 888 makes his way round our qualifying course here at the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers 2023.
And what a great day it's been. And like I said, we're just over halfway through qualifying. But we need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, 4-Wheel Parts, and Griffin Race Radiators. Please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing partners, we would not be racing here today or through the entire week.
So the 888 is still making his way around our qualifying course here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
There's been so much going on this week. It's been amazing. It's hard to kind of keep up with everything. And speaking of that, go to kingofthehammers.com and get on there. Check out the schedule. We've got music. We've got races. We've got a Pinewood Derby. We've got the Pit Crew Challenge. There is so much going on this week. So like I said, get on the website. Screenshot it. That's what I do, because sometimes you have service, sometimes you don't. So you can remember when you need to be there and where you need to be. As we have Lee O'Donnell, 23, our race director out there with USAC, keeping everything strong, going straight. And it's so far so good. There's so many moving parts. We have over 1,000 competitors this week, and
yeah,
everything's been going great.
I heard yesterday 1,062 competitors across all the different classes. That's got to make it surely one of the largest off-road races, if not the largest off-road events in the world.
I'm here to say that for sure. My first year out here was 2009. I'm going to say there was just over 100 competitors, and we thought we were big time at it back then. And now to see the progressions from 09 all the way, well, it started in 07 with 13, and it's just worked its way up, and now it's one of the biggest and best off-road races in the world.
Yeah, so many different disciplines, so many different classes. If you get an opportunity, head on over to www.kingofthehammers.com/live, and you can find out all the information. Check out the trackers, check out the live scoring.
Yeah, there's links for the YouTube channel. There's links for the tracking.
You can also sign up $25 for the premium service and get to see all the background stuff. Skip the adverts and stay with the action full time.
Lots of behind-the-scene footage, never open to the public from time to time. Jeff Batter should be crossing the little laser as we speak, so we'll try to get a time for him shortly.
I've got to say a massive thank you to our workers out on the course, particularly Chris Bowler and the other guys who are over here from the UK. We've also got course workers over here from Australia and so many other countries wanting to enjoy the Hammers action. And the best bit about Chris Bowler is he's just brought us lunch. How good's that?
There goes Chris Coyle, number 26, out of Diamond Springs, California, with Alpine Designs. He's in the Pro Mod class, running a Polaris Turbo S, Fox Shocks, MRT, and PRP, helping him getting across the line. So it looks like we do have one more car to go in this block, and then we will take a quick break, get a little reset, and keep on keeping on.
And that's car 26 on course at the moment. And that is Chris Coyle, making his way up through Chocolate Thunder. Good pace through the rocks there.
And later on today, when we do take some breaks, don't forget to go to the Great American Short Course website and check them out, because they are racing today as well. So we have a dual show going on. Tomorrow night, we have the Holly EFI Shootout, presented by Action Sports Canopy and King Shocks. We just finished up the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. We had the SRT King of the Motos a few days ago. Right now, it's the Can-Am UTV Hammer Championship. Tomorrow, the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, and then the Nitto Race of Kings. So
Chris Coyle takes a big hit there on the rocks, and you can see he's fighting his way through. I think he might have damaged something there, Miles. Let's just see what happens. Seems to be fighting with this UTV, or is he just looking for traction as he picks his way up through the hill? Our drone footage is absolutely fantastic, but it doesn't give an idea of how steep this trail is. Yeah, it looks like he had something balling up underneath him. It looks like he's going strong now. So Chris Coyle making his way across the top of the ridgeline. Look at this, Miles.
What an epic shot that is. You know, it's just so awesome to see the different terrain out here. And again, the camera never does it any justice, but it is absolutely amazing. Looks like up next will be the 1222 of Dennis Dermos.
And Chris is just picking his way around the course now, keeping it nice and smooth. Not too many heroics, just wants to get to the end of the course and put in a decent time.
I love how it starts off with some really difficult rocks, and then you get to open your, spread your legs a little bit, get the fast sand section, and then I'm telling you, idle issues, dropping down. The camera makes it look easy, but it's extremely steep. The rocks are huge, and it's fun to watch.
Well, this qualifying course has a little bit of everything. I can't tell you how soft that sand is. It's like that silty sand that really just allows your tires just to dig in. You need lots of horsepower to push through it.
It's amazing with all the factory support from the UTV classes. It's really great to see because you can literally go to a Can-Am dealership, buy one off the showroom floor, do some safety modifications, and come out here racing with us at King of the Hammers.
So on track at the moment, making his way back towards us is Chris Coyle, car 26. Coming on through the sand wash. This is where you need to get that foot right in there. Dig your way through that soft sand. Come up over the top and be dropping down into idle issues at any moment. And here he comes right now. Now there are multiple lines through here that you can choose.
And Chris is taking that kind of far left line, kind of bypasses some of the rocks. It's a little bit further, but it's more a little easier on that one as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what some of our guys do in Power Hour later on today.
And what is Power Hour, Jim?
Let's talk about Power Hour. As we watch Chris Coyle making his way down towards the finish line, Power Hour is where we get all our top guns, all our big guys. As Chris Coyle crosses the line, we get all our big guns, all our big guys, and we have got some heavy hitters in there, and they're going to be qualifying.
We got some big names for sure.
Exactly.
As
Let's
Dennis
run through
Dermos
some of those names that we're
off.
going to have qualifying this afternoon. As we watch live on course at the moment, it is the 1222 of
Dennis Dermos with the ZRP, part of Zollinger Racing Products team.
Yeah, this is
I believe
a
that's
single seat car working his way through.
I believe that's a Can-Am. No, that is a Polaris. Sorry. Travis Zollinger has a single seat Can-Am he races with us. And he's also been racing a Pro R in the 4400 class as well. Mr. Zollinger Racing Products himself.
Yeah. And he picks his way through the main rock trails and is out onto the dirt now. Which way is he going to go? There's multiple lines here. Now Power Hour. Listen to this, Miles. Listen to some of the heavy hitters we've got out here this afternoon. We're going to have Robbie Gordon, Kyle Cheney, Brian Deegan, Hunter Miller, Cody Miller, Brian Hamby,
Bryce Menzies, Casey Curry, CJ Greaves, RJ Anderson, Shannon Campbell, Mark Welch, Joe Gould, Phil Blurton.
Then Johnny Greaves, Cole Clark, Cameron Steele, Dustin Jones, Paul Wolf, James Contrell,
and Joshua Smith. So that is a stacked field. So be sure to stay tuned in. You do not want to miss that. Obviously, this is great as well, but it's going to be faster and faster. Are they going to be able to bump out Jay Shaw with that time at 2:34? Anything's possible.
Absolutely, but Jay Shaw's time is looking very good right now. We've already seen some heavy hitters out there on the trail, but it's Jay Shaw right now who's leading the pack.
Jay Shaw's been racing with us for quite a while. Great to see him doing so well. And then Mike Park joined us last year. He's sitting in that second position. He comes from a mud background out of Florida, if I'm not mistaken. And he's really taken Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers full tilt. Built a couple cars.
But right now on track it is Dennis Durmas. Single seat car making his way around, and he's looking good. Good pace. I don't think he's going to be pushing for the lead, but he's certainly looking good for somewhere around the top 20.
Dennis still making his way through the field. Travis Cook has been helping, making everything run smooth out here at Chocolate Thunder. He's the course marshal here. He's been a busy week so far, and it's only going to get better. But again, we've had so many course staff, so many amazing volunteers that make this possible. And remember, next year, if you want the best seat in the house, get on kingofthehammers.com. There's a little drop down for volunteers, and come on out, enjoy it, have some fun with us, and get the best seat in the house. So lots of racing action yet to come, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back after this.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
First place in the 4500 Yukon Garage.
Welcome back to the Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers in 2023. We are here today for the UTV Qualifying. Miles, what do we got going on?
Right now it's Kyle Taggart on screen, the 4951 out of Fort Morgan, Colorado, with Tag Team Racing in the Pro Mod class. He's a Polaris Turbo R, Shock Therapy, Maxxis, Metal FX, and Sparco. It's been running smooth. Like I said this morning, it took us a little bit of time to get in the rhythm, but we got it figured out, and it is full tilt right now. So Kyle Taggart making his way down idle issues as we speak. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing we have here in the booth. Up next is the 271. That is John Schaefer. He'll be taking off very shortly as Kyle getting ready to break the beam, and he hits a rock about to. He takes a little bit of a wheel stand, but he keeps on rolling. So Kyle will get a time for him here shortly. But off the line next is John Schaefer, number 271 out of Danville, Indiana, with John Schaefer Racing. He's a part of the Pro Modified class in the Can-Am X3. Fox, Maxxis, Method, and Sparco help him get off the line. We've got a great team out here making sure everything is running smooth. And we had a complaint the other night that fireworks are illegal in Hammertown. There's a lot. This place is family friendly. There's a lot of dogs, and if you get on King of the Hammers, there's a dog website as well on Facebook, and there's a lot of complaints that the fireworks are scaring the dogs. So it's just kind of a PSA for that. Obviously, out in the outskirts, it's fun to watch, but not close to quarters.
That's still the action. And still the action continues here.
John Schaefer should be taking off here very soon.
Here we go. He's getting the countdown, getting ready to go.
And John Schaefer is off with John Schaefer Racing. See what kind of time he can put up going up Chocolate Thunder. How long do you guess this is? I'm going to say it's about a half a mile.
I would have said it's more than that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a good mile-long course here, but it's really interesting. Just look at the rocks and the size of them here. I can't wait for later this week when we see the big cars on there. The 4400s particularly, it's going to be very cool indeed.
Yeah, I think some of the stock class, the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class tomorrow morning will have a little bit of a struggle because they're on 35-inch tires, and then we move up to the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, they move up to 37-inch tires and a lot better suspension, so I think they'll do well. But then, like you said, the 4400s, that's what these are built for, the Swiss Army knife of off-road racing.
Absolutely, but I think you're also going to see that the 4600s might choose not to qualify.
But remember, we were talking about that with the UTVs as well, that you've got to worry about bottlenecks and whatnot. But we do have 5 different classes racing at the same time right now, or qualifying, and they will be started where they qualify. So a Pro Mod, a stock car could start in front of a Pro Mod or an Open. But they are scored separately, but they are all racing on the same track at the same time. Thursday's race will be on adjusted time, so obviously you could still win coming from the back of the pack, which I know Randy Slauson has done more than
Yeah, we've
once.
seen that with Marcus Gomez the other year as well. Bringing it home into a second from right at the back of the pack and so nearly winning. But right now it's about John Schaefer as he picks his way across the ridgeline. Look at that, Hammertown in the background. Does it get any better than that? Absolutely beautiful views here from the Progressive King of the Hammers 2023.
Yeah, we started last weekend with the SRT King of the Motos, but it's been an amazing couple weeks out here. We kind of took a couple down days and then kicked it off with the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge presented by Monster Energy. And now today is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We need to give a huge shout out to AMSOIL, Tribe 16, CA Technology, Spider Tracks, KMC Wheels, LaserNut, PCI Race Radios, SDHQ with the rookie program,
Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, 4-Wheel Parts, and Griffin Radiators.
Curry Enterprises, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Holly EFI, King Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, Warren, and Factor 55. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing sponsors, we would not be racing here for the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers.
And John Schaefer there doing a great job picking his way up through the sandwich. And you can see how hard that vehicle's working, trying to find traction. As you're coming through there, you're putting your foot down, you're thinking to yourself, come on, vehicle, move. It feels like the wheels are breaking away. It feels like you've broken something, but it's just that soft sand sapping the power out of that vehicle.
And I was talking about Jay Shaw, our fastest qualifier right now. I do recognize the name, but I'm getting a little insight from John Boy. He's only raced once 2 years ago, and to set the fastest qualifying time, it's pretty amazing. So, like I said, I do recognize the name from a few years back, but this is only his second time racing here, so Jay Shaw really laying it down. Looks like I see Jamie McCoy in the mix. He'll be qualifying here shortly.
Yeah, Jamie McCoy we'll see on course very soon. But right now it's all about John Schaefer as he picks his way down through idle issues. So many different lines through this trail. And what a difference a day makes. This time yesterday we had high winds, lots of dust. But this afternoon is absolutely glorious as the qualifying continues here at the 2023 Progressive Insurance UTV King of the Hammers Championship. And on course now, we're just trying to get confirmation of the number.
Looks like the 4913, but I do not have that on my list. My apologies. Lots of racing going on today, and every day this week we'll be qualifying for the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge tomorrow. Then the day after that will be the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings.
Okay, it looks like this car on track at the moment looks like it's got a flat tire on the rear. Getting out of shape there, making his way across the ridgeline. It's hard to tell.
So last car that just took off, the Chattanooga Whiskey car, got a flat tire right off the line, so he's going to have a tough go at it, making this a quick run.
Yeah, this trail is already very tough, and he's coming to a stop there at the top of the ridge line. Tough break there for these guys. Now, what are they going to do, Miles? They're
going to keep pushing through, I'd assume. Oh, he is out of the car. Remember, even if they get let's call it a 10-minute run, that's still going to put them in front of somebody that didn't start the race. So we'll see if they can make quick work and get the car back going. And the drone coverage here is absolutely amazing. You see a bunch of UTVs in the background. This is still open to the public. It's just a closed race course right here at Chocolate Thunder. And obviously we are racing on the short course there in Hammertown for the Great American Short Course, powered by Optima batteries.
As you were saying earlier, 4913, struggling to actually find any detail about this car. As soon as we have anything, we will bring it to you. But it's not looking good for this car at the moment. And it just goes to show how tough this course is. It's absolutely brutal out here.
We have Kyle Smith patiently awaiting on the start line as we're evaluating what we're going to do with this car. They're both out. He hit a rock right when he started at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder and really giving him some issues. When the helmet comes off, you know that's not a good sign, so they may be calling it.
Now, the question is, are they far enough off the racing line for us to continue with our qualifying course today?
I'd say the car is, as long as we can get the driver, on the correct side of the car off course just a little
And
ways.
if you look at the back of the vehicle, you'll see there is no spare wheel in the rack.
Oh, that's a good catch there. So he was probably trying to stay light, but now he's got a flat tire and nowhere to go. So tough break for the Chattanooga Whiskey car.
Looks a fantastically prepared vehicle, doesn't it? All the bits in the right places, apart from the spare tire.
And that's a big part.
So our course workers will be making their way up towards the 4913 very shortly.
We've got a great recovery out here, and like I said, most of them are volunteers. So if you ever see somebody in one of those orange vests, give them a high five, throw them some swag, say thanks for putting this all possible, because we got a couple hundred volunteers. There's so much land out here. We're just shy of 200,000 acres. So on main race day, we've got people strategically placed all over this race course trying to keep it safe. Dave Cole does an amazing job trying to build the course around the terrain, so to let like a mountain or a rock face protect some of the course. But obviously there's certain spots where you just have to have manpower.
Exactly. And I say our course marshals, they travel literally from around the world to be here. Got a large crew out here from the UK, huge crew out here also from Australia, and there'll be guys and girls from all around the world make the pilgrimage to King of the Hammers to get the best seat in the house, which is marshalling on the sides of these famous trails. Let's not forget, later on this afternoon at 2 p.m, we have Power Hour, where all our big guns coming out to play and show us what they can do on this incredible qualifying course.
And a car that I'm kind of surprised isn't in Power Hour, Mr. Jamie McCoy is a couple cars back.
That surprised me as well. Okay, so while we're waiting for the course to be cleared, let's have a look at our top 10.
Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the booth.
And this is our top 20 at the moment. So in 20th,
Nelson Sparks.
Nelson Sparks. In 19th is Jason Weller. In 18th is Chris May. In 17th is Dennis Dumas.
Trey Price.
In 15th is Bernard Schaffer. Bernard Schaffer out of Germany, so that's a great result for him.
Jake Godfrey.
In 14th. In 13th is Cody Willenberg.
12th is Michael Lee.
In 11th is our good friend Terry Madden.
And then top 10 is William Martin in 10th.
In 9th is Ronnie Anderson.
In 8th is Corey Willis.
7th, Dustin Robbins.
6th spot goes to Zach Pollard.
In 5th is Christopher Ambergogi.
And then Mr. Zollinger Racing Products himself, number 4, Travis
Third
Zollinger.
is Robert Leibel. We saw him only a little bit ago.
In 2nd spot, Mike Park.
And leading up right now, it's Jay Shaw with a 2:34, which is absolutely stunning.
Which is 12 seconds faster than the rest of the field. So it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out, especially when we get into Power Hour. But while we have a little break in the action, we'll take a quick little break and be right back after this.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
All right, Chase, number 23, it's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat.
Whatever you say, big dog.
Seriously? These fools think I'm fried?
They know the deal.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Introducing Nitto's all-new Nomad Grappler crossover terrain. Built for the adventurous types, on-road or off. Nomad Grappler brings with it legendary Nitto toughness, while providing a smooth, forgiving ride for the path less traveled. It stands strong when the pavement ends.
Okay, and welcome back to the Progressive Insurance 2023 King of the Hammers. We are here for the UTV Championships, or Hammer Championships, qualifying in Johnson Valley. It's a beautiful day for racing. We've got sun, we've got a bit of wind, and we've got some fantastic racing action here on course.
And on screen right now is Mr. Kyle Smith, the 146 out of Powhatan Point, Ohio, in the Pro Modified class, running a Can-Am with RCV Maxxis Performance Machine Off-Road.
Oh, look at this, it's Jamie McCoy. Oh, no, we didn't expect to see that. Jamie McCoy is one of the event favorites.
He raced yesterday in the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge in a different car, and he's wicked fast in the woods, but these rocks give him a little trouble. So Jamie McCoy with John Boy out of Kingsport, Tennessee with G-Force Racing. He's in a Can-Am X3 CA technology-built G-Force car. NOS Shocks, MRT, Evo Power Sports, Ox Halo Locker, Rival, Bigfoot, Blood Lubricants, JB Auto, Race Driven.
Now, it just goes to show how tough this course is, Miles. When we have a seasoned pro like Jamie McCoy, somebody who really genuinely had a shot at the title, rolling his car in qualifying.
And that just goes to show you jitters still happens to absolutely everybody, because that's right off the gate. So tough break. And I've got a visual. Like I said, the camera never does it justice. But from my angle, I can just see two tires up in the air heading behind a couple rocks.
Yeah, just goes to show how severe this course is. But look at this, our course workers here.
And it looks like we're going to get a replay of the roll, and we'll check out what happened to Jamie McCoy. He's working his way up, and this is right at where it gets a little bit difficult and backs up. And the line is a little more to the right normally.
Yeah, multiple lines up through here, and you can imagine he's been practicing, and you see he just gets high centered.
And now he's kind of sideways, a little crossed up.
I can imagine his frustration. These are lines that he's probably practiced several times already.
And then just tips her over. That left rear tire fell in that hole, and upside down he goes. And Kyle Smith with a time of a 3:38, so that puts him in the top 20 for now.
Yeah, that's a great run. Anybody who's getting into that top 20 today is going to be doing very well indeed. There are some big hitters out on this track. And they come no bigger than those that we're going to see in Power Hour just a little bit later today.
It's going to be pumped up for sure.
So the winch is on, the cable's tight, and up Jamie comes.
The recovery crew has definitely been busy today, and they've got a long couple days ahead of them for sure here in Chocolate Thunder, because we'll be qualifying the rest of the day today, all day tomorrow, and then Wednesday as well. As we get everything, obviously this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Tomorrow is the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge, and then the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. The little number plate on the side took a little tumble on old McCoy's car. But that CA Technology Can-Am, it's a tough one. That's not going to hurt him too bad. Just a little bit of pride for sure. Jamie McCoy grew up riding dirt bikes and doing a lot of hair scrambles, but like everything else, with age comes a cage. And I'm telling you, back east in the woods, he is one hard man to beat.
I love that line. With age comes a cage. Not heard that one before, Miles, and you pulled that one out the bag. Okay, right, let's see what's going to happen here. Is he going to go up the course, or is he going to continuing, or is he going to come back down? Clear course so we can carry on with our qualifying this afternoon.
And we're about 40 minutes out from Power Hour. Obviously, we had a little hiccup this morning, so we delayed a few things, but we got right back on track. Lee O'Donnell got everything moving strong. Him and Travis Cook working great together to make everything happen. So here in about 40 minutes, we'll kick off Power Hour, some of the biggest and baddest names in the UTV sport. And not on screen right now, we have our green flag wearing the checkered suit, Steven. He's been helping us do a lot of fence. It's his birthday, so happy birthday, Steven. Hope you're enjoying yourself today. And while we wait for this recovery to take a little bit, look on the bottom right. That's Great American Short Course powered by Optima batteries. Lee Perfect and his whole crew has been racing all day today. Scott Rain and Dave Arnold been calling the shots down there, and it's been a lot of fun. So you can kind of bounce back and forth. Go to kingofthehammers.com or go to greatamericanshortcourse.com. Pick your feed and get a couple monitors up and watch a little bit of both.
Absolutely. It's the noise that when you go into Tamertown as these vehicles make their way around the short course is absolutely incredible. Something like 160 racers racing in there today.
Yeah, I took a little break this morning. I was watching the UTV qualifying, and I looked out, and the Pro 2s are out, so I hopped outside, and it was great watching the Pro 2s. I was talking to Lee earlier in the week when they just started building the short course. I'm like, this is a lot different than normal because the material here is very loose. And he's like, hey, it's the same for everybody. So they're going to prep it the best they can, but it was really cool to see the Pro 2s and how much roost they were throwing out there, right there in the middle of Hammertown.
Yeah, those Pro 2s are absolutely astonishing as we watch Jamie McCoy making his way off the course, and this is not what Jamie McCoy wanted at all. He'll be absolutely fuming with himself. But it just goes to show how tough this course is and how easy it is to make a mistake here at the 2023 UTV Championships.
And off the line right now is Mr. Troy Shipman, number 41, out of Placerville, California, with Red Hawk Casino. He's in that pro-modified Can-Am, BFG, Raceline, Lucky Tree Labs, Connected Allen Labs, Warren Factor UTV, and Alpine Designs. So Troy Shipman working his way up the little pinch rock here. We'll see what kind of line he can make. He makes it pretty quick work, so he's got a great run ahead of him. This could be a top 20 run if he keeps that pedal down.
Okay, so Troy Shipman here, working his way up through this course, and I cannot tell you how brutal this is. Really is swallowing up those 33-inch tires.
And the terrain here is amazing because you start off in this super soft sand, and you go straight into the big rocks, and then a loose kind of goat trail uphill where, like I said, it's a very loose deal. Then you go through a wash, down some rocks. There's a little bit of everything here at Chocolate Thunder.
It is, and if you're even slightly offline, those rocks are there to punish you. They'll tear the sidewalls out of your tires. As we see him making his way across the ridgeline, I just can't get my head around these images, Miles. Just look at that.
It is absolutely amazing what Johnson Valley provides for us. I remember watching the live show over the last 10 plus years, and some of the most epic backgrounds. I remember one that sticks out is Eric Miller as he's coming into the wind across Fissure Mountain, and it's just, you can see Hammertown miles in the background. It's just amazing up there.
Yeah, I remember that one as well. He dropped down over King Hill, didn't he? Dropping off back into the main loop. But right now it's all about Troy Shipman. And the change of terrain again now drops into the sand wash. And this sand just sucks the power away. Comes to a stop there. I'm guessing that he's changing from low to high. Trying to find every second he can.
Yeah, let's talk to that. So most of these UTVs have a low box and a high range. Yeah, it depends on the rocks, because most of these are belt driven. So if you're in high range trying to rock crawl, you can really slip that belt and cause you some issues. As Troy Shipman making some really good time right now. He's in that little fast watch section just before he's going to come into idle issues. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that make this possible. The 4952 of John Cahy with Grant Niddle riding shotgun out of Elizabeth, Colorado with Beadlock Marketplace in the Pro Modified class, and a Can-Am X3 Hypoxic Performance, ZRP, Amsoil, Beadlock Marketplace, RCV, Rugged Radios, Adrenaline-Driven Motorsports, RPM Motorsports as well. His first race with Ultra 4 was back in Sturgis 2021. So John Cahy running strong right now.
Yeah, he's made his way through the rocks very quickly indeed. Got up on the sand hill, not the sand hill, the rock hill, and just look at the way he's picking his way through these goat trails. Very confident drive here. As we see Troy Shipman there crossing the line.
We are using a beam style timing loop, so it has to be manually entered, so it takes a little bit to pop up. But again, go to live.ultra4racing.com and you can have the same live timing we have here. So John Cahy on screen, and his co-dog Grant still running a very good pace.
Yeah, he's looking very good indeed as he makes his way across the ridgeline, dropping down towards the sand washes.
So we need to give a huge shout out to Cara Crew, Onyx Off-Road, Recaro Seats, Empy, Pro Eagle, Baja Vida Beef Jerky, Buggy Whip, ARB,
SRT Off-Road, Share My Coach, Dana Spicer, Axel RC Cars, Action Sports Canopies, and Nacho Lights.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing partners, we would not be racing here for the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. So John Cahy still running strong out there.
Working his way down the hill now, and it's hard to tell you how steep these things are. It really is. He comes down into the sand. Got to get your toe in now. That sand saps away the power of these vehicles. Most of these vehicles are belt driven, of course. Can-Ams and the Polarises.
Yeah, there's a Yamaha and a Honda out there we saw earlier that are have an actual transmission with a clutch. And it looks like the 118 of Matthew Walraven. His son will be racing in the kids race later on this week as well. He is out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with 118 off-road in the Pro Modified class. He's in a Can-Am with CT Raceworks, MRT, Method, G-Force, JW Performance, Rival Can-Am, Murray, Bomb Threads, and Transit Site Solutions. His first Ultra 4 race was in Rush, Kentucky, 2021.
But on screen now is John Cahy as he makes his way down into idle issues. The 4952. Oh, we can see him outside of our booth now, and there are so many lines through here. It's really interesting to me, Miles, that they're all taking a very similar route here.
Well, they're watching. I believe they're watching the live feed, watching which way's faster and safer.
You see,
it's very off camera.
I'm thinking that during power hour, we are going to see some guys taking some risky lines. We're going to see some guys trying to find those tenths of seconds, those half seconds that make the difference.
And remember, they have a few more days. They've got all day Tuesday and Wednesday to prep and check these machines. So they may be sending a little quicker than they should, but they got time to fix it.
Oh.
Now John Coffey upside down takes a pretty good tumble. Tough break for him.
So here comes John now, just picking his way down idle issues, and over he goes. Look at that. Tough break there for John, but it just goes again to show just how tough this course is. There is no easy way down these trails.
And think about this. He's right at the bottom of this where we'll see what Matthew Walraven, what kind of time he comes through, if we can get him righted or not.
Now, if he just rolled another couple of times, Miles, it'd have broken the timing loop.
Yeah, he just has another full rotation. He would have got a time, but tough break for him. We'll see if we can get him righted real quick. And we've got him righted, so we'll see if he can come down a little further.
Yeah, he's righted
so
now.
So back on all four, and now back on his lid once again. John Coffey having a little rough go at it. And
now the best news about that, Miles,
but
is the
look
fact
at
that
this,
he's actually
John,
managed to break the timing loop. So he does get a time, even though he has rolled over. But we do have a car coming down through here. So our course master is unfortunately going to have to stop this vehicle as he makes his way down the course.
So Matthew Walraven getting flagged over just a little bit.
So we can see there Liam Donnell from USAC. Just asking him to hold fire for a moment. Now we have timing here. These guys will be able to work out a time for Matthew Walraven, or alternative, then we'll give him the option of a second run.
So we've got Elvis, one of our recovery guys. Get him backed up. We'll get him righted up. And I think we got another replay, so we'll see what happened again. So tough break for John Coffey. Rolls, he gets right and rolls right over again. So I believe that was his first roll he had.
It was, but if you look there, he just turns to the right.
And the right front
just
catches a tire.
Yep.
He throttles down, doesn't steer left quick enough, and takes her for a tumble.
Just goes to show such small differences make such big differences. Well, we've got our safety crews out there now. They'll just be righting John Cogney. We'll have him off the course, and we'll be continuing our qualifying here at the 2023 UTV Hammers Championship, live from Johnson Valley, California.
So we'll give our sponsors some love once again. We have Can-Am,
Ford,
Bronco,
Monster Energy,
Optima Batteries,
Nitto Tires,
Progressive Insurance,
Toyo Tires,
4-Wheel Parts,
Griffin Radiators,
Amsoil, Tribe 16,
CA Technologies,
Spider Tracks,
KMC Wheels,
Laser Nut,
PCI Race Radios,
SDHQ,
Curry Enterprise,
Brannick Motorsports,
Yukon Gear and Axle,
Holly EFI,
King Shocks,
VP Racing Fuels,
and Warn and Factor 55.
Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the Can-Am Hammers Championship. A little delay with John Coffey on his side, but we're doing our best to get him righted. So I'm sure we'll get Matthew Walraven a rerun. And it looks like we'll get another replay of roll number 2 here in just a moment. So he just gets on all fours, gets a little excited. And there it was in fast forward.
So they're just righting him now. Just need to take it easy. They've got a winch on the back of him. This is a safety line. There he is, catches him. And over he goes. It's a tough break there for John Cagney. But we'll have him off the course very, very soon, and we'll be straight back to the action. Now, Miles, you were watching the racing with me yesterday. Just how good was that desert race?
It was absolutely amazing. There's just something about an unlimited truck hauling through the desert. But also, we had some slow cars. Those Class 11s were fun, the 1450s, the 16 cars. I mean, there was a little bit of everything over the entire weekend for the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge. It was amazing. And we were missing a few of the big names, but the action did not disappoint.
Absolutely not. 27 T1s racing. Just get your head around that. Absolutely awesome action here from Hammertown. And we're going to have action once again very, very soon here at the 2023 UTV King of the Hammers UTV Championship, qualifying here out at Chocolate Thunder.
There is a big crowd out here enjoying the festivities. And don't forget, there is Vendor Village there right in the middle of Hammertown. We've got live music all week long. But like I said, if you need clothing, you need sunglasses, Bomber Eyewear's down there. Dang Brothers Pizza. We've got King 4-Wheel Parts. KMC Wheels. There's a little bit of everything down there in Hammertown, and I keep seeing people. I think they must be making some deals because people are carrying boxes of PRP seats out there. I just saw a little bit of everything walking through Hammertown this morning when I was kind of enjoying it. And then the outpost is out by the welcome gate. Bonair's done an amazing job making that as smooth as possible, because we're expecting 70, 80,000 people. The gates are open 24/7, and they are doing their best to keep the show flow going, getting everything coming into Hammers. So while we wait for a little bit more recovery yet to happen, we're going to take a really quick break. We'll be right back after this.
To go to do your rig right, and that's at 4-Wheel Parts. Now is the time for bigger tires and larger wheels. Now is the time to lift your truck at 4WP.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers in Johnson Valley. We are here today for the Can-Am UTV Championships qualifying. Miles, what's been going on?
It's been a great show thus far, and John Cahy just took a little spill, so tough break for him. Matthew Walraven made it all the way around the course, but at the very end, for safety reasons, we had to stop him, so we're going to re-rack, and Matthew Walraven with Dell riding shotgun will take a restart here in just a few moments.
Yeah, no, that's a tough break there for Matthew Walraven. It looked like he had a really good run going on there. And this course is tough. Would you want to run it twice?
I was having that talk this morning that with some of these UTVs, I'm not sure if I would qualify. I may save the car, actually, because during the race you go down Chocolate Thunder and up Idle Issues, but right now during qualifying it's backwards. We are going up Chocolate Thunder, around the backside, through the sand wash, and then down Idle Issues, and it's not easy.
No, it's a very tough course indeed, but that's why we're here. That's why we come here every single year to King of the Hammers. We want to be challenged. We want to go racing, and that's exactly what we're doing.
But Walraven has he's a brand new car to him, built by CT Raceworks. So that Can-Am's a pretty stout machine. So even like you said, it's a bummer he had to do that, but for safety reasons, that's what we are doing. And he'll rerun, and we'll see how it all shakes out. Looks like John Cahy's almost off course. We should be sending Matthew Walraven here in just a few seconds.
So we're just watching Matthew Walraven there on the start line, waiting to go. Really is a great looking rig. Looked awesome going up the rocks a minute ago. Let's see if he can repeat that and put down a fast time and try and break into that top 10. Jay Shaw, of course, is our current fastest qualifier, but that could all change when we get into Power Hour.
Yeah, I think Power Hour is really going to shake up some things. We'll see what happens. But like I said, that Jay Shaw with that 2 minute 34 second, that's 12 seconds faster over Mike Park and the rest of the field. So that's really going to be a hard time to beat. So Jay Shaw should be sitting very comfortable in that pro modified class. If you're just joining us, I am Miles Hasquist alongside Jim Marsden, and Matthew Walraven looks like he is taking off as we speak with Dale riding shotgun out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina with 118 off-road.
Now, just listen to the power of this machine, Miles. It sounds absolutely brutal as he makes his way out onto course.
And he just pre-ran this at race pace, so he's got a little, he should be finding his marks as we speak and making his way up. That was the hard spot. He already made it, so he's got another great run under his belt.
Yeah, now this is quick. I like this kind of pace, Miles. This is very impressive indeed. Straight onto the goat trails, making his way up the back, and look at the pace of Matthew Walraven here. This is a good-looking run.
And this is a lot steeper than it looks, and it's lots of loose rocks. There's some big rocks there that can really tear up some tires. And I'm surprised I haven't seen as many flat tires as we have. We saw one tire just a little bit ago, but that's about it.
Yes, so Matthew Walraven now making his way across the ridgeline. And those rocks up the top there, they're the size of footballs. You've got to take so much care not to catch a tire. And this is a great pace here. From the car 118, Matthew Walraven. As we look down across the Hammertown, and just look how busy it is, how many vehicles are out there. And let's not forget, it is only Monday. And the main Nitto King of Race of Kings is not until Saturday later this week.
Yeah, we still have a lot of racing yet to come, but we have a lot of fun yet to be had. So Walraven still running a strong pace.
Dropping his way down into the sand washes now.
And next off the line is the number 900. That is Robert Parker.
So Matthew Walraven, he's doing a great job here. Making his way through the sand washes. It's so difficult to drive these washes, you just have to keep your foot down. Always come to a stop.
Always getting out of the
car. Oh
car.
No, what's going on here? Oh, he doesn't look happy at all here, Miles. That is very negative body language there. It looks like he's disconnecting his helmet, undoing the pumpers.
It looks like
we're
happened.
No, it looks like we are going to have.
Is it a left front flat tire, possibly?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Looks like I think he might have lost the belt. So, this is a really tough break here for Matthew Walraven. Nobody likes to see this.
And we'll have to wait for recovery to get him off course because he's right in the middle of that sand wash. So the recovery crew is definitely busy out here today up in Chocolate Thunder. And that is a very disappointed Matthew Walraven. Tough break for him.
Yeah, but it just goes to show how cruel a mistress this racing really is.
We've seen transmissions, we've seen engines, we've seen a little bit of everything. I've been walking through the pits off and on all week, and you can have the most prepared car. You show up to Hammers and anything can happen.
Absolutely, but that's why we keep coming back out to Johnson Valley every single year for the pilgrimage that is King of the Hammers. We love it, the brutality of it, the fun of it. And as we wait for a recovery for Matthew Walraven, we've got so much more action planned for later today. Let's not forget at 2 p.m. we have Power Hour. And I can't wait to get started on that one. So we've got Matthew Walraven there. He's just pulling the winch out on his vehicle, waiting for a recovery. And our volunteer marshal crews will be over to him very, very shortly. Get him off the course. So we can continue with the qualifying here at the 2023 Can-Am UTV Championships, live in Hammertown.
Just outside of Hammertown, we're up at Chocolate Thunder.
This is very true.
It's been a long week already, and we're just getting started. But we're definitely going to have fun with it and enjoy every single second.
Let's talk about that, Mars. This is actually the first time we've done qualifying here up at Chocolate Thunder.
That is incorrect. I believe it was back in 2010 we did it. That was when I remember that specifically. It was Randy Slauson had a cooler on the back of his rig, and we qualified up here. But it's been a long time where we just mainly kept it close to Hammertown, used the short course. There's a couple rock obstacles, but it was a lot more short course related. So I'm kind of excited to have a really tough qualifying course. It throws a little mix into it.
It does indeed. I know that some of the crews, particularly the 44s, were moaning about it and saying it's a little bit too tough. But hey, that's why we're here. That's why we come to Hammers.
This is the hardest one-day off-road race out there, if I'm concerned.
And it's proving itself to be that. We've seen multiple rollovers already. And while we're waiting for the course to be cleared, we're going to pop on out and let's take a look at some results.
This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifier.
In 10th position at the moment is Ronnie Anderson.
In 9th is Corey Willis.
In 8th is Dustin Robbins.
In 7th is Zach Pollard.
We're just waiting for our scoring to pop back up again. We'll be with you. Now, this is obviously incorrect because we're looking at Matthew Walraven in 6th position there. So once we get the correct scoring, we will be right back with you. But right now, the most important one is Jay Shaw, who is actually currently sitting in 1st position with an absolutely blistering 2:34.
And look at the great crowd up here at Chocolate Thunder. And like I said, you can bring a Jeep, you can bring your UTV. This is a super spectator-friendly spot. I heard Dang Brothers Pizza said they were going to bring up a truck to serve some pizza later on in the week. I saw a hot dog station out here. We've got some restrooms, a little bit of everything, but don't forget to bring your cooler for some of those cold refreshments. The wind is blowing just enough. It's about 60 degrees. It is an absolutely beautiful day here in Johnson Valley. Remember last night we had a pretty good little windstorm with gusts up into the 60 miles an hour. And normally, there's a huge fire pit right in front of the jumbo screen that everybody kind of gathers at night. They didn't even light it last night. It was pretty rough last night.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people taking early nights last night. I went over to visit Levi Shirley earlier today, and they were literally pushing great big clouds of dust out of his pit area so they could continue work on his car. But it sounds like we're going to be going live back on course any moment now.
That is Robert Parker, number 900, part of the Pro Modified class, taking off in his Can-Am.
He's making his way up through Chocolate Thunder. Can he get a good line through the rocks? Yes, he can.
Does. He clears it pretty quick.
Does, but I'm just looking at that right-hand side wheel, or the left-hand side wheel if you're in his vehicle. I think he's got a breakage there. Yeah, you can see the course workers pointing. Has he got a breakage?
Maybe he was switching from low to high. That's a possibility in the transmission. So Robert Parker still pushing strong. There's been a lot of carnage out here. The recovery crew has been extremely busy. They'll be busy in their pits for the next couple days, getting everything lined out. Robert Parker nearing that 1 minute mark, trying to catch or beat Jay Shaw's time of 2:34.
Yeah, it's going to take something very, very special to beat that time. 12 seconds ahead of the nearest rival right now. That is a huge margin.
Look at that amazing shot from way up high from that drone. Hammer King Productions has a huge team, and they are making all these racers look awesome.
So Robert Parker coming on down through the sand washes now. Got 3 different sand washes on this course. And that's what makes this qualifying course so good. There is so many differences of terrain. We have areas where they can go quick, areas where they have to concentrate, and areas where they can lay down the absolutely maximum power before they come around to those huge rocks up at idle issues.
So Robert Parker still running strong through the sand wash. Lots of racing today for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying. And off the line next is the number 903 of Tyler Parks out of San Juan Capistrano, California with Parks Racing. He's in a Can-Am, Fox, MRT, and Method race wheels. So Tyler running strong, trying to chase down Robert Parker.
Yeah, Robert Parker's now making his way down idle issues. Got to take care. Doesn't want to copy, of course, John Cogney, who rolled twice coming down here only a few short minutes ago.
And he is pushing super strong all the way to the finish. This should be a pretty good time.
Yeah, I reckon that's going to be a top 20 time there, Miles. Just waiting for our timing to come up as we watch the 903 here, picking his way up through Chocolate Thunder. Now these rocks are huge. Look at this. They are the size of that UTV. And it looks like that driver's side front wheel isn't pulling. So it looks like we might have a breakage here on the 903.
These UTVs are super light, super nimble, but they're getting built better and better, but they're still a little more fragile than some of these unlimited cars. So when you're really bouncing through these rocks right here, you can hurt a car if you're not careful.
Yeah, it looks like exactly what's happened here. It looks like we've got a breakage in the front differential.
I see Mad Ram 11 in the house checking some stuff out, making some great videos.
Seeing lots of carnage on this course this afternoon, Miles.
And Tyler Parks gets up and out of that spot, so I can't quite tell if he did break or if he was just in a little bit of a spot, but he got up and out, and Tyler Parks back on track.
Maybe he just forgot to engage his locker, but it was certainly not pulling on that driver's side front. But he's back up and running now, and that's great to see as he makes his way up the goat trails.
It's amazing what Hammer King Productions does out here. We are in the middle of a dry lake bed. We've brought in power. We've brought in our own internet, electricity, and everything, and we're bringing you all this amazing action. It's really cool to see. It takes an army to bring this together, and it's happening.
It does, but Tyler Parks is looking good now, making his way across the top, so we can only speculate on what problem he had earlier. And with each vehicle, we're getting a little bit closer to power hour, which is scheduled to start at 2 p.m. But we need to get all the runners and riders through before we do that. But right now, it's all about Tyler Parks, who's on course. Awesome footage here from our drones out on track.
Yeah, we have upwards of 30 cameras that'll be throughout the course the rest of the week. It's pretty cool to see. As we see Michael Garcia, number 419, out of Apple Valley, California, with SF Raceworks in the Pro Modified class. He's in the SF Raceworks Polaris, Method Race Wheels, Super ATV, Fox, and MRT help him get across the start line. So Tyler Parks and Michael Garcia on course as we speak. And Robert Parker that just finished, he's part of our rookie program. He just moved into the top 5, so we thought that was a good run for a rookie. Top 5, and speaking about rookies, Robert Liebell is in that 3rd position. So first time out here racing with us at King of the Hammers and have a great showing.
That's absolutely fantastic. I knew it was good enough for a top 20, but I wasn't expecting good enough for a top 5. So a fantastic run there for Robert Parker. But we're just looking at the 419. Struggling there with these massive rocks here at Chocolate Thunder.
So Garcia's struggling in that same spot. You really have to pick that line just perfect, and he throttles his way through it. So Tyler Parks, top left. Coming down idle issues, Michael Garcia, bottom right, heading up the top side of Chocolate Thunder.
Yeah, so I think Michael Garcia might be the last of our UTVs before we get into power hour.
So even with our little hiccup this morning, with we had to fix some fencing because the weather was pretty rough last night, we're right back on track.
So Tyler Parks making his way down through idle issues. Only a few short meters to go. But John Cogney showed us how difficult those meters can be after the multiple rolls, making his way down this exact same trail. And Tyler Parks crosses the line. Solid time there from him. Although he'll be disappointed he got hooked up earlier on. As we cross back to Michael Garcia making his way across the ridgeline. Now, Miles, as we wait for Michael Garcia to cross the line, let's have a look and see what the runners and riders we've got coming up here in Power Hour. First off the line, we're hoping to see the legend himself, Robbie Gordon, followed by
Kyle Cheney, our winner last year.
And of course then Brian Deegan, there's the man who knows how to go quick.
And then the Miller brothers back-to-back, Hunter and Cody.
There's Brian Hamby, and then of course desert race legend, Bryce Menzies.
Followed by Casey Curry and CJ Greaves.
Then it's RJ Anderson, who's on multiple duties out here this weekend.
And a 3-time king, Shannon Campbell.
Then it's Mark Welsh, followed by Joe Gould.
Phil Blurton, part of the Can-Am team.
And then it is the short course legend himself, that is Johnny Greaves.
Our pole setter last year, Cole Clark.
Then it's Cameron Steele. Now this guy is racing in everything out here at Hammers this year.
And then we have Dustin Battle Axe Jones.
Also followed by a man who doesn't know when to say no, and that is Paul Wolfe.
And then James Cantrell, they must have put him in this because he knew his car wouldn't be ready till the end.
Yeah, you can bet your life he started his preparation yesterday, and then chasing out the final part of the Power Hour this year is going to be Joshua Smith.
So a lot of heavy hitters yet to come, so be sure to stay tuned in for that as we're watching Garcia on screen halfway through this course. We are up at Chocolate Thunder, just about a half a mile outside of Hammertown, little north, mainly east. And it is a fan favorite to come out and play. It's really close to town, so Backdoor and Chocolate Thunder really get some action in the evening when people go out and goof off, because lots of people, this is their vacation they use for the whole year.
Indeed, we saw Michael Garcia there giving our fencing a bit of a love tap as he comes on down into idle issues. Taking it nice and gentle there. Now, is he nursing a problem here? Always hard to tell.
Yeah, it looks like Oh, yeah, the left front is dancing all over the place.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, ball joint's gone.
Ball joint
oh.
is popped on the left front of Garcia. He's trying to make his way through it. So tough break for him.
Now, the question is, does he know it's broken?
Keep it together? Oh, you can tell by the steering. There's no doubt about it. But can he, it's downhill for the most part, but there's some big rocks. Can he keep it
Yeah, you can see the
together?
tie rod hanging down.
That is hard on equipment.
Fingers crossed he can get this down here in one piece.
About 10 more feet to go. He'll break the laser. Hopefully he can keep it together and get a mid-pack start better from the back of the pack.
Well, we saw how difficult it is to drive down here with a UTV that's actually working. So to get down here with a broken UTV is quite remarkable. So great stuff there from Michael Garcia. Our last runner before we get going with Power Hour here at the 2023 Can-Am UTV Championships here in Hammertown.
And he was able to get out, but his front end is hurt. So he'll have to hopefully find a trailer or bring some parts out here. But I would definitely try to get that thing fixed up.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably had the steering rack actually come adrift.
Yeah, so it may not have been a ball joint. It may have been the power steering. Like
I think the power steering is actually
rack.
broken on that, and the rack's moving around, and that's what's allowing everything to flop across. But it looks like the 191 of Kyle Cheney is going to be lining up first on the line. So we'll wait and get confirmation if Robbie Gordon is going to be running with us.
So Kyle Cheney is a back-to-back reigning king for the UTV Can-Am Hammers Championship. We'll see if he can do a three-peat or not.
And this man is seriously quick.
He's fast in the desert. He's fast in the rocks. He's done a little bit of everything. But he told me, I had a little chat with him a couple days ago, he is actually focusing on the 4400 class in his Can-Am. He's like, I've won this race in the Can-Am, the UTV race, but I am really hungry and thirsty for the 4400 Race of Kings.
Now let's just talk about this, because this is absolutely nuts, isn't it? A few years ago, so many people considered these vehicles to be golf carts. You know, the kind of thing that you put your golf bag on and everything like that. And these guys are proving everybody wrong. These vehicles are absolutely incredible. In the last few years, we've seen UTVs breaking into the top 10 regularly at the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings.
It checks all the boxes on an unlimited car. So that you race it, you want to come out and play with the big dogs, you can. I mean, it's a little intimidating because weight ratios compared to the two is it weighs less than half of some of the big cars, so it make me a little nervous in certain situations, but they're fast, they're nimble.
These guys are professionals, Miles. They know exactly what they're doing. They're out there, and they are brutal on those tracks. They are so fast in the desert, so fast in the rocks. I don't think it's going to be very long until we see one of these UTVs breaking into the top 5.
And remember, the Can-Am race is only a 2-lap race. The 4400 race is a 3-lap race. So it's going to be really gnarly when it comes race day.
Well, that's also another thing that plays into the hands of these vehicles. They don't have to stop for fuel as often as the big 4400s.
There's a good thought. They get a lot better fuel mileage because I was talking to some of the guys. They only get down to like 2 miles per gallon. So you put a big fuel tank in it, you still have to stop at least once, possibly twice. Some of these UTVs, I'm going to say they probably do similar though, really.
Yeah, you actually see some of these UTVs on their main UTV race will not stop for fuel at all in their 2-lap run. But right now, it's all about Power Hour. It's all about getting the big guns out there. And we're starting to see them line up now. Just seeing car 38, which is Brian Deegan, making his way up to the start line. Also racing in multiple different classes with these vehicles, and the first ones that are going to be going off the line are the Pro Stock Turbo UTVs.
Remember, there are 5 different classes racing all at the same time. They are scored separately. We have the Stock NA and Turbo, Stock Sportsman, the Pro Mod, and the Open class. Main difference is you can have better chassis in the upper classes, a 35-inch tire. The Stock class is a 33-inch tire. Suspension points have to be in similar spots but can be reinforced.
And so there is our defending champion at the moment, Kyle Cheney, sitting on the start line, getting ready to start and get us going here.
This is Power Hour, and it looks like Jeremy Dickinson is riding shotgun with Brian Deegan. Or he's his co-driver. Can't tell if he's going to get in or not.
There are so many fast vehicles here, Miles. Just look down this list again. I cannot believe what we're going to see. We're going to see Kyle Cheney, Brian Deegan, Hunter Miller, Cody Miller, Brian Hamby, Bryce Menzies, Dakar winner Casey Curry, CJ Greaves, RJ Anderson, Shannon Campbell, Mark Welsh, Joe Gould, Phil Blurton,
Johnny Greaves, Cole Clark, Cameron Steele, Dustin Jones, Paul Wolf, James Cantrell, and Josh Smith.
So many big hitters, so many hard guys. This is going to be a fantastic session of qualifying.
But are they going to be able to bump out Jay Shaw with that 2:34? If somebody can do it, it's going to be in this power hour, but that is a blistering speed.
It is a blistering pace, but one thing you are going to see, you're going to see fireworks, that's for sure, because these guys, they give absolutely 100% when they're on track.
This is going to be one phenomenal hour to watch, so if you're back home, tell your friends, tell your family, tune into the King of the Hammers official YouTube channel. Hit the premium, subscribe, check it out. Hit the share button on Facebook, and let's get this party started. So before we start Power Hour, let's give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries,
Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, 4 Wheel Parts, and Griffin Radiators.
Amsoil, Tribe 16, CA Technology, Spider Tracks, KMC, LaserNut, PCI, SDHQ.
Curry Enterprises, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Holly EFI, King Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, and Warn Factor 55.
Nacho Lights, Action Sports Canopy, Axial RC Cars, Dana Spicer Electrified, Share My Coach, SRT Off-Road, ARB. And there goes Kyle Cheney.
We've got action here on track at the 2023 Can-Am UTV King of the Hammers Championships, and it's Kyle Cheney, our reigning champion, making his way up into Chocolate Thunder. What can he do here, Miles?
A little bit of everything. He makes quick work of that first little rock section out of Ohio. Cheney racing for factory Can-Am in that stock turbo class. Can-Am, CT Raceworks, Evo Powersports, Raceline, Yokohama, Fox, PRP, Amsoil, Hess, Warn, ZRP, Action Off-Road, Optima, Factory UTV, Pro Eagle, and SSI decals.
And just look at the pace of Kyle Cheney as he makes his way up the go trails here. Really putting this Can-Am to work. Looks like he's running a 35-inch tire there, Miles.
He's in the stock class, so that means a 33-inch
That means he's on 33s,
class.
yes. Oh, this is blistering pace as he makes his way across the top here. Now Jay Shaw has got to be sitting on his hands, looking very, very nervous right now.
This is going to be a great, great run for Kyle Cheney. And then up next, Metal Militia, Brian Deegan.
And look at this, Kyle Cheney absolutely sending it to the wall here. Fantastic pace as he makes his way down into the first of the sand washes.
And this is why it is called Power Hour. We've got some of the fastest names in the UTV world, and they are here racing with us today for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And off the line now is Mr. Brian Deegan out of Temecula, California with Deegan Racing. He's in the 4900 stock turbo class, Can-Am, Monster, Bilstein, Method, Troy Lee Designs, PRP, ORW, and Heatwave.
But right now it's all about that man, 191 Kyle Cheney. Last year's champion, as he picks his way around this incredibly tough qualifying course.
So what kind of time is Kyle Cheney going to throw down? Right behind him, Deegan. And then it's going to be Hunter Miller.
Yeah, Brian Deegan has cleared the big rocks in Chocolate Thunder, making his way onto the goat trails.
Jim, this is what it's all about. I absolutely love being here right now as Kyle Cheney is coming around down idle issues. He takes that little low left as well, so that's definitely the preferred line by most of everybody.
Yeah, we're just watching him now dropping into there.
So Kyle Cheney running strong in that Can-Am. We'll see what kind of time he can do. Remember, the time to beat right now is Jay Shaw.
So there is multiple lines down idle issues that they can take. It's a controlled crash landing as they make their way down towards the finishing line.
And he's going to be about 15 seconds off a pace from Jay Shaw. Still a very respectable run.
Which just goes to show you how fast Jay Shaw was earlier today.
So Kyle Cheney just moves into second position and first in class for the Pro Stock Turbo with a 2:41.
So still 7 seconds off of Jay Shaw's pace. That shows you just how remarkable Jay Shaw's pace was today.
And off the line now is the number 190 Hunter Miller with Chad Hughes riding shotgun out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing in the stock turbo class. He's in a Can-Am X3, Maxxis, Raceline, Liqui Moly, UTV Race Shops, Elka, W Racing, Baja Design, Sparco, S3, Recaro, Pro Eagle, HMF, and Hess Motorsports.
Indeed it is, as we're watching Brian Deegan right now picking his way down through these trails into the sand washes.
He's got a pretty good pace himself. So this is going to get faster and faster. But remember, we've been qualifying here all day. People played here all night. The course is definitely changing every time somebody runs.
It is indeed. And Brian Deegan, just look at the size of these rocks, Miles. Brian's putting together a good pace here, certainly looking for a good top 5 finish. In the bottom right of our screen right now, that is Hunter Miller.
With a great run. Wow, look at this. It's action on both screens. Great shots. These drones are really bringing us some amazing shots.
Look at the puffs of sand as Brian Deegan lays down the power. Making his way now towards the top of Idle Issues. Misses the fence by millimeters. And here he has to make the turn, and you can see for yourself how difficult it is. There is multiple lines there. Opting for that safer top line. Are we going to see anyone take the more direct route? Are we going to see anybody gamble everything to try and take that fastest time?
Brian Deegan with a great run. Look at that Can-Am Monster Energy machine really running strong. This is going to be a pretty good time.
I don't think he's going to threaten Jay Shaw, that's for certain. But he is looking good for maybe a top 5.
And off the line now is Cody Miller with Cody Taylor riding shotgun, the number 221 out of Greenville, Texas, with Miller Brothers Racing in the stock turbo class. He's in a Can-Am X3, Maxxis, Raceline, Liqui Moly, UTV Race Shops, Elka, Double E, Baja Design, Sparco, S3, Recaro, Pro Eagle, HMF, Hess Motorsports, Factory UTV, Evo Power Sports, Monster Seal, and Brinson Power Sports.
Okay, and Brian Deegan crosses the line in 16th position and 3rd in class.
That is a very respectful run by Brian Deegan.
Okay, it's Cody Miller now in the bottom right of our screens. Brother of Hunter Miller, also factory-back Can-Am racer. Make his way up the goat trails, and he made very short work of those trails at the bottom. Chocolate Thunder, no issue for him whatsoever. And in the top left of our screen, it is Hunter Miller in the car 190.
So the Miller
Making
brothers
his way
running
down
strong.
through Idle Issues. What has he got for us? Can he put together a run that will challenge Jay Shaw?
Miller Brothers on track at the same time. This is going to be a very good run. We'll see how it shakes out. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com to have the same timing we have here. And off the line next is Brian Hamby with Jamie Hamby riding shotgun, number 817 out of Winchester, Tennessee, with Limited Budget Racing. In a Polaris Extreme Razor Performance, CA Technology, Turner Cycle, Trinity Racing, KMC, Bohr, Maxxis, G-Force Tuned Fox, System 3, Rugged, and ZRP. His first race with us was last year in Moab.
And Hunter Miller goes 7th overall and 2nd in class. So a great run there from Hunter Miller. But still, no one is challenging our early race leader or early fastest qualifier, Jay Shaw, who put in that absolutely staggering 2:34. And the top of our screens right now is the 2:21 of Cody Miller. What can he do? Can he threaten Jay Shaw? Can he lay down the run of his life?
So Brian Hamby and Miller on screen.
But it just goes to show how fast Jay Shaw was this morning. Just goes to show he was absolutely putting everything out there on this course.
And I know Orrin Anderson is sharing co-driver duties between Casey Curry and Bryce Menzies, but I believe Orrin's riding with Bryce during the UTV race, and he is off the line next.
And we're watching Cody Miller now picking his way down through Idle Issues. Showing good pace here, putting that factory Can-Am machine to work. Oh, look at this, really good pace here. What can Cody Miller do? Can he
Miller
threaten Jay Shaw?
blasting through the rocks. A little rough there, but they're running these stock Can-Ams and really putting them through the paces.
So a great hit face here from Cody Miller. He crosses the line. Just waiting for our timing to update.
And
Cody Miller goes third overall and second in class behind Kyle Cheney. But still, it's that man, Jay Shaw, who is still at the front of the pack.
And blasting off the line is Bryce Menzies with Oren Anderson, number 7 out of Las Vegas, Nevada with Menzies Motorsports. He's running in the open class with that Polaris Pro R, CT Raceworks, Red Bull, RV Fox, Toyo and Baja Designs. So it's really great to see Bryce Menzies out here racing. Obviously, he's from the desert world. He did not race the desert weekend. He came out to play with us for the King of the Hammers. Great to see him out here running. He is in the top or bottom right of our screen.
Okay, so it looks like we've got Brian Hamby now coming down up into, or down, should I say, idle issues. What's Brian got for us? Looks very good indeed. Great pace here. These rocks are absolutely enormous.
What a
the body
great
panels just
qualifying
flapping
run.
free.
What a great qualifying run we have right now. We'll get a time for Hamby here shortly.
And Hamby crosses the line.
And Bryce Menzies really running strong on the top of that ridge. And taking off as we speak, number 2, Casey Curry out of Corona, California with Curry Racing. And he's running another Polaris Pro R in the open class. Nitto Tires, KMC, X-Travel Suspension, Fabworks Cage, Monster, Curry Enterprise, Baja Design, and Molly.
And Brian Hamby goes 7th overall and 3rd in class. So a great run there from Brian Hamby as we watch Bryce Menzies making his way around the bottom of her problem.
We've got 2 rock stars on the stage as we speak. We have Casey Curry and Bryce Menzies. Really cool to see these two driving along with us.
Bryce Menzies, of course, more used to driving in a T1 truck than he is in UTVs, but he's giving it absolutely everything. But in the bottom right of our screen is a man who's all about UTVs, and that is Dakar winner, Casey Curry.
He's raced a little bit of everything with a lot of success. Both of these drivers on course right now have a lot of championships, a lot of wins, and it's great to see them out here racing with us for the 2023 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Yeah, Bryce Menzies coming into the top of idle issues now. Look at this, just a little hesitant there. He just needs to pick up the pace.
Talk about action-packed, that Amsoil machine coming down idle issues. He's going to be in that top 10 if I'm not mistaken, as long as he can keep that car together.
You saw how the wheels were jerked violently to one side there. Got to be sure to keep those thumbs out those wheel spokes. And Bryce Menzies comes on down. Hesitates a little, crosses the line, and we'll wait for a time.
And taking off the line next will be CJ Greaves. Short course phenomenal. Number 33 out of Sumico, Wisconsin with Greaves Motorsports in that open class, running a Polaris, Maxxis, Fox, Method Race Wheels, Monster Energy, Toyota, Impact, Vision, VP, Factory UTV, and Progressive.
Okay, and Bryce Menzies goes 6th overall and 2nd in class in open UTV.
It's really getting shaken up for sure, but Jay Shaw with that 234. Holding strong.
Is indeed, as we're looking on the main screen now, is car number 2 of Casey Curry. Casey knows how to put these machines to work.
Yeah, CJ Greaves bottom right.
So watching Casey Curry there as he makes his way around the bottom of her problem into the last of the sand washes.
So you can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing. But remember, everything is unofficial until we verify. We do video verification between everything, so things can change a little bit. But this is what we have in front of us, and it's fun to watch.
Absolutely. Now Casey Curry picks his way down through idle issues. What's he got for us? Come on, Casey. Get that toe in. Let's see you move.
It looks like CJ might have just broken a right rear axle. I've got John Crowley helping me call some things. So, yes, it looks like CJ Greaves having some problems. Tough break for him. He'll be taking a rear start.
He will indeed. And it's Casey Curry just picking his way down through idle issues now. Only a few more rocks, and he'll cross the timing beam, and there he goes. So we're just waiting for our timing sheet to update. But right now, it's Jay Shaw who is leading the pack here at the 2023 Can-Am UTV Championships here in Hammertown. And I can confirm that Casey Curry is 15th overall and 3rd in class. But we're going to have a slight break in the action here as we recover CJ Greaves, car 33. Just goes to show how hard they are pushing.
Absolutely, a tough break for CJ Greaves. Him and his dad, Johnny Greaves, have been racing King of the Hammers with us for the last, I believe, 3 years. It's really great to see them come all the way from Wisconsin. I mean, they are short course at its best, and for them to come out here and enjoy King of the Hammers as much as they are, it's great to see every walk of life out here having fun. And coming up here in just a little bit is Mark Welch. He's a budget guy. He owns a construction company, and he is in Power Hour with some of the biggest names in the sport. It's really cool to see.
Absolutely. This is the place of dreams. You can come out here and be a superhero, and that's what so many of these guys are doing.
This is the adult Disney World here in King of the Hammers.
Okay, let's have a quick look down through our top 10. In 10th position currently is Hunter Miller.
In that 9th position goes to Robert Parker.
In 8th position is Brian Hamby.
In 7th spot, Travis Zollinger.
In 6th position, it's Bryce Menzies.
In 5th position, rookie Robert Liebel.
In 4th is Mike Park.
In 3rd spot is Cody Miller.
And his 2nd is last year's champion, Kyle Cheney.
And sitting on the pole most of the day is Mr. Jay Shaw with a 2:34.
And 2:34, that's a full 7 seconds faster than Kyle Cheney. That man must have grown wings, Miles. That was a some run.
And Jay Shaw wants to give a huge shout out to Adventure Lifestyle. It's the only way he is back racing with us. They kind of threw him in there in the seat and gave him a chance, and I'm sure excited they put him in there with that smoke and run.
Yes, as they continue to recover. CJ Greaves here. Our course marshals working hard.
And I see Johnny Greaves in the mix. I'm sure he's sitting there and people are updating him saying CJ broke, so he's got to be bummed for that. But hey, that's part of racing. If you haven't checked out the rookie program, we're going to try to do that again next year, but it's been a really cool thing that Dave Cole and everybody put together. It's given them lots of tips, lots of tricks of the trade, helping them kind of work through the paces with sponsor stuff, what to do, what not to do, and it's cool to see 2 rookies in the top 10, Robert Liebel and Robert Parker.
Yeah, I've been following that rookie program. The information that they've been handing out from our professional drivers has been absolutely incredible. And life-changing stuff.
And I've been talking to a lot of people that have been racing for the last few years, and everybody says the same thing. I wish they had that when I was a rookie. And I said, absolutely, but it's cool to start it, and they're going to build with it. It's a really good thing, because even just getting to KOH, just what do you pack, tools, I mean, some of these remote pits are a long ways away, so you have to spread your people out. Fuel, tires, I mean, they give you the ropes on logistics and a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it can be a whole lot of fun out here, but just having that extra help from the rookie program makes such a big difference. Right, let's thank some of our partners before we get back to the racing. Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Toyo Tires, 4-Wheel Parts, and Griffin Radiators.
Amsoil, Tribe 16, CA Technologies, Spider Tracks, KMC Wheels, Lasernut, PCI Race Radios, SDHQ, for the rookie program.
Curry Enterprises, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, Holly EFI, King Shocks, VP Racing Fuels, and Warn Factor 55.
ARB, SRT, Share My Coach, Dana Spicer Electrified, Axial, Action Sports Canopy, Nacho Lights.
And of course, the Terra Crew, Onyx Off-Road, Recaro Seats, EMPI, Pro Eagle, Baja Vida Beef Jerky, and Buggy Whip.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here at King of the Hammers today. And if you're just joining us, I am Miles Hasquist alongside the one and only Jim Marsden for the 4900 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. This is qualifying. This is Power Hour, and we are about to kick off. You can see the one and only R.J. Anderson with that NOS machine getting ready to take off next.
Yeah, he just saw his racing partner, or should I say, the guy he races against an awful lot, CJ Greaves, another short course man, breaking his vehicle in the rocks at Chocolate Thunder. So let's see what RJ Anderson has for us.
Optima batteries, 4-wheel parts, South Point, NOS energy drinks, BFG tires. Lots of people help RJ Anderson. He's been racing for a long time, and like you said, he's great in the short course. He's great in the desert. He's getting good in the rocks as well.
He is indeed.
He was racing in the Great American Short Course earlier. At least I saw his brother Ronnie. I can't quite remember if I saw RJ or not. There's a lot going on this week, so we do our best to keep everything straight, but there's a lot of names out there.
Exactly. I think I'm right in saying that actually RJ Anderson was driving for Adam Lunn in the Class 1 buggy yesterday as he leaves the line now.
So RJ Anderson is off trying to push strong. We'll see what kind of time he can throw against the rest of the field.
Okay, this is Chocolate Thunder. You've got to make your way through that loose sand, then into these massive rocks that swallow up these UTVs. Oh, a disaster already. It looks like he's already got a breakage in that front axle.
So lots of attrition setting in.
Indeed. Certainly that front right is not pulling.
Is it both fronts or just the front right? I can't quite tell, but RJ Anderson having tough luck just like we saw CJ just moments ago. But he's powering through, still trying to make it up.
Yeah, he's trying to make it work. And now that wheel is now pulling. I wonder if he just didn't engage front-wheel drive, maybe.
That is possible. He may have knocked it into two-wheel drive, but he's still going. So
yep, it looks like he knocked it into two-wheel drive.
So
it
RJ
looks like
Anderson,
he's got traction now, and he's making his way onto the goat trails.
RJ Anderson back in business, pushing along. That cost him probably 20 seconds or so, but at least he's still rolling.
And it would have felt like a lifetime when you sat in that car, that's for sure.
Sitting on the start line for a little bit, waiting on CJ to come off. You know, you got your visor down, you're excited, and maybe he just forgot to put it in four-wheel drive.
He's going to push hard up these hills now, try to make up some time. Starting to see RJ Anderson laying down some pace as he makes his way across this ridge line.
And off the line next is Mark Welch, number 88, out of Folsom, California with Welch Racing. He's running in the open class, has been extremely successful in that class. He's in a custom-built Polaris, Maxxis, Method, and King. He put a turbo platform in his machine, kind of rebuilt it last year, rebuilt it in his garage. So great to see him running so strong.
Yeah, we saw Mark Welch putting it on the podium at Disney, Oklahoma at Legends of the Fall late last year.
Mark Welch won a couple years ago in Moab. Lots of wins under his belt. He won Moab 21 and 22. Won the Stampede in 22 as well. He won this just last year in Visions. It'll be coming up later on this season as well.
As watch RJ Anderson coming down into the final sand wash before he'll be making his way up the far side and into idle issues. Mark Welch showing great pace as he picks his way across the ridgeline. Look at this, Miles. He's looking very good indeed.
He's got a great run, but like we were talking about, he was a little off pace early on, so that is going to cost him just a little bit.
Yeah, RJ Anderson is now in idle issues. Let's see what he can do. It's a controlled crash landing, as we keep saying, as you come down these rocks. Don't want to get it wrong. Don't want to do a John Cogney and put it on his roof.
We've seen it bite a few people already, so RJ looks like he's going to be steady and makes it out the bottom, just breaking the beam. But it's still Jay Shaw with that 234, then Kyle Cheney, Cody Miller, Mike Park, and Robert Lee Bull.
Yeah, Jay Shaw must be getting very excited now. He's seen some very fast guys.
So off the line next is the 4955 of Joe Gould with Jeff Bachman riding shotgun out of Tabernish, Colorado with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab running with the pit guys. He's running in the open class. Pro R, CT Raceworks, CXO, Raceline, Maxxis, Sparco, King, Super ATV, and Rhino. Joe's a former U.S. Army helicopter pilot. It's really cool to see him retire and come play with us here at King of the Hammers.
And I can tell you that RJ Anderson is 16th overall and 4th in class.
So even with this little hiccup, that's pretty respectable.
And still 2 places ahead of his brother, so he'll be happy with that.
Be a little smack talking back in the pits tonight, I'm sure.
And we're watching Mark Welsh now in the top left of the screen, coming down into idle issues, and just look at this vehicle.
And I'm going to say it time and time again, the video does not do it justice. This is extremely steep, extremely big rocks, and Mark Welch is really moving strong as he's making his way to the end.
He's looking really good here. I'm looking forward to seeing this time. Oh, he gets a bad bounce just as he makes his way to the finish. Let's see what that is. So Mike Welsh goes 6th overall and 2nd in class. A great run there from Mark Welsh.
And off the line next is going to be Mr. Phil Blurton with Bo Judge riding shotgun number 944 out of Loomis, California with No Limit and Can-Am. He's in the Pro Modified class. That's Can-Am X3, RCV, Fox, Vision, BFG, and Monster. He's been a Best in the Desert champion, and he's fresh off his win back in 2021 Baja 1000. And there's Joe Gould on the top left of our screen. And that Pro R still moving along.
Yeah, Joe Gould is just taking it easy.
Remember, there is passing during qualifying here, and Phil Blurton's really pushing strong. Is he off course?
I think he's off course here. I'm not sure where Joe Gould's going. Maybe disappearing for a spot of lunch.
But bottom right, Phil Blurton's pushing hard. I had a fun chat with his dad, Phil Blurton Sr., yesterday during the desert race, and Phil Blurton's really here to have some fun. Senior always being a part of it. It's a full family affair. Great to see everybody out here racing hard.
Well, if anybody sees Joe Gould and they're passing, if they could point him back onto the course, that would be absolutely wonderful. So it looks like Joe Gould is actually creating his own qualifying run at the moment. But in the bottom right of our screen, it is Phil Blurton, I believe.
Yep, Phil Blurton Jr. pushing hard. And we're not sure where Joe Gould is, but it looks like Phil Blurton should be, they may be showing up on screen at similar spots.
Yeah, so Joe Gould has taken a wrong turn there. I'm sure he'll work it out sooner or later. As we watch Phil Blurton going around the bottom of her problem. The 944, of course, this guy is superb. Has raced in so many races, been so successful over the years. Let's see what he's got for us. Can he break into that top 5?
We'll see Phil Blurton coming into the top of idle issues here very soon.
Yeah, he's got to pick his way past that fence line.
So yeah, Joe Gould is way off course. Tough break for him. So Phil Blurton coming into idle issues as we speak. That number 944, Bo Judge riding shotgun. That Monster Energy Can-Am machine.
Yeah, it looks good. Look at the pace here as he picks his way down. Certainly looks good for a top 10.
So this will be a great time from Phil Blurton. And off the line next will be Mr. Johnny Greaves. 22 out of Wisconsin with Greaves Motorsports. He's running the open class of Polaris, Maxxis, Fox, Method Race Wheels, Monster Energy, Toyota, Impact, Vision, VP, Factory UTV, and Progressive.
And Phil Blurton goes 5th overall and 3rd in class. So a great run there from Phil Blurton. But Jay Shaw is still our current leader here at the 2023 Can-Am UTV Championships here at King of the Hammers.
And short course legend Johnny Greaves is playing in the rocks right now at the start of Chocolate Thunder. We'll see if he can make quick work of this and that Monster Energy machine.
It looks like Joe Gould has actually found his way back on track and is making his way towards the finish.
So Johnny's stuck, or not stuck, but he's having problems right where CJ was having those issues. So hopefully he doesn't break his machine.
Yeah, same place we saw RJ having problems as well.
But remember, this is just getting dug out and dug out, so this course keeps changing. You can come out here and pre-run this a month ago, and it changes every single night.
But Johnny Greaves picks his way through. Oh, it gets high-centered. Can he push off? Yes, he can. Hugely experienced racer. He takes that different right-hand line. Seen a few cars take that already today. Comes in at a slightly different angle. I'm not convinced that's the faster line, but that's, you pays your money, you take your chance. There's Joe Gold.
And that's where pre-running really helps
55,
out.
Picks his way down into idle issues. I think we need a sundial to time him today.
Yeah, tough break. He got a little off course, and he's just taking his time.
Come on, Joe.
So Johnny Greaves is having a strong run on the bottom right. And look at that awesome drone footage.
Yeah, so Joe Gold, maybe he's nursing his car, maybe he's got an issue. Just taking it nice and gentle down. Idle issues here, making his way towards the finish.
What a great power hour for the 2023 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Yeah, and we've still got some big hitters yet to come. Cole Clark, Cameron Steele, Dustin Jones, Paul Wolf, James Carroll, and of course Josh Smith.
This is what it's all about. We started qualifying this morning at 9 a.m., roughly 100 cars to qualify, but this is power hour for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Tomorrow will be the four-wheel parts everyman challenge, and then on Wednesday we'll kick off the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings for qualifying. And then we'll start racing on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And don't forget, we're still racing down in the short course with Great American Short Course, but off the line right now is Mr. Cole Clark, number 24, out of Cortez, Colorado, with CRC Racing. He's in the Pro Modified class with an RMS-built custom Polaris RS1, and he is self-sponsored.
Oh, he gets a really unlucky line there, just puts it up on the rocks.
He was the pole setter for last year's race, and it's not looking good for him this year. Tough break, but he's in a single-seat Polaris, and he's a fast young man.
He is indeed. He just got really unlucky there. Bad bounce off of the first rock, just took him all across the line. He's going to have to reevaluate, pull that vehicle backwards and get a better line.
It is absolutely beautiful here in Johnson Valley, California. Roughly 60 degrees, a slight breeze. And there is Johnny Greaves coming down. We'll get a time for him very shortly.
So Johnny Greaves crossing the line there. We're just waiting for his time to pop up. As soon as we have it, we will let you have it. But it's Cole Clark. He's back on track. He's managed to make his way through those big rocks at the bottom of Chocolate Thunder, and he's making his way up the goat trails.
How amazing is this coverage? Dave Junkin just tuned in and is loving it. I hope everybody else is as well. And off the line next is Mr. Cameron Steele, racing almost every single race here at King of the Hammers. Number 16 with Brian Wood riding shotgun out of San Clemente, California with Desert Assassins and Laser Nut Racing. He's in the Pro Modified class with an Alsup-built Can-Am, BFG, Raceline, Fox, Monster, VP, Baja HQ. He is a great ambassador of off-road and our sport.
He is indeed. I can tell you that Johnny Greaves goes into 26th overall and 13th in class. So still our current pole sitter is Jay Shaw, and we only have less than 10 cars left to go as we watch Cole Clark making his way over the top of her problem.
And in the top 10, the only people that are not in the power hour is Travis Zollinger, Robert Lee Bull, Mike Park, and Jay Shaw, but everybody else, power is really starting to shake things up. And it looks like we've only got about 4 more cars yet to take the line to wind up qualifying for the 4900 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, Cole Clark is really laying it down now, really trying to make up for that time he lost with that bad bounce in the rocks earlier. Coming over the top, dropping down into the final sand wash before he'll be making his way back up towards idle issues. Oh, look at the pace of this young man. It's going to be interesting to see what he does coming down through idle issues here. He has so much pace, Miles.
He is really pushing hard, but remember, he had that little fumble at the beginning. Oh, Cameron Steele is on his side. That is a tough break for him and Brian Wood. Not sure exactly what happened to that Monster Energy machine, but Cameron Steele on his side. Tough break.
Yeah,
He'll
we're
definitely
watching
hold
Cole
the start
Clark
line
here.
there.
Oh, massive sideways bounce there from Cole Clark. He is absolutely giving it everything. Oh, he falls sideways as he tries to make his way across the beam.
I think he's already crossed the beam
I
there.
think he has actually crossed the beam.
So we'll have to get some recovery up to give Cameron Steele a hand. I believe we'll get a little replay of this roll by Cameron Steele. Let's see if we can get it pulled up. This Hammer King production team does an amazing job. So here it is on the bottom right. You can see goes a little too far left, clips a rock, and you can just tell he stood there for a second and just couldn't quite save it.
You can see he took the same line there as CJ Greaves. He went off up to the right, then dropped down, and then had to make that sharp right turn. And when you do that, you get up on the side of those rocks.
But that Allsup Monster Energy Can-Am is a tough machine, so they'll be able to keep running it, but he'll be taking a rear start. Power Hour has been an amazing thing so far. We've got about 4 more cars yet to go before we finish this up, so we have a little break in the action. We'll be right back after this.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise! Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that.
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Sometimes, adventure is a road. A ribbon of dirt winding through the woods, or a strip of pavement disappearing over the horizon. More often than not, how we travel these roads is the adventure. Move confidently. Journey often, and stand strong when the pavement ends.
All right, Chase, number 23, it's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat.
Whatever you say, big dog.
Seriously? These fools think I'm pride?
They know the deal.
Welcome back, world, to the 2023 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship presented by Progressive Insurance. This is qualifying. This is Power Hour. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Jim Marsden. We've got 4 more cars to go until we wrap up qualifying. But don't forget, tonight we still have the Pit Crew Challenge. That goes off at 6 p.m., presented by Action Sports Canopy and King Shocks.
Yeah, that's always sure to be good fun down in Hammertown. Get down there, have a watch at that, grab yourself some food, I don't know, get some sausages, get some wraps, get some burritos, whatever it is, and enjoy the show as the pit crews put on the best of the best that they can.
And Great American Short Course is still going on for the next couple hours as we got Cameron Steele righted, and he is back to moving.
Yeah, great to see Cameron back on his wheels again.
Up next will be Dustin Battle Axe Jones with Dustin Henderson riding shotgun with a T978 out of Shreveport, Louisiana with S3 Racing. He's in the Pro Modified class in his Can-Am X3, S3 Power Sports, Fox, Maxxis, KMC, Monster, Evo Power Sports, Baja Designs, Rugged, PRP, Factory UTV, SRP, Steinjager, and Seal Savers. So Dustin Jones should be taking off here momentarily.
Yeah, we saw Dustin Battle Axe Jones, of course, qualify well the other day for the Desert Challenge. Unfortunately, had issues out on track, so let's see what he can do today.
Definitely a fan favorite. Well, both of them. Cameron Steele's he's raced every single race except he couldn't find a ride in the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge. So off the line is Dustin Jones with S3 Racing. We'll see what kind of time he's can put on. I remember him coming to the King of the Hammers scene about 5-6 years ago, and he absolutely fell in love. He does a lot of desert racing, but I don't think he'll miss a King of the Hammers for quite some time.
Absolutely. Right, this is the vital part here. Can he punch it through the rocks nice and clean?
This is the make it or break it. And he gets a great run. This could be a top 10, top 20 for sure. Can he break it in the top 5? Only time will tell.
Absolutely. He's already making his way up through those famous goat trails. He takes that right-hand line, the same as Johnny Greaves, the same as Cameron Steele. Let's hope he doesn't do the same as Cameron when he reaches the bottom here. Got to turn hard right. It's so off camber, but he makes it look so easy and effortless as he makes his way up through these trails. Cameron's now into idle issues and crosses the line. It's probably a time he'll want to forget, but he is to the finish.
But it's still better than taking a no qualifying run. He'll start in front of those guys and gals. But there is Dustin Battle Axe Jones with some beautiful scenery behind him.
Yeah, he looks a bit down on pace as he crosses over the ridge here, but that just goes to show you how difficult this ridge line is. And Jay Shaw must be sitting in his pits at the moment, chewing his fingernails, watching all these top-end guys chasing his time.
It's got to be tough sitting in that number 1 pole position for such a long time, but he is still 7 seconds faster than the next fast guy of Kyle Chaney.
Absolutely, as we watch Dustin Battle Axe Jones there. Let's run down our top 5. In 5th position is Phil Blurton.
In 4th spot is Mike Park.
Then in 3rd it's Cody Miller.
In 2nd place goes to Kyle Chaney.
And in 1st is still that man, is Jay Shaw.
And off the line next is Mr. Paul Wolf, number 1018 out of Brighton, Illinois with Wolf Racing in that Pro Modified Can-Am, MRT, Raceline, HCR, CA Technology, G-Force, Zollinger Racing Products, MAO, EBC Brakes, RCV, and Halo Lockers.
And Paul Wolf, he's absolutely savage behind the wheel of this Can-Am. Let's see what he can do.
He started racing 4,400 last year, but he has been in the Can-Ams for quite some time. But last season, during the Ultra 4 season, Paul Wolf really came to shine, and it's great to see. He's kind of turned full-time racer last year, and he's really upped his program with Hickman Motorsports, and Paul Wolf is really a fun one to watch.
Indeed, as Dustin Jones makes his way down into idle issues.
Yeah, Paul Wolf recently kind of upped his program and changed his race number. His daughter's birthday is 1018, and that's where he gets that race number. Really cool to see.
Yeah, just watching Dustin Jones' time here, he is not going to break Jay Shaw, that is for sure. Good grief. Just how fast was Jay Shaw going this morning?
Look at Dustin Battle Axe Jones still pushing strong in that S3 Can-Am.
Yeah, I think he lost some time up on that ridgeline, but he's coming on down through. Be crossing the beacon very shortly, taking a final time. So we're watching now Paul Wolf as he makes his way down through the bottom of her problem.
So less than 30 seconds separate the top 10. That's pretty impressive. And off the line next is number 502, James Cantrell out of Louisville, Kentucky with a Mad Ram 11 in his Pro Modified Polaris Pro XP, HCR, BFG, Keller, ZRP, Brannick, all things UTV, PRP, DynoJet, MRT, Super ATV, Factory UTV, Vision, Power Sports of America. James Cantrell has been racing with us for a long time. He swapped back and forth between 4400 and UTV. He's a great character in Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers. Great to see James Cantrell out there on course running strong. Oh, as I say running strong,
yeah,
he's
no,
stuck.
he's going in circles at the moment, but we won't worry about him at the moment. We'll worry
And
about
a
this
huge
man, which
wheel
is
stand.
Paul
Look
Wolf.
at this. Tips her over on the side. Is he able to save it? If he turns left and backs up, he might be able to get her on his wheels, and that's exactly what he does. He takes the wide left line and has a little issues, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, so while all that action's going on down there at Chocolate Thunder, it's about this man. It's Paul Wolf.
And guess what just happened? Paul Wolf just moves into second position with a 2:39, 5 seconds off at Jay Shaw. But Paul Wolf, second position in the Pro Modified class. Great to see him in that Can-Am.
Absolutely fantastic stuff there. As we watch this, look at James Cantrell. He wants to make sure that he gets all the highlight reels this year. He went in circles, he went on his side, he did wheelies, about everything he possibly could do, he just did in Chocolate Thunder. Now, as he was making his way up there, it did actually look like the right-hand front wasn't actually pulling, so it might not be his fault.
Yeah, tough break for James Cantrell, but hey, he is still moving, does that huge wheel stand, rolls it over, saves it, and keeps on keeping on.
Yeah, he's a firm favorite of all the racers out there. Has so many friends in Hammertown. He's making his way across the ridgeline now. He's just got to keep it nice and tidy.
So anytime they'll be sending off Josh Smith here very soon. And then last but certainly not least, our three-time king in the 4400 class, Off-Road Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell.
And he's always great to watch on these tracks. But right now it's about this man, James Cantrell, coming across the ridge. So we saw him doing circles in the rocks, we saw him rolling over in the rocks, we saw him doing wheelies in the rocks.
He's having fun out there,
exactly.
isn't he?
Is there anything this man cannot do in the rocks? So as James picks his way down through the trails into the first of the sand washes.
So getting ready to take the line is Josh Smith with Corey Nasso riding shotgun number 1948 out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Smith Brother Racing. He's in the Pro Modified class in a brand new built ZRP Can-Am with KT Performance, Liquid Molly, ZRP, HCR, Warren, Maxxis, KMC, Factor 55, Skull Graphics, and Alpine Off-Road.
Okay, and as we watch James Cantrell, though, I can tell you that Dustin Jones comes in 11th position and 6th in class.
But remember, everything is unofficial until we dot our I's and cross our T's. We got to make sure everything's safe and sound out there, but this is pretty close to what it's going to be.
Okay, Miles, let's quickly run down our top 10. In 10th position is Travis Zollinger.
In 9th spot is Bryce Menzies.
Then in 8th is Mark Welsh.
In 7th spot, Robert Liebel.
In 6th, Phil Blurton.
In 5th spot is Mike Park.
In 4th, it's Cody Miller.
In 3rd position is Kyle Cheney.
In 2nd, we just saw him on track. It was Paul Wolf.
And the fastest man of the day right now is Jay Shaw with a 2:34.
That's an astonishing time there. He's still a full 5 seconds ahead of Paul Wolf. There's not often that you'll say that, I can assure you. But James Cantrell now working his way down through idle issues.
And taking off is Josh Smith with Smith Brothers Racing. Putting that brand new ZRP Can-Am machine to work. We'll see what kind of time he can put down. He showed up just a couple years ago to Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers and has really made a name for himself. He's a little quiet behind the camera. He put a helmet on him, and he really shows out.
Yeah, so James Cantrell there, just making his way down through the timing beam. And he will take a long time.
Oh, good old James Cantrell, a great
character.
character.
Oh, we got a roll over here, Miles.
Oh, Josh Smith, and that's a tough spot. So tough break for him. We'll see if he can get outrighted. But he hits that little rock section. I remember, it's been quite a few years. I'm going to say 10 to 15 years ago. There used to be a gatekeeper here at Chocolate Thunder, and now it's just completely filled in sand only. But right where he's at is the tricky section, especially for these 35-inch tires. So we'll have to get Josh Smith righted. James Cantrell did come out. We'll see if we can find a time on him. So James Cantrell with a 4:18, so that little bobble did cost him some time. He's 49th overall and 29th in the Pro Modified class. Remember, there are 5 classes going on together at the same time. We have stock. We have stock NA, stock turbo, sports stockman, pro mod, and open.
Okay, Miles, while we're waiting for the traffic here, let's have a quick look at our top 20. So starting in 20th position is RJ Anderson.
In 19th is Casey Curry.
In 18th it's Dustin Robbins.
17th is Zach Pollard.
In 16th is Matthew Woolraven.
In 15th is Christopher Ambery.
In 14th it's Hunter Miller.
13th goes to Robert Parker.
In 12th is Brian Hamby.
11th, Dustin Jones.
In 10th is Travis Zollinger.
9th, Bryce Menzies.
In 8th is Mark Welsh.
7th, Robert Lee Bull.
In 6th is Phil Blurton.
In 5th is Mike Park.
In 4th is Cody Miller.
3rd, Kyle Cheney.
And in 2nd is Paul Wolf.
And the fastest time of the day with a 2:34 is Jay Shaw. Remember, all these times are unofficial, but it is pretty close to it. So I think we're going to do a slow-mo replay of Josh Smith and see exactly what happened.
So here he goes. He's into the rocks right now.
And he needs a little bit further right there, so that's kind of – he's a little off camber there.
Yeah, I think something might have changed in there because it's exactly what happened
so he backs
to James
up,
Cantrell.
Right rear lifts, left rear falls in a hole and just flops her on over. It's an easy flop, but that ruins your day.
Yeah, the interesting thing here for me, Miles, if you watch this again now, you see how he just pivots around and just throws it over. And that's exactly what happened to James Cantrell, is that James went off down through to the left.
But our recovery team getting that Warning Factor 55 loop on him and get some riding. We'll see if you can get him out of the way. And we have one more yet to go. Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, 3-time king, Shannon Campbell up next. So we still have a lot of action yet to come the rest of the week. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying. Tonight will be the Pit Crew Challenge presented by Pro Eagle and Buggy Whip. Tomorrow night we have the Holly EFI Shootout presented by Action Sports Canopy and King Shocks. We still have the 4-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge and the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. So we still have a lot of action yet to come. And we have a Pinewood Derby. The Outpost is out there. We have so many vendors and sponsors in Vendor Village right in front of the main stage. So be sure to come in Hammertown. We've got lots of live music yet to come. Hammertown is just getting rocking and rolling. We've been here for a while, but man, we are in the heart of King of the Hammers right now for the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries.
We were at Legends of the Fall late last year, and we got a chance to speak to Josh Smith, who was just seen being recovered right now. Really nice guy. Been doing really well in the Ultra 4 National Series.
Yeah, this is the first race for the Ultra 4 USA Series. It's a double points race here at King of the Hammers.
As soon as we get Josh Smith off course, we'll be able to get our 3-time king, Shannon Campbell.
So I've been watching Shannon Campbell's having some issues with this 4-wheel drive, but apparently whatever he just did, he got it fixed. The crowd gets excited. So Shannon Campbell's going to get get his helmet on, get buckled in, and we'll see him go off the line here very soon. And then we'll watch him again on Saturday to see if he can be the first 4-time King of the Hammers winner. But there's action all over the place, and like I said, the bottom right, that is Great American Short Course. Lee Perfect's been running that series all day long, right in the middle of Hammertown. The NorCal group with John Goodby and all his crew built an amazing short course right in the middle of town.
Yeah, and look at these little guys go. This is absolutely fantastic.
Those little mob carts are fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So many different classes, 160 different vehicles racing in the gas series this year. Here at King of the Hammers, it's the first time that gas have been with us, and I don't think it'll be the last. Just look at this. Fantastic race action. And where can you catch this, Miles?
You can go to greatamericanshortcourse.com and get on their YouTube channel. Speaking about YouTube, make sure to go to kingofthehammers.com and you can click the link. Make sure to subscribe. It's only $25 a month and you can get so much more. You get some heli footage. You see picture-in-picture during commercials so you don't miss a single beat. And there's lots of car walkthroughs. You can watch anything from the prior. There is so much going on behind the scenes there for the YouTube channel.
And there is 3-time King Shannon Campbell sitting on the start line now as Joshua Smith makes his way around the course. It's been a fantastic power hour here at Chocolate Thunder. And this is the first of 3 days of qualifying out here.
And look at the crowds here at Chocolate Thunder. They've been here all day long. I watched from in town most of the morning off and on. And to see the crowd out here building, and give your guys a shout out, a round of applause. You've been here all day having fun?
So it won't be long now until Shannon Campbell leaves the line. And he'll be the final runner in the 2023 Can-Am UTV.
With Campbell Racing, he's running under Energy, Method Race Wheels, Nitto, Fox, Impact Seats, Warren, Motive Gear, Amsoil, Rugged, RCV, Power Tank, Trailworthy Fab.
Yeah, so Shannon makes his way up the rocks.
He makes quick work of that little rock section, so this could be a really good time from Shannon Campbell.
Yeah, let's hope he can keep it together here. Look at the way that car's skitting on the rocks as he makes his way up through these goat trails.
And I believe this could be the last qualifier for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Shannon picking his way through here. These rocks are absolutely massive and brutal as he works his way up through. And look at the size of the ruts, Miles.
I was just going to say that the ruts are deep, so the ground clearance on some of these UTVs aren't great, so I'm glad to see them still pushing strong and making it happen.
But Jay Shaw sitting at home at the moment or in his pits.
And it is the last qualifier of the day for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Shannon Campbell on screen, the last qualifier of the day. We still have Great American Short Course down on the infield, so if this gets over then, go tune in with those guys. And then we still have the Prit Crew Challenge presented by Pro Eagle and Buggy Whip at 6 p.m. PST tonight. It's always a fun one to watch.
Yeah, so Shannon making his way around the course. I'll be honest with you, Miles, I don't think he's going to have anything for Jay Shaw, just looking at the way the clock is ticking right now. But this is still going to be a nice time. I think it's possibly looking like a top 10.
So Jay Shaw, number 17 with Adventure Lifestyle, got that 2:34 time early on today and kept it all day long. We'll see if Shannon can bump it off, but it's he's going to really have to push hard to make that happen.
He is indeed. I still think this is one of the best looking UTVs out there on the circuit.
Yeah, completely custom built by himself. Him and his crew there at Campbell Enterprise. They build some amazing machines. They'll have quite a few racing on race day during the Nitto Race of Kings as well.
Yeah, of course he's going to be racing his own 4400 car. Then his son Wayland is going to be out there in the 4400s. And let's not forget Bailey Campbell.
And his son-in-law, Brian Crofts. So they'll have a bunch of Campbell Energy machines out there.
So Shannon now picking his way through the final of the sand washes. And dropping his way down past the fence line and into idle issues. Here he comes. He's already outside of Jay Shaw's time, so Jay Shaw is definitively our first place vehicle as Shannon picks his way into idle issues.
But he's still pushing strong all the way to the finish. He still wants a decent spot in that open class.
He does indeed.
That Monster Energy Polaris Razor still running strong. Down idle issues. Don't forget, we'll be qualifying here the next 2 days as well. So we'll get a time for Shannon Campbell here in just a moment.
Yeah, he's keeping it nice and tidy. Nice pace through here for Shannon. And he crosses the line.
So we'll see if
when
we
you get a time there for Shannon. What a fantastic day of qualifying here, Miles. It's been absolutely incredible here at the 2023 Can-Am UTV Championships.
It's been great. Like I said, Ian Johnson and Pam Hall did a great job this morning. It was fun to kind of tune in and out watching them do their thing. And then we hopped in the booth. It's been a great afternoon. It's absolutely beautiful. Power Hour just wrapped up. It's been an amazing day. But don't forget, we still have a lot more yet to come this week. Tonight is the Pit Crew Challenge presented by Pro Eagle and a Buggy Whip at 6 p.m. And we still have gas going on in the infield. So go to greatamericanshortcourse.com, hit the link, and go to their YouTube channel for the next couple hours.
Okay, we've got a time for Shannon Campbell. Shannon Campbell crosses the line in 18th position and 4th overall. So
in the open class?
In the open class. So that's a great run there from Shannon. So it's been an amazing action here today, and let's just take a look at the top 10 here at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
This is the unofficial results for now. At number 10 is Travis Zollinger, Mr. ZRP himself.
Indeed. In 9th is the desert legend that is Bryce Menzies.
In 8th is number 88, Mark Welch.
And in 7th is Robert Leibel.
In 6th, number 944, Phil Blurton Jr.
And then in 5th, we saw him earlier today, it was Mike Park.
In 4th is Cody Miller.
And in 3rd, Kyle Cheney, last year's champion.
In 2nd position is Paul Wolf.
But in 1st, with a massively impressive 2 minutes 34 seconds, a full 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, it is that man, Jay Shaw. What a run from him.
What a great day of qualifying it has been. It's been a lot of fun calling the show, but it's been a lot of fun to watch the show. And we'll do the top 20 through 11. In 20th spot is Casey Curry.
In 19th is Dustin Robbins.
18th, Shannon Campbell.
In 17th, Zach Pollard.
16th, Matthew Walraven.
In 15th is Crispin Ambergy.
In 14th spot is Hunter Miller.
In 13th is Robert Parker.
In 12th, Brian Hamby.
And 11th is Dustin Battleaxe Jones.
What a great show today for the Can-Am UTV King of Hammers qualifying. There's still a lot more yet to go for the rest of the week, but don't forget tonight, 6 p.m. PST, the Pit Crew Challenge presented by Pro Eagle and Buggy Whip.
Well, it's been a fantastic afternoon. In fact, it's been a fantastic day of qualifying here out at Chocolate Thunder. It's great to see it in a different location. It's great to be here in Johnson Valley.
It's great to have some hard rocks in qualifying.
Exactly that. I cannot wait for the rest of the week, and most importantly, to the Pro Eagle and Buggy Whips Pit Crew Challenge later tonight.
It's going to be a great rest of the week. It's been so much fun today working with you, Jim. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist alongside Jim Marsden. We have some highlights from earlier today, and we will see you tonight for the Pit Crew Challenge.
25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Sometimes, adventure is a road. A ribbon of dirt winding through the woods, or a strip of pavement disappearing over the horizon. More often than not, how we travel these roads is the adventure. Move confidently. Journey often, and stand strong when the pavement ends.
All right, Chase, number 23, it's 2023. This championship's yours. Let's show these guys what's up.
Easy, boys. It's not over yet. Big dog still gotta eat.
Whatever you say, big dog.
Seriously? These fools think I'm pride?
They know the deal.
won on the last lap, but still comes back to finish on the podium. As we're getting ready for our next race, which is Production 1000 UTV, and that is a stacked field and a lot of cars. 22 to be exact, I believe. So let's go over to the stage. Here come our mod carts, our top 3, and Dave, I don't know what you're gonna ask these guys.
All right, here we are. What a crazy race. Cade Martin, I mean, early on in the race, you got spun around, you got off course, you fought your way back, and of course it came down to the last lap, which was nuts there, as he gets his helmet off. I'm going to talk to him in a second here. Cade, one of the more crazy races you've been involved with for sure. How it turned out this way, we're still trying to figure out. But, man, you're up on top of the box.
Yeah, it was awesome. That track is something else. It's almost like a hybrid between a desert track and short course track, and it's the most fun I've ever had driving a mod cart. And this is my last race, so it's been a blast doing this stuff. I told everyone I was done last time, but decided to bring it out one more time and have some more fun.
Are we going to see you move into something else?
I was thinking about a UTV or maybe a buggy or something, so we'll see.
Well, awesome. We're excited to see that and what your career path brings, but I know you got some people to thank for this.
Yeah, I want to thank my mom and dad, M&M Cutomatic, Sunset Signs, RPC, New Line, Jim Yoakum, and everyone that comes out and support us. And I want to give a big thank you to Lee Perfect for putting this event on out here.
There he is. Give it up for Cade Martin, everybody, on top of the box here. We go, a little crazy, and then we got Talon and then Dane Culver. We'll be talking to them about this. They get up here. He's got to get a swig of that chocolate milk there. That's what you earn. It's kind of like winning the Indy 500 out here. King of the Hammers. That's why I can compare for these young drivers as they go. We'll get Cade to going on. I'll pass him his helmet here. I got you. There you go, buddy. So Cade takes the top spot. We'll get Talon up here. Talon, all I know is we see the race early on, you're in the infield. I said, oh man, the Martin boys are having a rough one. You guys are back just like normal, back in the 1-2 position. I know you guys flip-flop a lot, but what an incredible race.
Yeah, that was definitely the craziest race I've ever been in. So basically, I lost 4th and 5th gear, so I was just 1st, 2nd, and 3rd all the way around the track.
Well, you made it, can pull it off. You're on the box, and I know you got people to thank.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Pacific Pool Plumbing, Martin Brothers, my brother for prepping my car, Renee for spotting me, FMS Heating and Air, Sparco. I forget all my sponsors, but
we got Production 1000s on the track. They're going to get started here in just a moment. And here comes Dane Culver, the 501, knuckles up. Tell you, he had a great run early on. A little bit craziness going on there afterwards, Dane. You know, you read this one a while. I know there was an incident where you got pushed into the pace vehicle, so that had been a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, I was just really trying to keep my cool the whole entire race. But, you know, coming to like one of the last laps, I was pushed into the pace car. I was sitting there for about like 10 minutes and waiting. I was kind of worried that I was going to get black flagged, but there was like no way because I already know that I was pushed into it. And then coming across the last lap, or the second to last lap, I was taken out. But, you know, I just really had to keep my cool, and I was just going for a comeback. And that's all I was thinking about, was getting that top 3, or maybe even first if I had one more lap, but yeah.
Yeah, no, and Cole Mammer's like, hey, that's my old car, so he was pretty stoked to see the performance. He was watching you. So this thing performed awesome. You did too, and I know you got people to thank.
Yeah, first, I'd like everyone out here to go follow Knuckles Up Racing on Instagram. And I'd like to thank ITP Tires, Action Sport, Canopies, my dad, my mom, and Damon, my cousin, for coming out here working on the cart. I would also like to thank Everett and Great American Short Course for putting this on here. And I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe, especially when I crashed. I thought I was in a roll, but, you know, his angels kept me safe. So, yeah, amen.
Dane Culver, everybody, a great performance. Well, Production 1000's out there. Let him get some pictures. I'm going to get back to the booth. Scott, back to you. All right, we're okay. We got Production 1000 going on there. And it looks like we got Connor Berry, George Lamosis, Cody Hodgson, Drake Benitez, and it looks like Trey Engelson. Yeah, Scott, it was kind of crazy how calm and cool Dane was. I mean, that just shows a lot of class in that young man.
I felt compelled to go out there and talk to him real quick.
Yeah, I totally understand it. You've watched him a lot of years just as I have.
So the way he approached the end, I'm sure he wanted to throw some punches even on the track, but I'm sure his dad was in his ear calming him down. So both of them, kudos to both of them.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go back to racing. We're 11 laps remaining in the Production 1000. Did you run through our lineup and mention some of the names involved?
I just called a few names, but I'll give some more because there are a lot of them there.
I want to say 22 entries out there.
Yeah, Cody Hodgson, we got Dominic Benitez, we've got Trey Engelson, Caden McCachran, Chance Haugen, Ryder Van Beekum, Robert Van Beekum, Drake Matag, Cody Myers, Cruz Bouchard, Chad Williams, Gavin McNamara, Rod Anderson, Michael Bernstein, Chaden Zane Bender, James Johnston, Chris Johnson, Philip Johnson, Michael Mamelli Jr., and Cole Kama.
Well, just from what I'm seeing on this lap right here, some of the camera angles that these guys are shooting for us, there's going to have to be some sort of track work done.
Yes.
It is getting tore up. These drivers have been beating up this sand. Look, don't get me wrong, the tractor's done one hell of a job out there keeping it.
I like what Kane said, one of the funnest tracks in a mod cart that he's ever driven. That's cool. I like it. It's a hybrid between a short course and a desert race. Ten laps still to go here in Production 1000. The 12-lap race. So next time by will be 9 to go. Oh,
man.
No.
The 102.
102, that's Caden McCachran, that's right. As you can see, look at this, George Lamosa is trying to put the pressure up on Connor Berry. But look at the battle back there between Hoxton and Angleston. Ryder Van Beekem trying to get up into there also. Robert Van Beekem. Then you got Dominic Benitez and then Ryder Van Beekem, which is Robert's son.
They may have started up front, but they're maintaining the position. Am I able to understand the fact that Connor Berry and George Lamosa specifically are running 1 and 2 right now? And they're probably the smallest drivers we have in this class.
Oh, absolutely. Connor also competes in the Pro Light category. But look at this, though, I'll tell you. Cody Hoxton definitely giving George Lamosis a little bit of a desert bump there, letting him know he's right there on his bumper. Now they got a little bit of separation. Trey Angleston back and forth there. Robert Van Beekem rounding out our top 5. Then you got Dominic Benitez and Ryder Van Beekem, the top 7.
Van Beekem and Matag running right next to each other, and I cannot believe they're mid-pack. McCaffrey running 17. He's a much better driver than what we're seeing out of him right now.
Well, sometimes it comes a little bit of humbling, you know, when you realize there's so many of these cars out here, so many things could happen.
Well, these things are so setup sensitive too.
Yes.
If you're just slightly off, and totally out left field. Wow, nice pass. Who is that? I'm trying to see right now. Come on, show me a number. Is that the 88? It's the second car in line that made a fantastic pass.
Well, that's Trey Angleston, I believe, because Lamosis always has the 2 flags on his car.
Yeah.
You can always identify it.
Man, now Connor Berry is getting plowed from behind.
And look at this, look at almost a pass there for the 3rd there.
So Moses now running up front.
And Hodgson trying to get it back.
All I can tell you at this point is probably the quickest car out there is, and I can't pick up the number, but it's got the big Polaris logo on the door.
That might be Dominic Benitez there.
Man, there's all kinds of plowing into each other. They are using the cars in front of them as a brake going into these corners.
You know, Cody's like the only Yamaha in that mix of racers.
There's the comp yellow. I was wondering if it was going to come out this time by or on the next lap. You see Polaris, Yamaha. As it's Lamosis, Connor Berry in 2nd, Hodgson in 3rd. I think it was Eggleston that I was noticing before.
Well, the running order: Lamosis, Berry, Hoxton, Angleston, Van Beekem, Benitez, and Van Beekem. So you got Robert Van Beekem up in 5th and his son Ryder Van Beekem in 7th.
Oh, there's Benitez right there, another smoker. That looks like it's coming right out of the middle of the radiator. Trying to pick up some of these numbers. That's a 248. That's Johnson. And that's the very end of Hammertown at the far edge of the course. amazed. I mean, some of the youngest drivers in this class.
Yeah.
And obviously the physical stature of both these drivers, they're very little guys. I mean, they're small guys.
And George, yeah, too. You know.
And they're out front, and it's not like they inherited anything. They are earning it. They may have started up front, but the fact they're hanging on to it.
That's agreed. And holding up to the pressure.
I can't help but think that McCachran has got some sort of mechanical issues and maybe just getting pushed around, but I don't think he's that kind of driver. I just do think he might be having mechanical problems.
Really, I haven't seen him do any short course yet. Done a lot of desert racing, done very well on it. You got to learn. This is kind of like, the soft sand of the desert, so I'm sure his driving skills are there.
I don't think not so much anymore as the green flag's coming out for the second half, as this track actually is in really, really good condition.
It's amazing how well it's held up. They've done such a good job. Like you said, for days here.
Wow, these cars are actually making the ground move too, way over here. There'll be 4 laps remaining this time by. 4 laps this time by for our production of 1,000. Look at that straightaway. That whole dirt pile was probably 4 feet to the left. Yeah. Well, the Van Beek boys are having a decent day, running alongside each other in 5th and 6th.
Really watching how these things are landing, all that jump, just setting horsepower on the ground, some big hots out there, that Yamaha.
Yeah, I think right there was Eggleston I was watching earlier that was making some very, very nice passes.
Oh yeah, the boys, I'll tell you, always really good drivers there. Trey too.
Wait, we got a yellow. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, somebody go over.
Oh, I guess so. 21. Mamelli Jr.?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Mamelli.
There's a close-up shot of our leader, George Lamosis.
I always love it. You always see, you can always find George with his 2 flags. Kind of his signature.
Yep.
California state flag, the American flag.
Well, looks like the 58. Is that what it was? Well, whoever it was back underway.
921, you're right. Michael Mamelli, you called it earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look at the ruts right there starting. Yeah,
that's a really deep one right there in the center.
I think that's why you see the guys either tucking in real low or going way up high in that turn. Way up high.
Yeah, that center is not the preferred line. I'll tell you that right now.
I think you'll see the pair come up before the Pro Light Pro 2 guys. For areas, because you know that's not the only one. Only spot. Once again, for all the fans back at home, not able to be here on the lake bed, thank you for tuning in and spending the afternoon with us. In round 1 of the 2023 Optima Batteries Great American Short Course Series. Kind of a cool shot. Whoa, what's going on there?
Up the inside, avoids it. There's the 918 getting off track there.
Yeah, he tried. That was Doug Matang. Yeah, Matang tried the inside line. Oh, another one up and over. And let's see if we can pick up a number. Well, there'll be 2 laps remaining this time by. 2 laps remaining.
Actually, it's Drake Matak.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Drake. Well, I know I got Drake and Doug, both got a D.
Yeah.
We'll see Doug, of course, in the Pro 2 later.
These guys, that's going to be a jump.
Yeah, by the end of this.
There'll be 2 laps remaining this time by. Lemos is running one hell of a race right now. And another caution.
So I understand we had a vehicle flip over, and our crack production team.
Yeah, I think it's a replay of what we watched live. The drone was happening right over that car. Yeah, here it is. Here it is right here. Yep.
Yep. It looks like he just kind of rut. All by him lonesome.
Kind of dove pretty hard. When he turned left, it just nosed hard on that right side and hooked the right front.
Little smoke though, but what happens when they roll over? Some oil goes up into the cylinder head and the valves and just kind of burns it out.
So again, another race halted with 2 laps remaining. So basically it'll be a green-white checkered.
I'm seeing that.
Hey, Michael Meister, what would you give to be here right now in staging with the rest of the Pro Buggy boys, huh? Same thing with you, Corey. How come you're not here with the Pro 2? We have 14 other guys that are here, but no Corey Winter. Basically playing in his old backyard.
Yes.
I love how I can call out guys that are like 2,000 miles away. I'm such a chicken shit. There's a good shot of Hammertown in the background. And it winds around straight back for about a mile, then to the right about another 3 miles. Yeah, it's just so crazy how once you pulled off the road and coming down the dirt road to get to the registration trailer to pick up your credentials, it was a 5-hour line.
Did you wait in that? I didn't think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'm with the broadcast. I got to get there.
No. But I was inventive with my lines.
Your
of course.
Your 4-wheel drive?
Oh, I used it.
Yeah, I know. I figured. I've done it.
So it looks like it's going to be a green-white checkered. Here we go. One more time into turn 1. Mimosas, can he hang on? He's through cleanly, but from second on back, I'm not so sure. Both he and Connor Berry have gotten through cleanly. Van Beekum right now in that 3rd spot.
And look at a little separation already on the top 2 cars as we go. And the battles go on behind our leaders at this point.
White flag coming out this time around.
A green.
Whoa! That 3rd and 4th got hooked up just for a moment. 3rd and 4th hooked up. I'm not sure if they lost any positions.
Is that Van Beekum and Oxen?
I believe so, yeah.
This is insane. There's Cody Hodgson there in his Yamaha YXE 1000.
There's our leader. Little guy, George Lamosas.
Little guy
White flag. White flag is out. One more time around. Wait, was that the checkered?
That was, I guess that was a green-white checker together on the green-white on the start then.
Okay,
that's it?
yeah, that I
Okay.
didn't see.
All right.
Well, it looks like George Lamosis will take the win. Connor Berry second, and Hodgson in the Yamaha will finish in the top 3. Johnson, Gamma, McNamara, Van Beekum, top 7. Myers, Williams, and Hagen will round out the top 10. Eggleston, who was running up front there for a while, he'll be 11th. Matag, 12th. McCachran will gain a couple of spots, finish 13th. Pritchard, 14th. Mamelli, who was running up front there for a bit, towards the top 5. He will finish 15th. Anderson, Johnston, Bernston. As we're getting ready for the next race already, as they're clearing the track. And our next race, the Production Turbo Unlimited UTV. 9 entries. Jason Weller will start on the pole with Robert Van Beekum starting alongside him. Kyle Aringsberg will start second row inside. Kelly outside of him. Hagen, Watson, Walsh, Golding, Myers, Willis, and Mamelli will start in that 9th spot.
Well, here we are. We got George Lamosis and Connor Berry's up here. George, of course, the winner here in Production 1000. He's got the chocolate milk. He's got the top position here. I'll get his helmet off real quick. So, George, well, you had a fight. You and Connor were going at it. You got by him and never looked back, but he kept the pressure up on you.
Oh, yeah, I put all the bumps behind me. It was just mad, a bunch of pressure from behind, but I had to keep it cool, and I'm up here.
And it's great to be here. King of the Hammers, first round, got the win, the momentum started.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to do more gas races, and yeah.
Well, you got some great sponsors you work with.
Yeah, I gotta thank my dad most of all, my mom, my 2 little brothers, Franco, and here you go, Godsend Performance, Trophy Bureau, PB Performance, Walker Evans Racing, CMS Motorsports, Sprocket Specialist, Piston Boats Racing, GVC, JMAR, George Lamosis Racing, Sparko, of course, G-Force, Estrada, Summer Brothers Racing, Method Brothers, Pro Eagle, and a bunch more. Thank you so much.
There he is, George Lamosis, everybody, and I'm gonna move it on over here, keep the momentum. Connor Berry, man, this guy's been wearing a lot of hats, really busy. He runs Guy Racing Short Course. Now he's out here competing. We got you in the Pro Light later. I know you started out front, the pressure, you and George, always go at it, but second place, still a great start for the season.
Yeah, for sure. It was a good run. We got past, and I couldn't really get back to him. So yeah, it will do.
Well, it's a great race, though. It's a great way to start the season. Like I said, you got so many great sponsors, Connor, that work with you.
For sure, I want to give a big thanks to my mom, dad, CBR, General Tire, AIM, K&N, CMI, Optima, Motul, and yeah.
There he is. Give it up to this young man right there. Connor Berry, always having a great performance. Oh, you gotta love it. There's Marco right there. What's up, buddy? Sporting all his drivers. You gotta love that. Part of the GT family, always great. Been helping a lot of the drivers out here. We got Cody Hodgson. We'll talk to him in third as we get going on there. Well, I can tell you the wind's still blowing. The sun's gotten a little lower in the sky. The temperature just dropping a little bit, but we got blue skies. We got a pool, Hammertown on a Monday afternoon. So we'll get these guys off and we'll talk to Cody real quick. Our production turbos are out on the track right now. Well, we got Cody Hodgson right here. Cody, let him get out real quick so we can get some pictures. Present him with his trophy here. Cody, man, I was getting a little worried you're back there, and all of a sudden, the last couple laps here, you got a little tangled up, and you were able to hold it off.
Yeah, man, it was a tight battle. The class was really close this weekend. The Polaris has definitely had some of us on this track. It was hard to keep up with them through the tight technical stuff, but we could roll with them and the high-speed stuff, so I just had to use that to my advantage and wait for some mistakes, and luckily I was able to just hold on to it and kind of capitalize on some of those mistakes at the end. So. Well, a great start for the season. Start you out with round number 1, but I know you got people to thank. Oh yeah, first off, thanking my dad, my crew chief. He's the guy who gets all this done for me. Our sponsors, B3 Motorsports. Keith, thank you so much for helping us with our horsepower, our handling. I mean, he's made our car as fast as it is. Double Nickel Industries, Ram Mechanical, Clear Innovation, and of course my family. And also Great American Short Course and King of the Hammers for putting this on. I hope to see this grow because this was awesome. Well, we're glad to have you here. Cody Hodgson, everybody, third place. An awesome one. And back to Scott. We got Production Turbo out on the course. So more to come.
Once again, congratulations to our top 3 finishers as we get ready for our next race. It's 12 laps of Production Turbo Unlimited UTV. Here's our lineup real quick. Jason Muller on the point with Kyle Ahrensberg starting outside of him. Second row inside, Chance Hogan, the 718, Jake Watson in the 1943. Row 3 inside, Kevin Walsh in the 717 and Oliver Golding outside of him in the number 1 K&M. And then row 4 inside, Mason Myers in the 703, Donovan Willis in the 786. Mike Mamelli is out there inside of row 5 of the 721. Robert Van Beekum outside of him in the number 64. And then Dan Kelly has been racing UTVs for just about ever in the 704, starting all by himself in the 11th spot. Once again, this is Production Turbo and Unlimited UTVs, the bad boys of the UTV world. Haven't seen too many Can-Ams on the short course this afternoon. We'll see how how they handle the short course part of it. They are absolutely stout out in the desert and rock crawling. Here we go, pointed at the start-finish line. Side by side, 5 rows back. Here we go. Production Turbo, start. We're underway. Big time jump by Jason Willer all by himself into turn 1. Ahrensberg right behind him, and he hops a tire. Ahrensberg, I have no idea what he's thinking. He had nowhere to go, had a car in front of him, and he still accelerated. You saw him hit the gas and jump the tire of Weller, who was right in front.
Well, lead follower, get out of my way. Isn't that the rule? 12 laps make up the distance here. Great shots from our leaders there, Scott. Gotta love that.
That was actually a shot of Myers in 703, currently running that 7th spot. But now going back to live action.
I think I saw Chance Haugen back there too. Good to see Chance back here in Great American Short Course.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey.
Thank you.
That camera call was dead spot on. Hey, I think there's going to be some action here.
No joke.
How badass is that camera?
Jason, I gotta admit, that thing was pretty tight. You know, Kyle Ahrensberg up there in the Michigan Canopy. He's running chase down. And we've got some banging and beating going on back here. Man, look how deep that is through that turn. Rutted out.
We've got Pro Buggy,
Pro Light, Pro Spec, of course, and the Pro 2s.
Jason's not running away with us like I thought he would. Not even a little.
And look at this, Van Beekem trying to come right back. Ahrensberg, oh! Ahrensberg went up that middle, then turned down on him.
Ahrensberg is right there, right behind, probably 20 car lengths behind Weller.
Well, I was talking about Van Beekem and Ahrensberg going at it. Ahrensberg, of course, in that Vision Canopy. Van Beekem running the good colors.
They started doing that, I want to say, almost mid-season last year.
Is it R&R Steel, I believe? Yeah, Jason's not afraid of that bump. Look how much smaller that berm's gotten.
Yeah, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all battling for position.
Oh, no!
Is that Dan Kelly?
No, I think Van Beekem had an issue. Looked like he was pulling off to the infield. Didn't see him cross the line. It will change. Green's when you see the green when they pass and get that transponder. See, now Kelly.
Why is Van Beekem 8th, 4th on the list? It don't matter because Jason's running up front in that number 10.
We can definitely identify that.
Down the front straightaway. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, some of the cars are starting to come back from Chocolate Thunder now. It looks like.
Seeing quite a few coming in through here, through Hammertown.
There's our leader, Jason Weller. And there's that big rut that everybody seems to be avoiding pretty skillfully. Look at the way that thing just squats under braking.
Very low center of gravity.
The weight transfer is awesome.
So what do we do? We also have, you got to remember, we've got production and limit turbos. So that actually is kind of screwing up with it. Kelly is a unlimited UTV, where Weller are in Aaronsburg and Van Beekum are in a production turbo.
Hey, Brian Cannon is checking in. Hey, man. You're terribly missed here, bud. We're 2 races away from Pro Light, I believe. It would be Pro Buggy and then the Pro Light.
So that's what it is. So as it goes for the production turbo, it's Weller, Aaronsburg, and Myers, followed by Chance Haugen, and then Jake Watson. That's the top 5 for production turbo. Then Dan Kelly leading the unlimited UTVs. Robert Van Beekum is second, so I'm confused here. Actually, 5 interviews. We got 2 unlimited UTVs. Oh no, Kyle with an issue. He's back and running. Not sure what happened. Was he asking for directions? Said the W words, guy.
Work?
Work.
Yeah, my wife's working right now at the stables. Oh no, Weller is slowing. Our overall leader.
Caution
oh no,
flag.
oh
Caution
gosh.
flag. We're okay. We're at the halfway point. Competition caution.
So I just seemed to, because I'm used to seeing it at 5 laps, not 6. Woo! Lost my brains.
So that means that Kelly is leading the unlimited UTVs, and Robert Van Beekum is out in 2. So we actually are going to only have 1 interview for our production, or for our unlimited. The rest are just the 3 normal for production UTVs. So attrition already hitting the field, Scott.
Because Ehrenberg pulls off the track.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's actually pulling to the hot pits or pulling off. Couldn't quite tell.
Yeah, he stopped and asked a question. I saw that.
Well, no, he's off the track now again.
Oh, again, okay.
So I'm not sure if we'll be able to pick that up at that line of cars and campers at mid-screen. But I think he's already way off to the right somewhere. See, the thing is, he should have, if he was having issues, he should have pulled off like right at the yellow flag. Pulled off right then. Go to your pit.
Not lose your lap.
Not lose the lap, as long as they didn't pass you, like right now.
Well, they still have him on 12 on the lead lap. And he's off. So.
Well, he hasn't been passed yet, though, either. Nope, that's a truck. Is that him right there? Yep, he's still on pits.
Yeah.
Oh, he's unbuckling.
He's unbuckling.
His day's done.
It's over. That's a heartbreaker. Kyle, super great guy, helping out a lot of the drivers.
Hey, Paula Parsons is checking in from Wisconsin. She's a racer way back in the day. You're not too old to get back into it, Paula. So our pace Honda's pulling off the track, our pace car. Going back to green flag racing right now.
That drone's right on the weeds on him. Look at this, great shot as they come around. Chance Haugen now up, it looks like in a podium position here.
Well, I think my question's been answered. I was wondering how the K&M's going to handle this in this short course.
They're really wide and low, and I think they're doing well in this position. Wow, do you see that berm really started how deep that just got?
It is approaching, I mean, it looks like a sunken platform.
Yes.
K&M's actually dominate out in Oklahoma. And just like that, we got two.
Dan Kelly, it looks like, and 1943 Hodson.
Wow. Alec Hoffman, you're funny. He goes, I know a pro spec she could race. Actually laughs at Dylan Parsons. So a little under 4 laps remaining for Jason Weller, who has not looked back from the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, look at that, Watson putting the hammer down.
Amazingly enough, things have calmed down drastically. I'm really surprised. Boy, Weller's getting a ton of pressure. Holy smokes. That's a battle for the overall left rear issues.
Yeah,
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, suspension.
Busted shock or something. So 3 laps remaining this time around, 3 laps.
Is that Myers starting to hound?
Yeah. It's been going on for like the whole last lap and a half.
Yeah, I mean, really though, getting close to him now. Jason hasn't felt pressure like this.
Then we got a couple of guys haven't added online right now. Tyler Fisher. Because you should have gotten your Polaris together and have been out there to Alec Hoffman. And I'm like,
making the call out.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, Tyler.
And vice versa, right?
Tyler, it's like, you know what? I don't think so. Because that means this car would have got dirty. Would have got dirty, man. Man, I mean, right now, Myers is keeping Weller honest.
Very impressive. Yamaha really chasing him down here in the Can-Am. 2 laps to go.
Oh, it's getting tight. It's getting very tight. Myers at one point was just less than a car length behind. Kind of just waiting for that moment if Jason may make a mistake, and I really don't see that happening. But there's so many ruts out there, and this track is so chewed up, it could happen. And then Myers falls back a little bit. I just wonder if Weller's going as fast as he needs to.
Just fast enough so he doesn't make a mistake.
All of a sudden, the spotter goes, dude, get on that right pedal a little bit more than you are now. Yeah, they're both just piling driving through that big, huge rut. It didn't look like much looking down at it from the drone, but some of the camera shots at ground level.
Pretty deep.
Wow. White flag will be coming up this time around. And Paula, nope, no you didn't, because that will be in 2 more races. Pro Light will be, Pro Spec will be right after.
Yeah, we got Pro Buggy, Pro Light.
Yep.
And Pro 2.
So we got 1 more race before Pro Light, Pro Spec. But less than a lap remaining now for Jason Weller. And Myers, he hasn't gone anywhere yet, but he's not really on top of the back bumper of Weller like I thought he would be at this point in the race. Oh, he's falling way back. Yep, I don't see him checking up anytime soon. Is that Alan Johnson out there giving orders? Is he pointing? No. Whatever he's telling you, do. Oh my God! I left my welding goggles at home.
I know. I'm gonna have to burn my eyes out now.
Those were some pasty whites, man. I need my welding goggles. Oh!
Gotta suck up some of that California sun.
Well, it looks like Jason Weller will take the overall win. Myers will finish overall in second, Haugen third, Golding in that fourth spot. Fifth, Watson sixth, Walsh seventh. Will be Dan Kelly, eighth, Mamelli.
So.
Yep, looks like you're gonna have to try. Don't ask me to help you on this, because
I think Dan Kelly and Robert Van Beeken were the only two unlimiteds out there. Van Beeken went down, so Kelly.
Another very cool shot of the short course, aerial shot, looking down at Hammertown, kind of giving a right to left view. Yep, out comes the grader. You knew that was going to happen. There's no way pro buggies could run the track in the condition it was in. They'd be ripping off left and right front A-arms. Oh man, it could have been really ugly. So, out onto the podium goes Dave Arnold, as there's a good shot of our field of podium finishers headed to meet him as well. You can hear pro buggies right now warming up in staging. Should be coming up in the picture any moment now. Fans back at home. And right here they are, as our UTVs turn left to meet up with Dave Arnold. There's our pro buggies getting ready to come out onto the track. So let's go down to our stage with Dave Arnold and our top three finishers in our UTV.
All right. Well, we're just going to wait for Jason to pop out real quick. Need to get his milk. Reduction Turbo UTV. I'm a trophy girl now, too. Not that you've ever had this chocolate milk before, but Jason, what a great race, what a crazy one out there. And boy, towards the end, it looks like Myers was starting to turn the pressure up on you.
Yeah, that track is really cool. It's something we don't really get to drive on much because it's super loamy and sandy and it gets real rutted. So I was just real trying the laps before the yellow. I had a little gap, so I'm like taking it easy, just trying to be smooth. And then on the restart, he was like right there. I'm like, I gotta go. And Corey's like, one car back, you gotta go. So really cool track. You know, we're out here for the King of the Hammers race, to race for Can-Am and the UTV. And to add this, it's a lot more work, but that was totally worth it. You know, huge thanks to my crew for helping, not only with the hammer stuff, but the short course stuff. And Corey, you know, we've been beating up our bodies for like the last 5 days, and my hands are tired, but we got 3 more to go, and biggest race of the year for us. So King of the Hammers, Dave, and the whole crew, and Great American Short Course, and all the fans that follow us and support us. And when everything's going hard, everybody seems to be like, keep going, and that helps us so much, and we really appreciate it. So Can-Am, Demon Axles, Weller Racing, thank you guys.
Jason Weller, congratulations, right there, first place. Got him, going to move it over to Mason Myers. And I'll tell you, watching that last lap, how you were starting to reel in Jason there, you started to make this a race.
Yeah, you know, he picked some better lines. You know, it was kind of hit and miss. I felt like I was a little bit better maybe after the start-finish line, but then down that back, I don't know, he's just a little bit better than me, and that's kind of all it took. But, you know, I definitely couldn't be here without my brother, my dad, my wife, everybody that came on board this year. East Street MX Park, Method Race Wheels, Kryptonite Suspension, Ryan with Davis Motorsports, and yeah, just all the competitors, man. It's first time out here with gas. Oh yeah, I broke in qualifying, broke the boost solenoid, and I went over. Jason was nice enough to loan me one and get me back out for the race. So gotta say thanks to the Wellers also. God, what a great event. Thanks to Lee and Dave with King of the Hammers.
Well, great day out here. Congratulations on that. Great race. Hopefully you'll join us again.
Yeah, I hope so. We're going to try to make some Glen Helen stuff.
Right on. Mason Myers, everybody with a performance. We're going to have Chance Haugen get up here in a moment here for that. Looks like a little team photo there real quick as we go. Well, great race there, and I'd love to see all the manufacturers represented, a Can-Am, a Yamaha, and, of course, a factory Polaris there, Chance Haugen. It's really great to have Chance out here, and I know he's kind of been on his own getting this new program going this year, and it's great to have him out here. I've watched him come up through the trophy carts and all of his racing, so it's great to see him progress and get taller. Chance, man, great to see you. Great to have you back. And if you're going to come back for a race, this is the one to do.
Oh yeah, it was fun for sure out there. Like to thank all my basically mom and dad, family. Thankfully a lot for Polaris, Super ATV, Method Wheel, MRT, Blind Dog, Sparko. Everyone else helps me. Like, thank you. I appreciate it.
Did you have fun?
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, I'm glad to have you back, Chance, man. Always a great one. Give it up for Chance Haugen. Always a great job. Great to have his whole family out here. Says Dad Don walking around. I haven't seen Mom yet, but we'll see him soon, I'm sure. It looks like we got the Unlimited UTV. We got Bronco Don Kelly. And that thing's got a gangsta lead. I think it looks like a broken shock or something on there. What's up? We got one more. Unlimited UTV. All right, here we go. Bronco Dan Kelly. I was looking at UTV. I said it's got the gangsta lean going. It looks like, what, a broken shock back there maybe or something?
No, I got a little bit hot-headed out there, pissed. This guy just took me out in the corner. 2 corners, shoved me after I passed him. I had to start dead last because I disqualified this morning. And I'm working my way up, and the guy just kept running, and he kept punting me. I kind of pushed him all the way down the straightaway and drove over the top of him.
Well, you made it. You got top spot in the Unlimited, so you got to be happy, and I know you got people to thank.
Well, that's the only one left. That's good. Hey, Willwood Brakes, they're helping me stop that car because we do have a mod that's pretty fast. Lone Star, Pro. I got to look. I just got it. EFI. He's tuning that truck or that car, and it's pretty fast right now.
Right on. Good to see you, Dan.
You too. Thank you.
Bronco Dan Kelly, winner of Unlimited. You're going to get back. We've got Pro Buggy.
Green flag is out. We're underway with our Super Buggy, Pro Buggy division. 9 cars. Onto the course, and we've called this for a long time the Formula One of off-road. Open wheels, making contact further back in the pack. 2 cars are stalled on that right-hand sweeper.
Well, looks like we've got Dale Eberts out there, Matthew Brister, Zach Drafkin, Lorenzo Bonacci, Garrett Allen, George Allen, Michael Scaffato, Gunnar Kennedy, and Adam Grinder. And oh no! Look at this! No, Matthew Brister.
It's the track, man. I didn't see him hit anybody, make contact. It's got to be the track.
Well, that's going to sure change the dynamics there. Brister was one of the forces that people are going to keep their eye on out there. That just opened it up for Bonacci, Drapkin, Kennedy, Scufado, Brister, Allen. I'm sorry, not Brister, but and Grinder. And where is Adam? Did he not make the call?
Really? Is he even here?
I don't know. He's supposed to be. He had pictures acting like he was.
Yeah, who's that Detroit gangster that they can't find buried?
Has he made it yet?
Oh, who's off the course there? Just getting back on. Lost 1 spot. Bonacci right there, going through that cloud of dust to the car. Again, somebody off the course. Man, I just wonder, it looks like obviously there's shadows. We got shadows going on. How much is being affected by the sun? And then they're driving through the dust with the sun. Yeah, we got some going on now, brother.
Those ruts, I hate when shadows, it's like riding moto. Where the shadows start on the course, where it's not well lit, you can't tell if that thing's 6 inches or 16 inches.
So it's Bonacci, Drapkin, and Eberts running 1, 2, and 3.
So Lorenzo Bonacci, the bomber. Eyewear machine, Fab School on that too. I've been seeing a lot of videos of him learning some Fab School. Looking at the lap time right there. Bonacci almost got him by a full second.
Man, Bonacci, his right rear and left rear tires just are dancing and bouncing hard through some of these ruts in the turns.
You can see it's really working hard. It's getting power to the ground.
Tell you, Zach Drapkin owes me some chocolate milk yet from last year. He tried to give it to me on that one race win he had where it was like 110 degrees. I'm like, no. I don't know where it's been, if it's in the cooler or not. No. Now, whole nother story. didn't even make a lap.
Yeah, broke that whole A-arm off. Or at least the ball joint broke on it.
So it looks like, this is one of those classes where it never seems to fail that in the first half of the race, they just scatter. They just absolutely separate. And these guys probably play that competition yellow second half more than anybody else or any other class.
It's a psychological, exactly.
And the thing is, they are such great friends off the track and mess with each other that you just know on the track when one messes with the other guy's going like, you dick.
So Bonacci, Dropkin, Eberts, followed by Gunnar Kennedy, Scalfudo, and it looks like both Garrett and George Allen. Great shot by the drone, and boy, it's like going in behind that mountain dark zone.
And they haven't stopped. They've been doing this all day long. I wonder how many batteries they've gone through and charged up the batteries they had, and then changed out batteries again, and it's on and on and on. Whoa, how about this? Trapkin coming on into our leader, Bonacci. He'll go way to the outside, duck down, try the inside line. Nope,
Trying to
not
keep that
there.
momentum up, yeah, couldn't keep it though.
I just get the funny feeling Drapkin all of a sudden wants this lead before the comp yellow. Yeah, he's definitely wanting to try that outside entrance, inside exit move.
Well, we saw a little young man do that earlier and found a real fast line. Mikey Childress Jr. took that wide one, he got right up on that bumper.
No, tell me you didn't tell him to do that. Why would a young kid go way the hell?
We saw the
like
click.
five lines outside of everybody else, like almost off the track.
The secret squirrel line.
And it's like, oh, I bet your dad, he actually listens to his dad. That's what I said. He's listening to his dad. That's exactly what that is.
And it's, yeah, a little bit of a lap traffic problems. Bonacci, Drapkin continue to battle.
I don't think that
they're 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah,
as far as pace.
Yeah, I don't think Drapkin's going to try to get around him anymore before the comp yellow.
He's going to wait. He's going to buy his time.
I'll put $100 on the fact he tries to make a pass in the first turn at the drop of the green flag, though.
Will he buy his time or will he roll the dice is the question.
Yep, there's the comp yellow right there. Easy, Bonacci. Easy, bro. Calm the hell down. Did you up the chocolate thunder out today? Oh, before. Yeah, when everybody was up there.
It was pretty nuts. I saw a lot of pictures. I was like, oh, man.
Was the guy with the megaphone up there? Toward like 2/3 up?
Heckling people?
Oh, boy. First year I went up there, I'm like, who is that a-hole? I'm just wondering who the hell that is. And then all of a sudden, some of the 4400s started coming up. Casey Curry, you suck. And he's just ripping on everybody. Jason's here. What? You've already run this thing. Go home. It's just...
Well, the Honda Pioneer crew is re-racked the field here. We're going to bring around. Big thanks again to Honda America.
Oh, this is a new version of Volkswagen I haven't seen. Holy crap.
I think the only thing Volkswagen on that is the
doors,
the hoods, the body.
Yeah, there's some fabbing going on there. Damn.
Hey, it's a rack top oval window too. Man, that's worth some money. That's
so it's Bonacci, Drapkin, and Eberts. What? Oh, go ahead. Wait, isn't there a third? There's only 2?
Yeah, we had some interesting development, I guess, during the one of the junior kart races. We had one of the winner didn't go to tech, didn't want to throw the motor down, so I guess Mikey Childress Jr. won.
Yeah, so we inherited a win today. You know, these kids are all really close, and you know, some stuff stood out in practice and qualifying, and the organization decided to pull the motors out of the top 3, and the winner decided that he didn't want to pull his motor, so we inherited the win. We went from second to first, and Manchester moved up to second.
So very cool.
Very cool for us. It's you know, it's a bummer that you got to win one like that.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's rough, but you know, you got to play. Everybody's got to play by the same rules.
Everybody's playing by the same rules, so we're happy to come out on top and move on with the points lead for the rest of the series. And
trying to back up a championship.
Try to back up a championship and let people know that, you know, it wasn't a fluke.
Yeah, right on.
So
congratulations on that.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for having me up here.
You got it. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Got a little inside information.
Well, I wouldn't say they inherited it because.
Well, it's not inherited, but they.
Well, that's what he said.
It. Yeah.
But yeah, it's like they did everything by the rules. The kid drove one hell of a race.
Well, speaking of one hell of a race, we've got a great race going on right now.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Bonacci still holding off the advancements of now Eberts. Oh no, Drapkin again. Or is that Eberts and Drapkin battling? It looks like.
4 laps remaining this time by. Should be 4 laps. Yep, it is.
No, but still Lorenzo and Drapkin, followed by Eberts, Kennedy, Cafuto.
Do not look at the scoring on the left.
I'm just looking at the drivers now. I stopped looking at timing and scoring.
Yeah, Bonacci has a point.
Yep.
And we got a 3-car battle going on right now.
That's Dale Eberts. Ebco.
If Drapkin is able to get around our leader, I predict that he will be gone. Like, checked out, gone. He just isn't quite fast enough to get by with a legitimate pass without a mistake by Bonacci.
Was it Jim Hawley used to say his elbows just got 10 feet wide?
Yeah.
So I think that's what Bonacci's doing right now. And look at that. How do you hit that little camera on the drone with a perfect mud spot? Things that make you go.
So Jake Capriati checks in. He goes, it's awesome to see Pro Buggy Racing this week. He goes, I wish I still had the Taco Bell buggy to mix things up. Man, still super tight racing for each podium spot. Here comes Eberts on the outside, but he'll be stuck on the outside for the right-hand turn. Good opportunity to do that outside entrance. Here we go. Oh, Eberts got around Drapkin. Eberts is now running.
What's going
on? He just had the spot.
Well, he did that earlier, too.
There must be some major checking up going on the track that we're not seeing on camera.
And I got to say, Dale Eberts, one hell of a driver. He's won multiple championships in the desert. No slouch whatsoever. Raced multiple disciplines.
Yeah, look how that track is upsetting suspension of these cars.
Oh, it's just horrible.
2 laps remaining this time by. 2 laps. Zach has got to go now. There he goes. Right on the outside through turn 1. Can he make it stick? He's now set for the inside. Oh, he couldn't. Unbelievable. There it was.
He got in that loam and just spun the tires there. Look at this. Trying it again.
Continually inside. Oh man, he checked up hard. Yeah.
Yeah, especially that deep berm there. You get into that, there's nowhere to go but up and over.
He's working the car in front of him and working the track. So he's racing 2 things at one time right now. And he's having major issues with both. And meanwhile, Bonacci is making that car his as oh man! He's making that car his as wide as possible. And so white flag will be coming up this time by.
Everts almost had a chance to inherit second there.
Yeah, I think he may have just unless there's a mistake by Bonacci, I think that Drapkin just may have tossed this race away. White flag coming out right now, down that front straightaway. Up over the start-finish line, one more time around. Unbelievable, he's on the back bumper of our leader. Was I wrong or what?
He's working it too now.
Inside entrance, outside exit, another inside entrance, outside exit. Zach cannot find that spot.
Larry's just, probably telling Lorenzo to breathe right now. Just breathe. Don't get the death grip on the steering wheel.
Bet you he does anyways.
Yeah, I know. That's the worst feeling. Start to tense up.
Yeah, where the track is real loose and loamy, I don't think Zach has it. Bonacci does, but where it's hard packed and maybe a little bit on the slick side, that's where Zach has it. So time is running out. What, two turns remaining, it looks like. Yep, 2 turns remaining. This is it. Final chance for Zach Drapkin. He's got to dive bomb it. Just ride the outside all you can. He waited too long.
And he caught the upper berm there.
And down the front straight, up across the start-finish line, Bonacci will take the win. Drapkin second, Everts in that third spot. That'll take care of our pro buggy race, and we've got nothing but trucks from this point on. Nothing but trucks. Pro Light, Pro Spec, and Pro 2. 14 Pro 2s, 900 horsepower each. Yeah! Fantastic race by both, actually our top 3 drivers, all 3 of them. As I think it was pretty smart of Everts not even to try to stick his nose in there because he had nowhere to go. It was very full with our front 2 cars. If he had gotten into the mix, he wouldn't have been able to do anything with it because there was just no room for a third car. And looks like, how about this? One of my favorite people in the world has just checked in, Dan Pinico, out of the Phoenix area. Or San Clemente if he chooses. He's been spending a lot of time there. And George Van Ziel's back. Boy, this is like the 3rd time I think he's checked in today. You're just in time, guys, as Pro Light, Pro Spec is in staging and Pro 2 is warming up. As we're going to send Dave Arnold out onto the stage and interview our top 3 finishers in Pro Buggy right now.
Maybe I can get back up there by the time the race starts. So here we are, Lorenzo Bonacci, the bomber, loading our car. He had a good season last year, came down to last wire, he fought for a championship. But this one, to win the first round, course, King of the Hammers. You gotta love this one. First round of Great American Short Course at King of the Hammers. Just makes it that much more sweeter. He's got the chocolate milk. He's got the first place Louis Tozier Design trophy. There's your milk. There's your trophy, buddy. Oh, man. How does this feel? I got to say, I know that's a question. It's hard to say, but, man, to kick off the year with the win.
Oh, it's an adrenaline rush. You know, I had the preferred line once Dale spun, unfortunately. But just stay the inside, protect your line, and make him work around you. And it just depends on how bad he wanted it, you know. And I wanted it more, I guess.
And the great pressure that Zach, he was looking, he did everything he could. Couldn't find that way around you.
No, it's a slightly narrow track. You know, it's hard to pass. So as long as you kind of work the track, you make them work it harder. But props to Zach, man, for staying right on my butt. This is going to be a great battle throughout the rest of the year because both of us are going for #1, along with Matt Brister. What? Okay. Well, anyways, I want to thank Bomber Eyewear. I want to thank Fab School. I'm taking their composite class. It's really fun. I'm learning so much about my cars. You know, it's all full carbon. I want to thank Inland Valley Construction, Maxima Oil, Walker Performance Filters, and everyone else that's on my car that's gotten me on this podium. Sorry about that. I also want to thank my parents and my uncle Tommy that owns Bomber Eyewear. I want to thank him so much for helping me get onto this track, dedicating so much hours, you know, and getting on the box, obviously. But most importantly, I always keep him for last because everybody remembers what you say at the very end of your speech. I really want to thank God so much for keeping us all safe on the track. You know, there can be accidents, but I'm so thankful that nobody's hurt. I'm thankful for him giving me the talent to get up here on this box and giving me the strength to hold my spot. Thank you.
Lorenzo Benacci, there it is, takes the top spot. Here, takes the win at King of the Hammers to kick off round #1 at the Great American Short Course. We'll go ahead and get Zach Drapkin and Dale Eberts up here, and we'll talk to them. They've already had a great day yesterday, both him and his son getting in on the box there. And now he puts it on himself in Pro Buggy. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I got a chance. You can see they did play with the groovings. They let some chunks out there. Kind of interesting what he did. Well, Zach, it was a great race. You know, you're trying to work on Lorenzo, but finishing second here at round 1's got to feel good.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Coming out this weekend was just really try to keep the redemption going from being last year's champion and coming back out and try to sweep it again. But Lorenzo kept us humble, and I couldn't have done anything there. Me and Braden ran a whole bunch of – Braden Cheramonte taught me how to do that turn one slider, trying to get it multiple times. So I'm just super pumped to be here. My team worked really hard in the off-season to give me a good car, and I'm so pumped to be out here.
Well, I know it's going to be a good season with you two battling, but you got a lot of great sponsors that make it possible.
Oh, definitely. I got to thank everyone that backs me. Redline Oil, Signature Propellers, Sign Pros, Scott Ive Elsinore, Competitive Edge Performance, April and Dave Winter, the Winter Motorsports Group, really everyone that backs me, everyone on the car. We always look good. Weddle, Kevin McMullen for giving me a rocket transaxle, and I'm just so pumped to be out here and be back for the Great American Short Course Series. Let's bring home another championship.
Zach, congratulations. Like to see you back it up there. Zach Drapkin, he's the defending champion in Pro Buggy. And started out with a bang here as it comes. We're going to go ahead and bring Dale Eberts up here. So we're going to go ahead and get Dale's trophy here. Dale, I know you and your son Ezra, yesterday you were able to get a trophy, and now you're here yourself getting a trophy.
Yeah, been an exciting weekend for us. A desert win yesterday, overall win in the morning race, and now this, get a third place here. We were, I was really hoping that we could get a win. I spun out, and then there was just no getting by those guys. The speed that Lorenzo and Zach are going, and the track, and then the sun setting too. The vision's definitely a challenge, but super fun track, and Great American Short Course put on a great track together.
Well, you fought those shadows, you fought the sun just great, came on the box, and you got people to thank.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Trust Manufacturing out of Southern California, and then Cape Toyota, Long Beach, ZLT, EBCO, BF Goodrich Tires, just our whole crew, my wife Isabel, my family, Ezra, drives, but he also puts the cars together, does a great job doing that. And our daughter Madison also does all our media stuff for us, so it's a real family effort.
Well, congratulations, Dale. Great seeing you, buddy. Congratulations. Scott, back to you in the booth. We got some great racing. The pro lights are out on the track.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, Dave, for giving me some time on this one. Here's our lineup. Connor Berry's out there at the 2. Chris Van Den Elzen is out there in the 66. We've got Ryan Venegas in the number 67. Connor Berry, Johnny Holtz in the 44, Brody Eggleston in the 14, Kyle Knott in the 36, Chris Hirsch in the 77, Ryan Bruckner in the 43, and once again, Chris Van Den Elzen out of Wisconsin in the number 66. Green flag is out, not quite through one whole lap yet, but man, oh man, we have got pro lights out there on the track right now. Connor Berry with the whole shot.
And Connor Berry, of course, came off a second place early on here in the Production 1000. Now he's out here to try and step it up one more time.
Take a look at this.
Top spot.
My cell phone, I've been scanning this the whole time, the whole day long, and it froze right in turn one at the start.
What a great shot that is. You got to screenshot that, Scott. That's a wallpaper. But look at this. Berry, Van Elzen, and Venegas. See, we got Eggleston, we got Holcher, we got Knott, we got Bruckner, and Hirsch.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of people tuned in right now back in Wisconsin cheering on the Chris Van Den Elzen entry. Very, very popular driver back home. Very, very one of the nicest kids. The whole family's out here. And they brought in, I think, what was it, 50 pounds of cheese?
Yeah.
All different varieties. And where are they? Where's that cheese?
Where's the curds?
Yeah, look for that purple. They say to come on out to Lasertown. Yeah, Lasertown, yeah.
Place.
So once again, how about this? Connor Berry up to an early lead.
Well, look at this. Van Elzen and Venegas. We got Eggleston down there, but it's Eggleston and Holcher, the top 3 in the pro lights. Then you got Kyle Knott, Ryan Bruckner. And then the first prospect course, Chris Van Elzen. And we got Venegas in the mini open.
Yeah, look this track, how beat up it is. I'm really, really surprised that they didn't take the time. And I know it's because it's getting late. The shadows are all over the place. But these trucks are bouncing. Oh, Connor Berry over-rotates. He may lose one spot, and does.
And it looks like Eggleston.
Yeah, Eggleston move up to the point. Holzer still maintains third.
Great shot coming through. Connor was looking to the inside. Couldn't find any daylight. Now looking back to the inside. Oh, you can see a lot of gear going into that sun right now. That is tough. Shadows are starting to form. You can't tell how deep these ruts are. They got to keep
there's a big problem as our leader will way to the outside all the way around where it's nice and smooth but loamy and soft. Connor Berry went right down the middle.
Yeah.
And that truck was just bouncing all over.
Well, definitely they have to play a lot with the suspension, cleaning it, getting it dialed in here. Getting that rebound and compression just right.
Well, that's got Eggleston now up front. Looks like he pulled away just a little bit from Connor Berry. Yeah, right now it's like you cannot see black trucks on screen in the shadows, and our top 2 trucks are black or black and blue. You know, and Johnny Holcher, I know he is hanging out for the comp yellow.
Yeah, he's buying his time.
He's in a spot, maintain position. If you get a chance to reel him in a little bit, maybe so, but he's playing that competition yellow. For a young kid, he's pretty smart, plus he's got a good spotter.
Yeah, if you don't have to force the issue in the first half of the race, just set yourself in a good spot. He's in a good spot. Connor Berry's still in a great spot too, but Brody Eggleston, very talented young driver. Both these two have come out of, actually all three of these drivers have come out of the trophy carts, watched them through their entire career.
And, you know, even though they've been moving a lot of sand around, there are rocks out there. And you can see them in various areas where it looks like the sand is being kicked up. Not so much right in that area, but on the inside, just a little bit larger than gravel.
Yes.
A little bit larger than gravel, but not like going to knock you silly or knock you out. Just major inconvenience.
Yeah. Great shot as they come around. I mean, I just love the course layout that Lee's done. And big thanks to Dave Cole and the entire Hammer crews, Hammer Time Productions, to Take It Live, to the I Believe cams, bringing us all this great footage and having Great American Short Course part of King of the Hammers.
Once again, there's a shot of our leader from across the track. Barry right there in second. He was just on the podium a moment ago.
Yes.
And getting strapped into his Pro Light and doing one hell of a job. He's having a great day.
Yeah, second place he got on the Production 1000 in his RS1. And look at that, the Egg Boys, Brody Eggleston.
Oh, our leader up and over.
Brody.
You saw it coming.
And look at this. Oh no, he's trying to go, but it looks like
Holter will move into second, but that was like it looked like a final rollover, but it was very soft. So possibly that plastic barrier soaked up a lot of what could have been damaged, but it looks like nothing outside of body damage happened to that truck because he's actually at speed.
I think we lost part of his frame or something. There's something else hanging other than the body and the fiberglass.
I don't know, he's pretty quick right now. And if you want to check out something pretty cool, we've got our guys in the production truck have been busting their butts with replays. Check this out right here. It looked like a violent rollover, but luckily, here we go. A little pirouette, and the plastic barrier soaked up a ton of that damage.
Just fiberglass. Oh, gnarly. Two different angles coming in.
Wow.
I can't believe he went right back on the gas and got right into the fight.
And the caution flag comes out. I'm not sure if this is the competition yellow or not. Yes, it is.
14
How
laps.
about it for our production crew back in the semi? These guys have been in there since about 5 o'clock this morning, getting ready for not one, but two events, as we've had qualifying up at Chocolate Thunder, and we've had short course racing all day long. And they've been juggling all kinds of balls up in the air at one time. One hell of a job, guys, back there in that production truck. Oh, I'm doing great.
We're doing awesome.
So Connor Berry's running that up front. Second is Johnny Holter. There we go with our fifth place. Yeah, fifth place there is Vandenelsen. That is an old CJ Greaves chassis that's been worked on to turn it into a pro spec.
Yeah, which Ryan Beats running all those pro spec programs with the Chevy power plants. They're all Chevy powered pro spec motors.
There's one of our newer drivers, Hertz.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them.
And Bruckner's right behind him in a Pro Light.
Yeah, Bruckner's been doing a little bit of stuff with us over this last year, remember? Prado Raceway.
We've got the most people tuned in watching us from home that we've had all day long. Excuse me, and I think, I'm going to guess about at least half are from Wisconsin and cheering on Vandenelsen. So Tyler Fisher checks in, tells me the whole crew's almost here. You mean at your shop or here in the lake bed? I'm not sure. Tell you, if Connor Berry can pull this off, this would, I'm not going to go out on a limb by saying this could be the drive of his life to this point in his career.
And him and Johnny have battled before in mod karts. They're no strangers to it. They both know how to do the pressure. But what about Brody Eggleston with the flip over, still in the fight. Kyle Knott, he knows how to put that pro light up on the box.
I'm being told by Alec Hoffman that there is a lot of pro specs being built right now in the Flying Dutchman off-road shop. Majority of those trucks should be coming out here to the West Coast, checking out the Great American Short Course Series. And if you want to see what they're doing on behind the scenes, actually they're on YouTube. City Neck Racing.
That's
City
so awesome.
Neck Racing on YouTube. So Clint Braun's checked in. Let's go Johnny Holcher. Tyler goes, Scott, I wish the lake bed could come to Crandon for their chili cook-off. Chili cook-off? I think we can make that happen.
Yeah. Well, we're back under green flag. Optimum battery says green, green, green. Holcher already trying to swing and right out of the gate there on Barry, turning the pressure up.
Yeah.
Kyle Knott, though, right there in the fight, now up to third place. And it looks like, unfortunately, Brody Angleston looks like might be out. He is down a lap now.
So Johnny, you know, I'm kind of disappointed that he fell back a little bit. Look how straight that is now. That bank used to extend about 4 feet to the left right there and about, what, 4 feet tall? And it's been gone.
Now it's just a little
Now it's a little burp, yeah, straight away. But if Johnny's got any shot at getting around Connor Berry, he's got to stay on him every part of every lap from here to the finish.
And Scott, you can see the rocks that you talked about from that drone on the outside sections there in that loam, the marbles.
Boy, Connor Berry's got the setup. He's looking so strong right now. It might take just a single mistake by our leader for Johnny Holcher to have a shot. Oh, are you feeling this building move?
Yes, I am.
You know what that is?
That's the rumble, the roar of the big board coming up.
14 Pro 2s of 900 horsepower each. I know you're sitting out here in front of the Jumbotron in front of us on the stage, but if you want to see some kick-ass, short course, two-wheel drive off-road racing, if there's room, you might want to head up to the Monster Energy viewing area and get a little bit better shot.
I don't know, it's a pretty good shot here with the Monster stage right there, but also our Jumbotron always gives all the great shots. You're going to see the drone footage, the great placement there.
There's
all the on-ground cameras.
Looking down on Johnny from one of our drones, and it's like they're maintaining the same gap as they had the last 2 laps. In fact, maybe Connor Berry might be pulling away a little bit.
I think he is a lot. Look at
but
that
there'll be
gap
3 laps remaining this time by. 3 laps for Connor Berry, our leader.
The only blue groove I seen was that little section coming off, and there's Brody Angleston coming by. Unfortunately, we saw him pull off. Kyle Knott up into that 3rd position. And Elzen up into 4th overall in the Pro Spec.
Yeah, he's looking very, very strong. You know, Matt, all he had to do was find his rhythm.
Yeah.
He didn't seem real confident after practice, but the fact is he's been out there, he's putting laps in. I think he feels the fact that he's got so many people cheering him on at home and here that, our leader, just for a moment, Connor Berry biked it up on 2 wheels, had to turn into it. He was just this far away from going over, and so far Johnny Holcher was not even close enough to take advantage as there's 2 laps remaining this by the start-finish line.
Yeah, the next time by 2 laps will be the count. Still a lot of time. One little mistake like that again could cost it.
And look at how that track is just kicking up the back end of that race truck of Barry. And I'm starting to think that Johnny Holcher is off on his tires. He kind of maybe guessed that it wouldn't. It looks like it's hard packed out there, and it's kicked the sand off to the side and exposing the hard ground that's underneath it, and he just probably didn't anticipate that.
A little bit of hard pan there.
Yeah. I never thought of this. Josh Schumann also has checked in and said, oh, okay, that's just a frozen frame. Vandenelsen is also running a 6-cylinder. That's a Pro Spec, not a V8.
Yeah,
so he's doing really, really well out there.
He's sitting
he's on the podium. Is he on the podium overall?
3rd overall. He's going to win his class, but 3rd overall is impressive.
So we're getting reports right now that Johnny Holzer has blown a tire. I'm not exactly sure
Back
a
to
right
seventh.
rear or left rear, but Johnny Holzer, who was running second the entire race, has a left rear tire blown out. And it looks like, no, Connor Berry's looking pretty strong. White flag is coming out. Kyle Knott running in second in that orange and white Nissan. Connor Berry up front in a Ford Pro Light. Now keep in mind, these are great V8s, where our third place overall car, the 66 of Chris Vandenelsen, is running a V6. There's our third place truck. Man, basically running down 2 cylinders of our top 2 cars. Now there will be a little bit of a pause between races, probably because you got long interviews. No, the fact that Johnny Holzer has got to jump out of the Pro Light and head to his Pro 2.
Well, I don't think now that he's got a flat tire and he's pretty much.
So you're going to have to. It's like I was hoping to give you a
fight.
break on interviews. So you know what? You just screwed that up yourself.
I just want to get through so we can see a Pro 2.
And I'm also being told that Pro Spec is a manual trans.
Yes.
So he is really
grabbing gears.
Man, he is really killing it. There's our second place car of Kyle Knott.
Skyline Fabrication.
And takes second overall. And in any moment we should see, there he is, our third place overall, 2 cylinders down from the rest of the field in Pro Light. Chris Vandenelsen will take third place on the podium and wins his class. So I know there's an awful lot of happy people back home in Wisconsin for Chris Vandenelsen, our third place finisher. And how about that? The family that's here as well, all wearing the purple and is that teal blue? There's our third place finisher right there on camera. We're gonna work our way up to the podium with all of our top finishers, and if by chance they go green, the Pro 2s go green before we're done, we'll stop the interviews and go right to the race. They're pulling out though. We need to. Here's the thing. We need to build up the road too. Tell us. Who's telling you?
Poppy is telling her. You argue with her.
I'm talking to the production truck.
Okay, what's good? You guys want me to go? I don't know. Okay, there's confusing guys. You gonna interview now or interview after? There's confusing. They said it's your guys' decision right here. You tell us what you want. gas mic up. All right, we're going to go ahead and check, check, check. There we go. Well, before the Pro 2s get running, we're going to go with our winner here. Man, Pro Light Connor Berry. You were second in Production 1000. Now you stepped it up here. You put the CBR General Tire machine on top of the box.
Yeah, for sure. I started first and I was going good, and I got passed, and then I knew if I can just be smart, I could win, and yeah.
That was a great race for you, though, and I tell you, there's a lot of pressure. We saw Eggleston go over, and then all of a sudden, it changed it up there, and you had Kyle coming up behind you also.
Yeah, for sure. It it was rough, so it was definitely hard.
Well, I think you're going to go ahead and thank some great sponsors you have and put you up on top of this box.
Sure, I want to give a big thanks to my mom, dad, CBR, General Tire, AIM, Optima, Motul, Spa, and yeah.
There he is, Connor Berry on top of the box here, taking the win, absolutely. We're gonna hold for second and third if we can get a chance. I know they're doing a little prep on there. We got Calvin still doing a little bit on there. So what we'll do before we lose all the light for these Pro 2s, good buddy. We're gonna go ahead and go back to Scott real quick. We'll get second and third. So we're gonna hold on to the Pro 2. We're losing light. So we're gonna do this.
I know it's kind of messed up there for a minute today, but we have got the largest field of Pro 2s. Well, race fans, we are going to hold out just for a moment as they do a little bit of track prep, because right now we have got history in the making. This is the largest field ever in the Great American Short Course history, the series history. We have the largest field of Pro 2s ever. 900 plus horsepower out of every single truck. Do the math. How many thousands of horsepower does that make? Oh my God. If you don't feel the ground move when the green flag drops, I think you're probably sitting on something, and maybe
we got to be like, what, 12,000 horsepower on hitting the track? Now, one of the things, too, is
look at that shot.
The fresh prep of the track. Kelvin went out there, scraped it. The water truck hit it. Now you can see some wet spots there. It's going to make for interesting maneuvering, that's for sure. Look at this. I'm seeing the 81 there, the Bill Stein and Vision Canopy on Doug Matag. That's a new sponsor for him.
You see the 78 right behind him, the G Brothers Racing. That's Ricky Gutierrez. He is defending class champion. Ladies and gentlemen, here's our lineup. Here's our lineup right now in Pro 2s. Front row, the number 65 of Dave Mason Jr. Outside of him, the 81 of Doug Matag. Row 2, one of the most popular and stout names in off-road racing, the 52 of Ronnie Anderson. Outside of him, the number 78 of Ricky G, our 2022 class champion. Row 3 inside, the number 93, another driver from Wisconsin, of Johnny Holcher. Outside of him, the 51, another driver that is very, very stout in this class is Ryan B. Next row inside, row 4, the 76 of Mason McCarthy. That driver right there was on it at the last 2 races of last year, alongside of McCarthy. This guy's been doing it for a long, long time. A fantastic ambassador for short course racing, the number 12 Toyota of Mayan Spaccarelli. A newcomer to short course off-road racing, Starting in that 9th spot, the 25 of Mike Mamelli Jr. Outside of him, starting 10th, the 47 of Justin Sir. Row 6 inside. We know this name from a long, long time. The number 99 of Brock Hanmer. Outside of him, the number in the 12th spot, starting in the number 67, Eric Jacobus. And the back row of 14 cars. Inside, Kip Michaels in the 94 and Braden Sorensen in the 13.
And it looks like those two did not make the call, unfortunately. We're not seeing them on the track. That's a heartbreaker. But I'll tell you what, 12 Pro 2s is still just as good as 14 when we watch all this great action. It's going to be physical. They're going to be leaning on each other. They're going to be throwing elbows and lots of roosting rocks.
Well, how is that for a picture? Look at the Jumbotron. Look at your screens at home. The background, Hammertown, the short course in the foreground, fans up in the mountains in their trucks. And then look at the track. 12. We thought it was going to be 14.
We thought so too. Unfortunately, Michael and Sorensen weren't able to make the call.
Yeah, so we got 12 900 plus horsepower Pro 2s. Still the largest field we've ever had.
That's 10,800 horsepower.
We're used to seeing trucks, race cars here with that kind of horsepower, but starting 2 at a time.
2 at a time, yeah.
Then like 60 seconds later, another 2.
Yeah.
Never 12 at one time.
All
Never.
going for turn 1.
And then that front row, oh my gosh. Dave Mason Jr. Very, very stout. He was on the podium earlier this week in a Class 1 car for the Desert Race. And then Doug Matag, he's a former class champion as well. Ronnie Anderson, young man, but boy, can he drive. And then Ricky G. Gutierrez, oh boy. Defending class champion from 2022. Dave, I'm sorry. I get too excited for this stuff. I get wound up, and fans are on their feet right here in front of us. They've got the perfect camera. Right now, the sun is down. The Jumbotron is showing perfect picture. And this is going to be cool. In just a second, that little Honda will pull off the track, and we're going green. Here we go, Johnson Valley. 12 Pro 2s, green flag.
It's going to be Dave Mason Jr. leads me to turn number 1. And Matag and Anderson, look at this. Ronnie Anderson trying to make a move up the outside, and Anderson goes to the lead. Mason and Gutierrez are trying to find a way through there.
Yeah, Ricky G had issues going to the corner, over-rotated. Wasn't expecting a little greasy conditions, over-rotated, and again, we'll lose 2 more spots as he lost 3 right at the start.
He got pushed out of the loam there. He lost a lot of traction. He was in the deep sand trying to fight his way, but it's the NOS Energy machine. The Anderson brothers, Ronnie Anderson, out killing it.
And you know right now with the week that Dave Mason Jr.'s had, that we've got the boys from eBay Motors watching him as well. So he's got a big backing with eBay Motors, and you know they're checking this out.
As they walk around, you see right now, you can see Spaccarelli trying to chase down Gutierrez, but it's the NOS Energy machine there, the 4-wheel parts, Polaris Razor, Anderson brothers, Ron Anderson. And how about that, Dave Mason Jr., Doug Matag, holding down that 3rd position. And then you got Ryan Beat, Johnny Holcher, Ricky Gutierrez, Mason McCartney, Mike Spaccarelli, Justin Sir, Mamelli, Hammer, and Jacobus.
Well, here's the thing. Oh, man. Let's see. Is that...
that was Dave Mason.
Dave Mason just clocked the back of Ryan Beat.
Yes. And then you got Doug Matag moving up there in the Vision Bilstein machine.
Dave, here's the thing, too. They just water the track.
I know.
You can see where it's real, real dark. That's where it's real,
Makes
real
it
wet.
really heavy, too.
Real heavy. But then also there's spots of the track that on the first lap they went through there, swept that dirt, that wet sand off, and it's dry, hard pack underneath it.
Yeah, get down the hard pan.
You can see it like right here, right there. Dry, hard pack. Stay to the outside. There, more dry, hard pack. Dave Mason having problems making the corner. Huge push going into that turn.
Getting wheel spin there, and look at this. Doug Matag making a big run on the outside there.
Ryan
It's Ronnie
Beat.
Anderson.
Yeah, Ryan Beat right behind him as well.
Ryan Beat is no joke. One of the most talented drivers that I've seen over the years, a real natural as he took to it. He was a dirt biker. I always say they always transitioned really quickly to off-road racing. Guys like Ricky Johnson, Jeremy McGrath, Brian Deegan was one of those guys that transitioned real fast.
Johnny Greaves.
Johnny Greaves, that's right.
Well, here's the other thing to keep in mind on underneath this soft loam, even where it's wet, even where it's dry, there's soft loam. Underneath, that's where those ruts are. They didn't have time to hard pack it, to pack it down.
It's hard. That
Yes.
dirt, it gets hard ridges. They get like the sidewalls on them.
So we got to keep an eye on that as these guys, there's Dave Mason Jr. off the track. Dave Mason Jr., who was running in that third spot, stalled, or I should say stalled, is actually parked off to the side of the track.
Hardbreaker. There's a good shot of Doug Matag as he puts that Bilstein Vision canopy machine. There's the Bilstein machine
Look at
of
this.
Ryan Beat.
In that left-hand turn, they looked like they were having to set it up twice. They set it up, bounce through that rut, have to set it up again to exit the turn.
It's almost like a seat mounts for these guys. And once again, the NOS Energy. We have Goodrich tires underneath them, of course, and then you got South Point on it with the Gone family. He's had a long relationship with the Andersons.
Anderson, Matag, Beat, Holcher, Gutierrez, all the top 5. Not a bad run so far by McCarthy. He just needs to get right in the mix of things. And Matag now is going after our leader. And look at there's ruts already in that right-hand turn.
That swallowed the whole rear front end practically. Those trucks, as they go through there, they just dip down. It's crazy. And this is not something new. Matag and Anderson have battled before.
Look how the front end, there's something wrong with the right front of Ronnie Anderson. It's like the camber is way, way off.
Could have been one of those hard hits in one of those ruts.
But it looked like on the right front, the camber was way off. And look how they're tiptoeing through here. They actually have to slow down to be faster to get through that turn.
9 laps remaining. Of course, at halfway point, we're going to re-rack and restack. This is a 12-lap race. Matag, then you see Ryan Beat there in that Bilstein Chevy powered. Holcher, Gutierrez, McCarthy, Spaccarelli, Sir, Hanmer, Mamelli, and Jacobus. Unfortunate Dave Mason Jr., the eBay Motors, some kind of problem, a rough track has taken him out.
Ryan Beat is shedding panels left and right, chunks at a time.
It's getting lighter and getting faster.
Oh, so who lost the wheel? Somebody lost the wheel.
No.
And somebody just clocked it, but somebody up front, I believe, has to be up front.
Well, it looks like, I believe somebody just got a right or left rear flat, too. I saw that.
I was going to say, this track, I believe, is going to decide this race more than any driver, any truck. It's going to be survival, and I think the track was going to decide who wins this. Look at the ruts right there. That's the turn they're having to set it up twice.
Yes.
Set it up to go into the turn, bounce through that rut, and then set it up again to exit the turn. And it looks like they're coming back together. I mean, they were gapped out pretty far up to this point, but now right before the Campiello, they're starting to come back together.
Yeah, I looked at it. Looks like the Ronnie Harrison truck today was okay. It's just, I think when it's hitting these certain bumps, it's changing that camber look.
Do you think it's Dave Mason that lost that wheel?
I'm thinking that might have been it, because I'm seeing it
all
the time.
Over rotation.
Did you
big
see how
time
deep
by
that
Ronnie
is?
Anderson.
Turn 1 is becoming really nasty. It's tore up. There's holes developing. The ruts are getting nasty.
And the thing is, our drone is getting roosted.
Oh, big time. Right
by
there,
Ronnie
Dave.
Anderson. Just huge roast.
And it looks like Doug Matag also. And the roost coming off the front, and those are only 2-wheel drive. So those things are digging into the soft dirt.
Right there's that rut in the middle.
Yeah.
Boy, they're all hitting it. They're not going inside. They're not going outside. They're going right down the middle.
Well, the big thing is, watch when they come around here and go into turn 1.
Keep in mind, they are on DOT tires.
I know, that's
These
the
are
thing.
projects. And these things are lasting.
Yep.
They're not tearing out the sidewalls. They're not beating up the wheels.
Tough. Now watch this. Turn 1. Oh, wait, I'm not going to see it because it's the comp caution. We're going to re-rack, restack. On the restart, you got to watch them into turn 1. There's a huge hole. The front of the trucks are dipping down. You got to be careful so they don't break something off, break a ball joint, break an A-arm.
Well, they should know where it's at by now. They've done multiple times.
They're plowing through
But
that.
they're going right through the middle of it. They're not going inside line. They're not going up. They're going right through the middle, probably because they can pitch the truck sideways just enough to basically block that corner so they can't go. The guy behind you can't go outside or inside.
You can't leave any daylight there. So the field has now collected behind that Honda Pioneer crew car.
Yeah, we got a track crew out there on the track collecting
parts
all over the place.
As we call them in short course, souvenirs.
Yeah.
Or in desert.
Get autograph material.
Yes. Always a great souvenir.
So it's Anderson, Matag, Beat our top 3. Holcher 4th, Gutierrez 5th, Spaccarelli 6th, Hanmurf 7th, Jacobus, Mamelli Jr., and Sir McCarthy and Mason earlier has pulled off the track. Actually, McCarthy has as well.
Yeah, which is a bummer because I really wanted to see him.
So we got some footage earlier in the race. Check this out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Mason.
Bye-bye.
Peeling off parts.
We've got liftoff. I remember years ago, probably 8-9 years ago, going down past the skyboxes at Crandon, and at top speed, right around just under 100 miles an hour or so, going into the gravel pit turn, Johnny lost a right front, Johnny Grease, in his Pro 4, and it bounced probably 80, 90 feet in the air and just took off into the trees.
Into the woods at the other end.
And it bounced higher than the trees and just was gone.
That's one for Bigfoot.
Man, who's it going to be? 6 laps remaining this time by.
Well, wait for the lights to go off in that Honda.
So what do you guys think of short course? Huh? What do you think of short course racing? You guys are some major Ultra 4 fans. How about some short course, huh? Need to bring these guys back next year? We want to have an off-road celebration at King of the Hammers. We'll bring you a celebration.
Absolutely. We're going to bring you desert, we're going to bring you rock crawling, and we're going to bring you short course.
Green flag is out. We're back underway with Ronnie Anderson running up front.
Watch this first turn. Here we go.
Little contact, a little baby shove. Matag tried the outside line. Here comes almost 4 wide as Matag tried the outside line. Beat tried inside. Beat will move up 1 spot.
Beat gets by Doug Matag. Gutierrez now trying to force and bait and bang on Holcher. Those two. Tell you what, a lot of competition between these two drivers as they come around.
Matag laid into Ryan beating the inside just enough to pull up alongside.
Oh, I'm seeing smoke from somebody. Is that a tire rubbing?
That's coming from Matag.
Matag.
He's outside of Beat right now.
He just
okay, where did he go?
He just got swallowed up is what he did.
Oh, he just disappeared out of
Look at that. You can't even see nothing. Talk about that. Crazy sections.
Ryan Beat he wants to make his life his racing. So much to the point he left California, relocated to South Carolina, I think it is. North Carolina.
Yeah,
built a beautiful shop, 2 haulers, an unbelievable marketing program. He's fabricating all these pro specs, and right now he's running in 2nd place. Yes, he is.
He's the one that actually brought the pro spec program. And it's great that other shops are going to get
how
involved.
did Ricky G get up into the top 3?
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy there.
Talk about a stealth, quiet move.
Well,
Ricky G moves up into the top 3.
Well, Doug Matag, it looks like he got swallowed up in that one turn when he disappeared. Got pushed through. Ricky G fall through. Holcher, and there's Doug. Yeah, and you can see the fiberglass hanging. He has had some major contact.
Oh, I just think this track is eating these trucks up right now. Not just the components, the tires, the wheels, the suspension, but yeah, the body as well.
Yes.
This is a rough track. And Ricky G lays on the back bumper of Ryan Beat.
And it looks like Holcher now going to come around the back end of Ricky G.
If your timing is off on some of these jumps, you're going to be casing it hard, and Ricky G just did that.
He said, "Hi, Ryan. Remember me?"
He's still in high school. Gutierrez is still in high school. He's a big kid, probably 2% body fat, works out like a mother, but he's still in high school.
Yeah, a great family too. And it's so wonderful to see how involved these families are with
So
their
is,
kids.
so
Holcher.
is Johnny Holcher. He's still in
Yeah.
high school.
And look at this, you can hear him go by again. 3 laps remaining is the call. Anderson, Beat, and Gutierrez.
Attendance being taken in your class. Johnny Holcher? Johnny Holcher? Oh, that's right. He's at a race.
Well, he's probably streaming live right now.
You think they got it on at the bar, the Shoe and Lena right now?
Oh, I guarantee they do. Every bar around. Ricky G also has a shop now just outside of Crandon.
Actually, Charlie Schlevy.
Yeah, Charlie Schlevy is
the
crew chief.
Absolutely disappeared. Ronnie Anderson is running a perfect race.
Big brother RJ threw him the keys today. Go have some fun. And if you can, win a race.
Wait, is that Johnny Holcher up into third?
Oh, no. What's going on? Yeah, no, it's
fourth.
Gutierrez.
No,
Still Gutierrez.
Okay. I think Gutierrez was lost in the roost, and what I saw.
I know. It's hard to tell.
Man,
This
listen,
reminds me of
up
the
on the
old days.
revs, you can hear they're on the chip through these turns. They're now lifting a bit. The white flag is coming out this time by. Ronnie Anderson has it. Ryan Beat and the rest of the field want it.
Oh, no. Look at this. Ryan
Beat pulls up over rotation. Trying to make it happen. You know what that's going to happen? We're going to have Ricky G up there in the mix pretty damn quick.
Ryan Beat was trying to lean on him a little bit. Anderson leaned right back, comes down, shuts the door. But you look at that. Look how tore up it is. They disappear through this section.
You know what I love to have right now is a track walk after this race, just to see that facility, the track how beat up
This
it
is
is.
looking like a desert race right now out there.
Oh, somebody's going for smoke. Ronnie Anderson
no.
going up in smoke right before the white flag. Is that tire smoke, engine smoke, transmission smoke? It's something. Ronnie Anderson pulls off.
And here comes Ryan Beat. Now Gutierrez in a second.
Ryan Beat has the lead. Gutierrez is second. And that should put Johnny Holcher in third at the white flag.
Oh, the humanity.
Here comes Ricky G to the inside. He'll over-rotate.
Oh, Ricky.
Where's Johnny Holcher?
Ryan Beat and Holcher now. Oh, look at this.
The top two are off the track on opposite sides.
Beat holding off. Gutierrez trying to come back up into it. Into the deep. He buries it. Goes in, gets pushed around.
I told you they're going to case it. I told you. This is the white flag lap. Look at the crowd out in front of us.
Doug Matag now into third.
Final turn right here. Or is it? Yes, it is.
It is.
And how about that? No, it's not. We still have a couple turns remaining.
I saw, well, yeah, it's not the final turn.
Oh, look at these ruts.
They're just getting swallowed up.
Ryan Beat has one large right-hand sweeper. There it is in front of him. One more time. Up what used to be a high bank sand turn. Now pointed at the start-finish line. Here comes Ricky G right behind.
Putting the
and
hammer
the
down.
win goes to Ryan Beat. Ricky G in second.
Wow, what a
Across
race.
the line will be Doug Matag. Johnny Holcher should come around
Wow.
in that fourth spot. Or is he? Still across the line. We may have lost Johnny Holcher. And it might be Spaccarelli crossing the line.
And waiting for it right now. It is Spaccarelli into fourth.
Spaccarelli will cross the line in that fourth spot. Holcher may have pulled off the track as well somewhere on that last lap. Wow. Across the line in that fifth spot.
That's
Mamelli Jr., one of our rookies.
Yeah, the
and
Polaris
here
sponsored
comes
truck.
No, that is actually Hanmer now coming across the line.
Hanmer, yes. Where did Holcher go?
Well, race fans, we have got an unbelievable slate of racing coming up all week long, but what a way to start the week. What do you think of the Great American Short Course? Man, oh man, we thank you so much for sticking around, being a part of this history-making race, as we've never had a field this large before under these kind of conditions. And man, oh man, hopefully you enjoyed the event. But starting tomorrow, we have got a lot more racing to go. But right now, let's send Dave Arnold out to the stage and talk to our second or third place finishers in Pro Light. And then we'll talk to our top 3 in Pro 2. What's awesome to see right now is up on this Jumbotron and for the screen back home for our race fans that had tuned in, the fans coming out of the mountains that were up there watching the race. That is very cool to see. Just a moment ago, you were able to see the King of the Hammers owner, Dave Cole, down there talking to the guys in Pro 2 that just finished, and just unbelievable. He's got to have a big smile on his face. Has to have a big, huge smile on his face after that.
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of smiles up here, but we're going to go back to the last race. We're going to go back to Pro Light. We already got Connor Berry, our winner. Now we got Kyle Knott up here. Kyle, you just watched that Pro 2. I bet you're glad that course was not as torn up for you.
Yeah, it was still pretty bad for us, but we were still able to manage. These General tires took it up no problem. My King Shocks had me soaking up all those bumps out there.
Man, it was a rough one there, and a lot of these races get physical, and I'll tell you, with this course, the soft sand, the elbows are throwing.
Yeah, for sure. If I can get close enough to throw some elbows, I would have, but I was just the turtle in the hair, and I just made it to the finish.
Well, you did, and I know you got some people to thank for that.
Yeah, of course. I couldn't do it without my friends and family, my mom, my dad, Skyline Fabrication, General Tires, King Shocks, Competitive Edge, Race Glass, Dynamic Motorsports, Desolate Motorsports, and AB Off the Grid for some amazing food all weekend.
Give it up for Kyle Knott, everybody. Second place in the Pro Lights. An awesome, awesome performance. Just to let everybody know, in 30 minutes, there's a pit crew challenge going over at Chocolate Thunder. So if you guys want to go check that out, bring up Rick Durant now, and great to see him represent the Prado Raceway. Ryan Bruckner, man, great to have you out here. But third place here at King of the Hammers for Great American Short Course.
That was amazing. I'm glad we got to calm down a little bit after that. But that was awesome.
That was a crazy race, and I know Connor pretty much ran away, and then you're trying to trace Kyle down. But just, you know, the talent that was out there with you, man, just to get on the box is impressive.
Yeah, slow and steady.
You got to finish the race.
Yeah, got to finish. Pretty stoked.
Well, you got some great sponsors, Ryan. Why don't you give them a little love?
Yeah, I'd like to. God, that delay is horrible.
Yeah, you get used to it.
I'd like to thank my wife who puts up with this, my son Zach, Reagan. We did it. I'd like to thank Direct Edge, my sponsor with Prado Raceway, my team down there. Thank you guys so much. Danny, Derek, or not Derek, Derek's watching TV. Danny and Dean, thank you. Spotting well.
Ryan Bruckner, everybody, and third place, Pro Light. And we're going to go ahead and bring Chris up here on the Pro Spec, which was impressive, his finish. Manual transmission, V6, grabbing gears. These guys are in the V8, and he was right there fighting with them. So impressed. So you can see some of that action we saw from earlier in the Pro 2s up there on the Jumbotron. Incredible. Go ahead and bring him up here. Chris Van der Elsen. Going to be a part of that great new program with Pro Spec, and it's been great. I'll let you get out if you want, get some pictures, get you your trophy. First place here with the chocolate milk. I think that just makes it sweeter. It's like winning an Indy. That's some of the best young chocolate milk. Well, Chris, great to have you out here. Made the trip all the way out here. And to see how you ran with this Pro Spec truck with the other Pro Lights, you're right there in the mix. Man, you had some mad driving skills.
I appreciate that, yeah. I first got to thank Lee for letting me come out here and race. This track put together in the middle of a desert, awesome. And, you know, coming from Wisconsin where it was 7 degrees when we left to come out here and enjoy it with everybody is pretty great. So we had an absolute blast, and I want to just thank everybody for getting me out here. Nexen Tire, they definitely helped out big time for getting out here. I got to thank DHI. I got to thank G-Force Transmissions. We're running a Chevy V6 LV1. It's a spec engine with a 4-speed manual G-Force transmission. G-Force hopped on board to help me out this year, so I got to thank them. And Allies of Autism, it's a big nonprofit we're a part of. So yeah, it's been grass. And also Go Lithium.
Congratulations to Chris Van der Elsen. First place in the Pro Spec. Awesome, so impressed. Well, we got a Pro 2s. We're going to go ahead and talk to them here in a few. I can see the fanfare that's over there right now that's going crazy. I know Scott ran over to congratulate him. That was so awesome.
There's some like really ugly, nasty, gross smells coming from all those trucks home.
They're leaking everything. Oh, yeah. Boy, I miss this guy, Rowdy Ryan B. I still tell the stories of this guy when he looked at the track. First time he jumped into UTV and said, why aren't you wussies doing the double out there? Ryan's like, I'll show you how to do it. And now look at you, what you've done with your program, Ryan. And then you're now the king of the hammers in a Pro 2, tearing it up. And man, you're on top of the box.
Yeah, man, that was such a crazy race. As you could tell, it's very one line, bumper cars, and man, the holes are huge. These are trophy truck holes, so to do it in the Pro 2 is pretty crazy. But crazy race. It was fun. You know, Ronnie set a blistering pace. Just that whole front group is so fast. So just thankful to be up here. Can't do it without Bill Stein, Chevrolet, Pennzoil, Toyo tires, Trimmer wheels. Everybody that supports us, thank you. I know it's kind of cliche to get up here and thank your sponsors, but they're the ones that make it happen. My crew, everybody, family for supporting this, and thank you guys for sticking around and watching us.
Well, it's so awesome. I mean, without these sponsors, you can see how well this truck held up because they make some good products.
Yeah, absolutely. That track was brutal, and it was a proof to their their products and how gnarly they are. So just thankful to get away with this win and start 2023 off right.
Right on. Just give it up to this man right here, Ryan Rowdy Beat, the Pro 2 King.
Hey, real quick. Everybody enjoy the racing today? Lee Perfect right here is your race director. Brought you a great day of racing. Give a hand of round of applause for Lee Perfect. Well done, Lee. Thank you.
We just put on a good show. Follow us and come to the race.
Great American Short Course. This is just so awesome. And it's so great for Dave Cole to let us be part of this. It's so awesome, too. Thank you, Dave Cole. Oh, my. Beaten, banged on. It looks like this kid's been through a war out there. Ricky G, baby. Man, beaten, banging, but still running. Get out of the car. We got your trophy right here. Ricky, my friend, watch you come from trophy carts to running in the Pro 2 class now, and now coming in hammers in the Great American Short Course and getting on the box. And boy, that was not a battle. That was a war.
Dude, I don't even know where to start. Totally bobbled off the start. Made a mistake, over-rotated. Went back to like 6th place. Know I had a lot of work to do. And just tried to pick him off with my one. Saved my truck till the halfway caution, and just knew I had my work cut out. Such a bummer for Dave Mason, Ronnie Anderson. They ended up DNFing, but that definitely helped me advance up in the field. And just stoked to bring this podium for my team. We really struggled coming into this weekend. We knew it was going to be a tough track, technical, super heavy. So we just hit it right with the setup.
So times I watched you, and all of a sudden we see you just disappear into this hole, and then you pop up. I thought I was watching a Baja race.
Dude, I don't even know how this held up. I don't even know how this thing's even together. But yeah, that hole was gnarly, and blew the hood off. And I don't know, man, we made it, dude. Trucks together. My crew's been kicking butt. Ralph, Wayne, Tyler, Charlie, my parents, everyone, Rick, dude. All these guys are bad to the bone, dude. And just got to thank all my partners as well. Yokohama Tires, King Shocks, Mold 2 Oils, NGK Spark Plugs, FK Rod Ends, Lone Kid Racing, Wilson Motorsports, Sparko, everyone else, man. Want to thank you guys.
There he is. Give it up for Ricky G. Right on, brother. Good job, Rick. All right, we got one more to go. And then we're moving on. We got the Pit Crew Challenge going on out there. Another great day of racing, but the Pit Crew Challenge going on Chocolate Thunder. My boy Ryan, of course, Ricky is second. But another family that I've known for a long time. I've announced his dad. I've announced now him over the years in karts. Now his brother Drake's out racing. But we'll bring up Doug Matag here next. Oh man, nothing like the sound of the roar of the big bore of the Pro 2s. And if you don't know, they build these trucks. Custom off-road design. I know they built Ricky's, they worked on it. I know some other, like the Roush Bells has helped out, but it's a CODG truck originally, just like this one. We got Doug Matag is gonna get out. Now, he used to be this tall. Now I have to thank goodness I have to go, he's taller than me. Doug, brother, man, what an incredible race. You got your gun, but talk about that race out there with Ronnie you're good friends with, all these guys just battling out in the course. It looked like you're running out a desert race.
Oh yeah, that track was awesome. I actually like when it deteriorated like that.
I was running up front with Ronnie. We were keeping it clean and kind of got pushed off the track. But, you know, hey, that's racing. Some people race you like that, and you just got to race them the same way. So he earned it, and it's coming. So we'll just keep this thing going. And got to thank everybody that got me here. Vision Canopies came on board for this KOH race. Big thanks to them. I wouldn't be here without them this weekend. Bilstein shocks were dialed through the desert. They were awesome. Everybody, you know, Arizona Drive Shaft, CBR, Sparko, Mom, Dad, Joe Clark, everybody, my fiance Jessica. She puts up with a lot. So thank you for letting me chase my dreams, and thank you, KOH. This is amazing. We're racing short course in the middle of the desert. So never thought this would happen, but here we are.
There he is, Doug Matag, everybody. Congratulations, Doug Matag, man. A great job, third place in the Pro 2. Well, folks, we're done here at the stage. We're done with the racing. We got the Pit Crew Challenge over there. Did you guys have a good time? Oh, come on, that was weak. This is King of the Hammers. Did you have a good time? That's what I'm talking about. Folks, I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you follow us on Great American Short Course on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. For myself, Dave Arnold, Scott Rain, and the entire Great American Short Course. We'll see you on the lake bed tomorrow.